Healthcare is a human right. Healthcare is not a human right. Look, we are the richest country in the history of the world. If we can make anything a right, it should be that no one dies because they're poor. Well, our founding fathers viewed rights as something that come from God, from nature, not something that comes from the state or other citizens. Like, you have a right to free speech, to own a gun, to privacy, to due process, but you do not have a right to compel other citizens to provide you services. And healthcare is a service performed by other citizens. It's the same way that I have a right to own a gun, but not to compel gun manufacturers to supply them to me for free. Okay, got it. Thank you for that. But I'm arguing for a rights expansion, the universality and socialization of the service of police officers, firefighters, and K through 12 schooling is not a right in the Constitution, but our society deemed it would probably be a good thing that we expanded those services to everyone regardless of income. Yeah, but they aren't constitutional rights. They're policy choices. We can debate expanding or shrinking them politically, but they are in the category of rights the founders intended, which protect individuals from government, not give individuals a claim on government. Well, every single right in the Constitution is dependent on the health of the citizen. Your constitutional rights do not matter if you're dead, and the 14th Amendment promises equal protection of the laws. If the wealthy are allowed greater protection as they're allowed greater ability to stay alive, that's not equal protection. Yeah, I just think you're confusing policy proposals with rights. I'm all for debating socialized healthcare as a policy proposal, and I believe the highest standard of care for all comes the free market way. We don't want those who run the DMV to run healthcare, but calling it a right is just factually inaccurate. Ask people on Medicare if they like having socialized healthcare, and we all know the Constitution was made by humans who are flawed and was made to be amended over time. Yeah, but it hasn't been amended yet to include healthcare as a right. Well, I think it should. Yeah, I gather that. 2 West Virginia National Guard members were ambushed in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Yeah, it's a horrible situation. They're both still in critical condition, fighting for their lives. Yes, and the coward who carried out this heinous crime is Rahmanullah Lakenwal, a 29-year-old Afghan national who lived in Washington State. He came to America in 2021 through Operation Allies Welcome, which was a Biden-era immigration program that allowed more than 70,000 Afghans to resettle in the U.S. Well, yes, this program was created specifically to protect vulnerable Afghans after the U.S. withdrawal, who helped the U.S. during the war, and the CIA and DOD has confirmed Rahmanullah previously worked with the CIA as a member of a partner force in Afghanistan fighting against the Taliban. I mean, the Biden administration did complex vetting of every single person who entered through this program. Well, Lenny, clearly the vetting process wasn't strong enough. Sure, at a point he may have helped the CIA, but this is the issue with these types of immigration programs from collapsed third world countries. The records of these people don't exist. Most Afghans are born at home. There's little reliable criminal or employment or birth or any databases on these people. So sure, they vetted, but what information exists to vet in a collapsed country? Well, the U.S. being in Afghanistan for nearly 20 years led to the U.S. ourselves having a massive biometric and other databases of Afghans that was leveraged in this vetting process. Obviously, no system is perfect, but it's important to note Rahmanullah filed for asylum in late 2024 and had it approved in April of this year under the current Trump administration. Yeah, I mean, asylum adjudication is handled by career officers following laws written and funded by multiple administrations. I agree that system needs fixing as well, but what's just absolutely absurd is this man has granted refuge to our country from the Taliban. He has 5 kids and a wife, and he decides to drive across the country to commit an act of terror in our nation's capital against our service members. Maybe we need to do a little rethinking on who we allow into our country. I'm equally as frustrated, but one person is not indicative of an entire group. People are individuals. You don't like it when leftists blame all cops for the sins of a couple, and you shouldn't do the same here. What's not being talked about, though, is this never would have happened if Trump hadn't deployed the National Guard to D.C., which went against the will of the mayor of D.C. and the people, since crime was already at a 30-year low. Are you serious right now? The president used his constitutional authority to deploy the D.C. National Guard, and state governors like West Virginia used their authority to send their guardsmen to protect our nation's capital. They were merely there to protect federal buildings and officials. How dare you blame the commander-in-chief? I'm not blaming. I'm just saying a lot of Americans are angry that we have military members in the street. This is something past presidents have done, but only during pinpointed emergencies. Trump doing this indefinitely is certainly unprecedented, and a lot of people think unnecessary. So if he wasn't doing what's unnecessary, these guardsmen would never be in this position. Trump is the president of the United States, well within his constitutional authorities. Blaming this on him in any way is just absolutely absurd, Lenny. Again, I'm not blaming him. I just think it's a fair point to bring up. It's not, but what is a fair point is the way the left has framed the National Guard. A contributor on CNN just weeks ago compared the National Guard to Nazis. This type of rhetoric leads to insane, sick people making crazy justifications. Maybe tone down your rhetoric on the president and our guardsmen. I mean, that's one no-name contributor on CNN. You had the president calling for Democrats to be hanged last week. Maybe we should all tone down our rhetoric and fix our immigration system and pray that these 2 patriots survive this unimaginable attack. We agree on that one, my friend. There we go.
Man, I mean, don't we all agree? And hopefully that guy survives. But hey, yo, we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and recap Trump's meeting at Mar-a-Lago, or his outlashing his verbal lashing he gave to reporters. Let's go over that. And then, of course, we're going to get into a media analysis with Ukraine, Venezuela, And of course, there's been a second Afghani terrorist that was arrested for making threats of being I think he was on TikTok pretty much saying he was going to be a suicide bomber. He was going to use his taxi and make it a bomb. And he did this on TikTok. So we're going to get into that as well. But all right, guys, let's make sure to go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video. And let's get started.
So we can cut that. Hello.
Mr. President, good to see you. Thank you so much. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
A question about this tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cook.
Yeah, now the vetting came up clean, but the problem is that, well, what's been coming out, well, they didn't do that much vetting into his connections into other terrorist groups. All they did was run checks in for the Taliban and not other terrorist groups if he was working for ISIS or anything outside of that. And then they're also saying that, well, even then the what was it? I think they said over 1,000 Afghanis that came over. They're saying none of them was properly vetted either. So we have a whole bunch of improperly vetted Afghanis that was working for us in these, these zero units that was taking out innocent civilians in villages or in these tribes. So this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with Afghans that we had go out there and kill their own, and now they're over here, getting a little bit homicidal, acting like a little terrorist like. But all right, let's get right back to it.
I mean, he went nuts, and that happens too. It happens too often with these people. You see them, but look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other, and that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted, and we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out, but they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came in on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked.
Now, the picture that he showed up is not these guys coming in from that allies immigration. So pretty much there was an immigration pathway that you was allowed through if you were helping us out there in Afghanistan or any other country. And that's how this guy got through. He didn't get into Biden's TPS program. He got into this allied program or allied immigration program that was able to help him get into America. Because we couldn't leave him in Taliban because, well, he was helping us fight the Taliban. But we didn't do the proper research to see maybe he was a double agent or if he was working for another terrorist group.
Many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you
guys, do me a favor, double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
You'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go. We were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision. And we would have left from Bagram. And we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent. Yeah,
Mr. President, thank you for having us here tonight. Have you spoken with Sarah and Andrew's family?
We have a call in a little while, actually, right after this.
Do you plan to?
Well, the family is devastated, as you can imagine. But we have spoken. I mean, my people have spoken with the family. We'll be speaking tonight, but tomorrow. You have to give them a little. They just found out about their daughter. You can't just call 2 seconds later.
Yeah, of course.
It's a very, very tough situation.
Obviously,
she was so outstanding. I mean, I just heard outstanding in every single way.
It's in the early stages, obviously, but do you plan to attend Sarah's funeral?
I haven't thought about it yet, but it certainly is something I could conceive of. I love West Virginia. I won West Virginia by one of the biggest margins of any president anywhere. And it's, these are great people. I love the people of West Virginia. I love the people of our country, but I haven't given it any thought. But
all right, and just to give you like the background of how this guy got in. So let's see. His name is Ramula, and he was brought to the U.S. as part of Operation Allies Welcome, Biden's mass evacuation / resettlement program for Afghanis tied to U.S. forces, which he was tied to a zero unit that will go out there and, well, take out Afghanis or Taliban guys in the dark. Sometimes they would end up being citizens, but, that's a whole nother, that's a whole nother topic.
it sounds like something I could do.
The
It's very raw.
Yeah, of course. The suspect does have a wife and 5 children who live in Washington. Do you plan to deport them?
The suspect has?
The suspect?
Well, we're looking at that right now. We're looking at the whole situation with family. It's a tragic situation. Yeah, Jeff?
Mr. President, are there any changes you want to make to improve safety for National Guardsmen who are being sent into these cities?
No, just I want to have more. As you know, we're sending 500 more. We had very little crime in Washington now for, many months. Record-setting low crime. And this happened. And I don't know how you put this on the scale of that. This is sort of different. This is a terrorism threat. And this was done because they're so effective. If they weren't effective, you probably wouldn't have had this.
I mean, the National Guard has been effective in bringing down crime, like in the 2 places they are at right now, which is DC and Memphis. They have successfully brought down crime. The problem is that due to this shooting, people are trying to blame Trump, saying, well, if he never had them out there, this would have never happened. And I'm just like, wow, that is absolutely insane. So you're just going to blame this on the president because what? He had the National Guard out there lawfully. Some people are even trying to say this is the unlawful order this Edition 6 was talking about. And it's kind of crazy how after they came out with that video, a couple of days later, a National Guardsman ended up getting shot. Just like how all this rhetoric about ICE being Gestapo and all that good stuff. Next thing you know, some kids shooting at ICE in Texas. But I don't know why the Dems just can't seem to connect the dots.
Done, but this was done because the National Guard has been so effective. You went from having a tremendous amount of crime and death, killing, everything else, to having none. And this happened, I assume, because it was so effective. And maybe this man was upset because he couldn't practice crime. Who knows what his motivation was? But what he did was horrible.
Yeah, we're still looking into his motivation because it is a bit weird. The man drove from Washington State, I believe, across country just to sit and wait for 2 National Guardmen to shoot. He has a wife. He has, I believe, like somebody told me he has like 4 kids, 4 or 5 kids. So yeah, it's kind of weird how my man just threw it all away just for what? 2 National Guardsmen just to drive across country to only take out 2 National Guardsmen. And not like, and I'm not saying I wish he took out more. The problem is, it's just like, damn, I mean, if you're going to do all that, don't you think he'd try to do this a little bit more instead of taking out 2? But hey, who knows what that guy was going through? Who knows what was truly going on?
And you've made changes for Afghanis' ability to apply for asylum. Do you blame all Afghans for this one man's mistake?
No, but we've had a lot of problems with Afghans because they had a lot of them coming in on these planes. Again, I show you this picture. We had a lot of them coming in on these planes that are, look at them. There was no check-in. They just poured into the plane. And many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are people that shouldn't be here. And many of them have been gotten out. I mean, we've gotten out a lot of them.
Now, the concerns with the Afghan vetting problem is that, well, they don't have the extensive like criminal database that we do. So when we do a background check on these guys and we ask them, all right, well, did he do anything in your country? Well, they don't know. They don't know. They'll just give us the thumbs up because they didn't find anything. Not that he didn't do anything. They just didn't find anything. And they don't have the sophisticated database that we do on all of our criminals or all of our offenders. Like if you did maybe 1 crime, trust me, we got it recorded. In Afghanistan, I don't know, you might have did 1 crime, got it filed, and they might have lost it in the paperwork, in the file cabinet. You never know.
Well, that, we've taken a lot of them out of here.
But many of them
they
aren't
came
here
in
legally, right?
Yeah, I know. This deal show you. Many are wonderful. Yeah,
No,
I'm sure.
I said many are here legally, though. What should they think in terms of their prospects?
Well, they can't be happy, okay? They can't be happy because what's taking place between that, if you look at Somalia, they're taking over Minnesota, and we got a lot of problems with the gangs, with all of the things taking place in Minnesota. We have an incompetent governor, we have a dope governor. They can't be happy about what's going on. And if you talk about the Afghans, there's a problem because so many bad ones came in on the planes. They just walked in. Whoever the strongest people were physically in a way, but whoever the strongest, they got on the planes. There was no checking. They just swamped the planes. They took off. We had no idea who they were. Yeah, do you want to ask a question behind?
Me? Hi, sir. Happy
Sure.
Thanksgiving.
Hi.
What do the Somalians have to do with this Afghan guy who shot the national?
Nothing, but Somalians have caused a lot of trouble. They're ripping us off for a lot of money. There's a tremendous amount of money going back to Somalia. What the hell are we paying money to Somalia?
Well, Trump kind of just brought the hammer down on the Somalian community in Minnesota, pretty much saying that, yeah, we need to investigate all their immigration papers, check for immigration fraud. ICE needs to run through there, make sure everybody's papers good, because the way these Somalis are flooding Minnesota, is that they're saying that it's not natural. Now, I need to actually look up the numbers of Somalians in Minnesota because they're making it seem like it's like, I don't know, like 20% or something. I don't know, maybe more. I don't know, maybe I'm not tapped in enough. I need to actually look up how much Somalians are in Minnesota altogether. Maybe just Minneapolis, because they're making it seem like it's this huge population of Somalia just invaded. And to be quite honest, it's a very small minority that's actually has fraudulent papers. I think my man Sid brought it up. He said like there's only like 700 Somalis that honestly fall under the fall under TPS. So when Trump revoked TPS status for those Somalis, there's only 700 of them are going to be gone. I mean, that's not really putting too much of a dent in what's going on there, but he can only do so much, though. Like even Trump said, he's like, yo, once they're here, it's almost impossible to get them out.
But they're ripping off our country at a level that few people have been able to see before. That's about the only thing. You talk about competence. We have Ilhan Omar, who does nothing but complain about our country and our Constitution. And she comes from a country with practically no country. It's devastated. It's crime-ridden. It's a mess. It's a disgrace. And we took their people at a tremendous. We're not taking their people anymore. We're not taking their people. And we're getting a lot of their people out because they're nothing but trouble. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Go ahead.
One question about this asylum claim that is being floated. Of course, you just detailed that this suspect was flown in under the Biden administration.
Yeah.
But was he granted asylum under your administration?
When it comes to asylum, when they're flown in, it's very hard to get them out. No matter how you want to do it, it's very hard to get them out.
True.
So we're going to be getting them all out now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is definitely true. Like once they're in here, it's hard to get them out. And especially that way that guy came in there. I mean, it'd have been really hard to get him out if it was something like maybe a little less serious. Like let's say he just robbed the store or something and everybody was asking him to be removed. We'd all had been looking at y'all like, nah, he's just going to go to jail. Like, I know y'all want him out, but he's just going to go to jail. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to this little, what was it here? Jesse Waters and Stephen Miller. Get into these two clips, and then we're going to get more into the media analysis after that.
Mr. Miller, what should happen to the seditious six?
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation? Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors,
they told the public that, hey, the National Guardsmen or our servicemen may be following unlawful orders. And yeah, that's sowing distrust, not only in our servicemen, but also in the Army, in their ranks. So that is a bit wild, and it does kind of borderline sedition. You're kind of walking on the tightrope here.
Them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message? As you said, It's to create a color revolution. It is the CIA playbook for trying to foment insurrection from within the military and within the CIA. Look, we saw after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Jesse, members of the armed forces openly celebrating his murder. So think about that for a second. You have people in the armed forces, and it can be a tiny, tiny percentage, but who celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and then now they're getting a message from Kelly and from other members of Congress saying, defy your commanders. Rise up and defy your superiors. That kind of language will get people killed. It endangers our national security. It is dangerously radicalizing. And it has all of the evidence of willfulness and intent. And when they go on TV and they say, well, we can't name what order is illegal, that proves the point. It was never about the law. It was breaking down the chain of command. The Democrat Party is openly engaged every day in trying to tear down democracy, whether it be judges who are binding the president with unlawful orders, releasing violent criminals back onto the street, trying to cement and protect the illegal alien invasion of America, and now fomenting rebellion inside the ranks of our armed forces and CIA.
And yep, that's exactly what they tried to pull off. And for some reason, they're trying to deny it. Mark Kelly gets brought in as a captain, and he should have known better. Like, if you actually read the law of, like, well, the law that kind of lays out what sedition is, that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what they did. They knowingly advised, instructed in what? Insubordination, mutiny, rebellion, well, in the army. They were advising it. They were saying, well, we can't tell you what unlawful order, but make sure you guys don't follow unlawful orders, even though we can't name any. Like, yeah, trust me, if you're going to go ahead and throw out that heinous claim, you might want to be able to back it up, like, all the way through. Like, make sure you're able to name the unlawful order. I don't know, what section code and all that. But all right, let's get over to this little clip here.
Their language puts ICE officers in the line of fire. And then you have Democrat governors like Governor Waddle, Governor Pritzker, who is aiding and abetting. Waddle. Okay. Well, when I heard the names of the turkeys, right, Gobble and Waddle, I said, Waddle, that's Governor Pritzker.
We all need to lose some weight, as the president said. Yes. But go ahead.
But when you have ICE officers who now you have a Governor Pritzker and a Mayor Brandon Johnson, who are siding with the invaders, siding with the rioters, siding with the pedophiles, siding with the gang members against ICE officers as they're ambushed, as they're assaulted. But what's the point of it all, Jesse? What's it all add up to? Why are they engaged in all this? What is their objective here? It's the Somalification of America. In other words, when you see the state of Somalia, that's what they want for America at the end of the day, because it's easier to rule over an empire of ashes than it is for the Democratic Party to rule over a functioning Western high trust society with a strong middle class. Look how powerful the Democrat Party became in Minnesota once they flooded it with 100,000 Somalians. Once the elections were decided, right, by clan rivalries and ethnic feuds. Once that happened, the Democrat Party became permanently powerful in Minnesota. They became permanently powerful in the Twin Cities. That's their model for America, to make the whole country into a version of Somalia. And everything they do gets down to that. So when you ask me what I'm thankful for this Thanksgiving, I praise God every day that Donald Trump is our president. And we've gone from 30% inflation, 20 million illegals, unlimited refugees, violent crime in our cities, to security in our cities, no more illegals, no more refugees, and finally a country that puts American citizens first.
I mean, hey, shout out Stephen Miller. A lot of people don't like the man, but what he said right here is key.
Of Somalia. And everything they do gets down to that. So when you ask me what I'm thankful for this Thanksgiving, I praise God every day that Donald Trump is our president. And we've gone from 30% inflation, 20 million illegals, unlimited refugees, violent crime in our cities, to security in our cities, no more illegals, no more refugees, and finally a country that puts American citizens first.
Because I'll say this now, there is guys who are saying this is a bit of an overreaction, but no, they're taking the proper action here. So we effed up in our vetting process. Now we need to take it back to see, well, hold on now. We effed up with this Afghan, and this guy actually received excruciating, like very extensive, like vetting, to be quite honest with you. He was working with us. So who's to say we didn't mess up with the guys who came in under the TPS program? And then now that it's coming out that guess what? Not even that guy's vetting is all the way trusted. The guy who came in through the Allies program, through the Operation Allies program. Yeah, that guy. The guy who took out 2 National Guardsmen. We did a decent amount of vetting on him, and look what happened with that. The guy came here, ended up starting a family. It looks like everything was going all good until this week. So we'll see how that story develops, because trust me, there's a lot of unanswered questions that need to be answered. Instead of everybody just trying to push this off on, oh, it's just direct terrorism. I mean, I don't know, man. I need to see them communications. I need to see who was in communication with and all that good stuff before we just say, oh, yes, it's direct terrorism. Because for all you know, this could have been a guy that just went crazy and he just happened to be an Afghani, as unlikely as that is.
All right, guys, we'll bring it to discussion. I've got a lot to say on this. Obviously, just having fought in this war, but also spending the last couple of days.
Oh, guys, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
Talking to individuals that I've served with and know really well that are very closely connected to, if not hands-on with this zero unit program that this one individual was part of. But let's keep it broad and talk about all the Afghans that were brought here after the fall of Kabul, the fall of Afghanistan. The numbers are here and there, around 80,000 through this Operation Allies Welcome. Alicia, I don't know how, because I pulled from the DHS website. This was basically stored. This was the press release that went out closer to 2021. 400 personnel were sent to 5 or 6 different countries to screen, I guess, what would have been 80,000 people. And they want us to believe they were properly screened and that we only brought in the people we could trust.
The lily pads, is that what they were referred to? Yes, and we know that our Nicole Parker, former FBI agent, said that she talked to other agents who volunteered to be a part of that process, of that vetting, and she says they were not vetted. That's very concerning. Now you have the Trump administration here doing its best to try to catch up as quickly as possible.
Now what they're trying to say, and this is what I've also been hearing around social media and all this good stuff, is that, well, no, he wasn't properly vetted. They just let him in because he helped work with a CIA-backed paramilitary force that was carrying out nighttime raids or zero units. So they're saying that, no, we just went off the fact that he worked with us, and then we just let him in off that. We didn't vet him. We didn't do no real background checks. We didn't go try to see if he was working with anybody else. Nope, we just let him in because he was working with us, and we couldn't leave him there. We couldn't leave him in Afghanistan after just helping us fight the Taliban.
Well, for the mistakes that were made and the things that were missed during the last administration and the chaos that brought these tens of thousands of people here. And then you start to think about what Dana Marie just said, that the focus now is on this suspect's past. So now if the administration is focusing on that, then they also have to focus on the tens and thousands of people who came across and their past.
You know, Tom, I guess what bothers me about this and the conversations I've had over the last couple of days is realizing, and I kind of understood this before, but I guess it's hitting home now. Americans sit with a sense of security when they live in this country, that we have this government intelligence apparatus, that if someone's planning a terrorist attack, we're just going to find who they are. And then you look at the resources necessary just to track these people. Just these people that were brought in, what it would take, the different agencies that would have to be involved if they were properly vetted and we knew where they all are and we kept an eye on them like we should. It's almost manpower impossible to do that.
Yeah, and even the way they refer to this vetting, sometimes it's very ambiguous the way they talk about it. We've been hearing this guy was vetted by the CIA, this guy was vetted by the CIA. It was very good to have on with John Scott. We had an official from the CIA, I don't remember his name, but I was watching him. He said he was vetted by the CIA to assist the CIA in a war zone.
There we go.
Yeah. He wasn't vetted to live in your neighborhood. So, okay, so the CIA did not vet him.
No, that is true. They were trying to say that this guy was just an interpreter or something. No, he was not an interpreter. He was actually out there in the field with the gun shooting at people as well, shooting at his own people, actually. But yes, he was actually out there in the field taking lives. So no, he just wasn't your average guy. He just didn't come out. He just didn't come over here just as a translator. No, he came over here a trained killer.
Him to live in a neighborhood. Who did vet him? Some pencil pushers in the State Department, people who ran this program? We don't know. We should find out who vetted them and how they did it. Even if you have a a very secure vetting process. Essentially, what it is a series of interviews. And so, how well can you manage that? You're not going to get to 100% with this kind of thing. You're basically, going by the trust of the people who are running these kind of programs. I don't even like the sound of the program.
Oh, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? You can go ahead and send a $2 super chat, $2 up super chat. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Other than that, I mean, yeah, you're free to debate with the mods in the chat. Appreciate the support, guys. And it helps us get to our goal of 100, so we can go ahead and open up the call-in line and have some of you guys up here. Naysayers or agreeers, you never know. I actually like talking to both of y'all.
Allies welcome. Allies are welcome to something from us if they were our allies and they assisted the United States, but they're not necessarily welcome to come and live in our neighborhoods.
They don't just live in our neighborhoods. If you look on the same website where I found this other information, they're getting SSI, they're getting temporary assistance for needy families, cash assistance, health insurance through Medicaid, and SNAP. And the person I talked to pointed out to me, listen, that doesn't last forever. At some point it goes away, and now they have to go work and pay taxes like everyone else. And some of them weren't prepared for that. They thought they were promised a free life here, and that's part of what makes them vulnerable to do something like this.
Really?
And the problem too, Joey, when you point out so aptly that.
So you're trying to say we brought this guy over here, promising him a free ride. Like, look, man, you did all this for us. We'll prop you up on government assistance. You can have a family. We'll pay for all that. Trump comes in office. It runs out. This guy's upset because now we done cut off his government lifeline, and he goes out there and commits that crime. I mean, yeah, those dots somewhat connect.
They're said that they're going to live in your community. What this shows us is that it doesn't even matter if they live in your community or not, because some of them, like this particular suspect, Lockenwall, is willing to drive across the country from Washington State, leaving behind his 5 children and his wife in their apartment to commit a heinous attack on members of the National Guard in Washington, D.C., allegedly. And at the Farragut North Metro Station, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Washington, D.C., is only a couple blocks away from the White House. Talk about premeditation and applauding the Department of Justice for pursuing this case to the absolute maximum ability of the law. The other thing that I would point out about questions about vetting here, too, is that something that the One Big Beautiful then bill, now law, Working Families Tax Act that we've been talking about. One benefit of this, as President Trump is talking about changes that are going to be made now, the amount of resources that it's increased to go through vetting and policing our borders to ensure that people are properly vetted. Now, we can talk about later, and I'm sure we will throughout the show, about what recourse and what processes are best appropriate here. But it does seem like the president is prepared to fully meet those needs with the resources that they require.
Yeah, the one thing I want to point out, it's a 3-hour show. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to get deeper in this, but we're going to keep it at the kind of the 30,000-foot view for a moment and just talk about the immigration implications, because this is a president that was elected into office because Americans might not have known everything that was wrong, but the new immigration wasn't right in this country. And some of the things that were happening to Americans were because of that. And now we have 2 National Guardsmen, one dead and one that may survive, directly linked to an immigration failure of the Biden administration. So this week's attack highlights the danger Americans still face thanks to 4 years of Biden's open border policy. So now President Trump is taking additional steps to keep our country safe, announcing a permanent pause on all migration from third world countries and ordering a full-scale review of every green card holder from a country of concern. These countries include Libya, Yemen, Iran. And the State Department has paused all visas for individuals traveling on Afghan passports. Under President Biden's Operation Allies welcome nearly 90,000, as I said earlier, Afghan.
Yeah, like I said, under Operation Allies, Biden's mass evacuation resettlement program for Afghanis tied to U.S. forces. Like the record showed that he entered the the United States on September 8th, 2021, under that program and on temporary status called humanitarian parole. So basically permission to live and work here for about 2 years. And it's not a full green card, by the way. Now, why was he eligible? He had worked in Afghanistan for a CIA-backed Zero Unit elite strike force that operates with U.S. intelligence and special forces, which made him one of the at-risk allies the program was designed to extract. And that is why he's here.
Nationals arrived in the U.S., while a total of 190,000 have migrated since 2021. And now serious concerns are being raised over whether the vetting was thorough as alleged by the Biden administration. Take a look.
Ooh.
So let's stop namby-pambing around with this, oh, he was vetted. There was no vetted. The welcome mat was thrown down. They even admitted that they short-circuited the vetting. What they did was they brought in 90,000 people into this country.
They brought in 90,000 people that was either translators for us, that was either actually going out there and fighting the Taliban for us. Yes, that's exactly what they did. And they did not do no vetting to actually see if they were double agents or anything like that. Now, that's true, but to say that they didn't do no vetting at all, that'd be incorrect. To say they didn't do enough vetting is a proper way to tackle that argument.
That were not vetted. They told us all the other immigrants were vetted. What do? Call the FBI in Afghanistan and say, gee, do you have anything on this guy?
Yeah, just to explain the numbers there for a second, Elisa. So it's 90,000 that were kind of rushed in under Operation Allies Welcome. That was, 400 people go to these places and they start pumping them in. And then they changed the name of it. I can't remember. The second name was like Operation Enduring Allies or something like that. The first 90,000 that came in under that, they were promised 2 years, basically a 2-year residency here to figure things out. And then they had to apply and go through asylum.
Now, this is what's coming here. Now, it's Trump era officials, or pretty much Trump officials, are now saying that the vetting was inadequate or rushed. The same reporting notes that they've offered no concrete evidence that checks the actual missing known or an actual missed a known red flag at the time. So, like I said, they're saying it wasn't adequate or it was rushed. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I would like people from the Biden administration to come out and actually say this. Could it be more damning and we'd be actually able to take this to the, we have to be able to take it home and cook with it. But if it's the Trump era, then of course the Dems are just going to say, well, those are Trump's officials and all that. Of course they're going to say it was an F up. And they're right. And they're right. So I would actually prefer Biden officials to come out, maybe a whistleblower come out and say, yeah, no, this was our fuck up. And we didn't vet them properly. Because the Trump officials saying it, let's be real, the Dems are just going to throw that one out the window.
Money and jobs.
And I know they shouldn't, but come on now, that's what they do. TDS, remember?
Exactly. But when they flipped the name of the operation, that 90,000 pretty much got a blanket of you can stay as long as you want. Now 100,000 more come in that were kind of sitting in wait in these other countries. So now we're talking nearly 200,000 people from a country that you have to understand Afghanistan. You're not Afghani, you're Pashtun, or you're, this sect of Islam, or you're in this tribe, or you have allegiance to this warlord. The reason why the country is such a mess is the Brits went and drew a line down the middle of a mountain chain, said that's Afghanistan, that's Pakistan. Nothing culturally was different about the two areas. So now you have a back door that's always open. So there's no.
I mean, and ironically, Afghanistan and Pakistan are going at it right now.
There's no inherent resolve within these people to adapt to or assimilate to a national identity. They're not going to assimilate into becoming American. So they're always going to be susceptible to someone getting a hold of them and saying, hey, for $100,000, we'll quit killing your family in Afghanistan if you'll go kill some National Guard soldiers.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Appreciate the support, guys.
That's a very good point, because this has been said a lot, and when people say it, they get accused of racism. We don't know who they are, and that's just a fact. We don't know how long this suspect may have been harboring ill will toward the United States. Did that start when he was on the ground working next to the CIA, or did it?
No, I don't know about that one, because the man was here for 4 years and then he was made I guess he was naturalized in this year in April, naturalized this year in April. So he came in 2021. He was not a problem for those entire 4 years, all the way up to April of 2025 when he gets naturalized, I believe. And now all of a sudden, going maybe 6 months past that, here we are. Here we are with this guy doing this heinous act. I'm sorry, but yeah, there really wasn't no real evidence unless you start peeling into this guy's social media and starting that reveal something. But as far as his rap sheet goes, I haven't seen anything that came out yet showing that he's done anything questionable within the 4-year span leading up to this crime.
Is it something that developed? I also feel like this administration has a challenge that's really fits in two different columns. One is we're coming up on a year since Trump retook office, and he was faced with and inherited a huge immigration problem. So what did his administration do? They attacked it right away. They had to go after it. But as the layers keep getting peeled away, we see the problems that have come with Afghanistan. J.D. Vance called it a long time ago. Now, then you get to number two. Now the cabinet is being accused by critics of actually being the problem because they're trying to fix the problem, and also, again, being accused of racism when we have people here, we don't understand their past thoroughly.
You know, Tom, the first time the president tried to address this issue, they said he did a Muslim ban. And he was quick to say, oh, there's a couple of countries here that aren't predominantly Muslim. I really could care less if it were a Muslim ban or not, because last I checked, there isn't radical Hindus trying to kill us in the name of their religion. There's only one religion in this world that has been the vehicle to attack our country on 9/11 and sustain a 20-year war.
I mean, now hold on, dog. If you want to say that, oh, Islam is the reason why these terrorist attacks are happening, I'm sorry, you're wrong. These terrorist attacks usually happen from these Muslim groups is because the atrocities that we do in their country. I mean, let's not bullshit ourselves. And I'm not here defending it at all. I'm not here defending it. I'm just saying, though, when these guys hop on here and then try to assault all of Islam as all these Muslims are just these radical terrorists, no, that's wrong. Like, let's judge people by their individual, not just by, well, like I said, let's judge people individually and not just the whole group. Just because they got one bad apple don't mean we're just going to sit there and throw all of the Afghanis, all of the Muslims under the bus of terrorists. No, that's just not fair. And I'm gonna be real with you. We didn't like it when it was done to MAGA. I don't like it when it's done to black people. So why the hell are we doing it to Muslims?
Not a war against Islam. It's a war against radical Islamic terrorist groups that are named and organized.
Okay, I mean, I can get down with that now. I can get down with that. As long as we ain't trying to sit there and bastardize all Muslims and all of Islam, I'm cool with that. But if we're going after the exact groups like the Muslim Brotherhood, ISIS, Taliban, these radical ass Muslims that actually do want to try to take over America, yes, we can go after those guys. I'm all about getting those guys out of here, but that's a very small group. And we're all okay with removing that small group, and we can all understand that that small group does not make up all Muslims. And there is people who actually do think that. And I mean, hey, I pray for them, but trust me, you're wrong.
And doing their fighting in the name of a religion. And so if you have to go and say, hey, any country that is predominantly Muslim that has these groups working in it, we're going to pause your migration until we can better vet who comes here. I don't know that that's an inherently bad thing anyway.
Well, he's also, I remember he was accused of racism because of some people talked about, they overheard him saying, why are we letting people in from these countries? There was like some kind of epithet he said, this was years ago, like S-hole countries, whatever.
Yeah.
And they said, look what he said about these terrible countries. And then he defended, he said, what are you talking about? These are terrible countries. Terrible things happen in these countries. So whether it's Muslim or not, some of the countries on the list, you have Congo.
Yo, and shout out to my man, the Cap Hunter, for starting us off. Appreciate the support, bro. He said, live chat participation fee. Hey, appreciate that, my friend.
Libya, Haiti, there are bad things that happen in these countries. So there are people that are there that they are, they're under threat.
Yeah, the American people not only do need to, like, look, y'all have every right to be mad at some of these immigrants. Y'all have every right. But we also need to be mad at our government. Because think about this. We're actually complaining about these Somalians while bombing Somali right now. In Somalia, we're bombing them right now. And then we're going to sit here and cry about, oh, now more Somalis got to come over here. Oh, my God. Like, yeah, because we're bombing their country. So we need to also get mad at our government as well. Like, yo, you make us hate these groups of people, these groups of Muslims, while you're over there literally causing problems in their country, causing regime change in their countries. Then we want to sit here and cry about them having to come over here. And here's the worst part. Our government lets these people in. That's the worst part. And shout out Luna. Appreciate the support, Luna. She says, much love, set and chat. Hey, shout out Luna. Hey, remember 3 months. Appreciate the support, sis.
Life, their freedom, there's dictators, everything else. The question is, what do you do for them? Do you invite them to come and live in your country? And a lot of people say, no, we shouldn't be doing that.
Well, it's not, I guess I spoke to a guy that's been with the CIA for a long time. He's not in the CIA. He works adjacent to them now. And what he explained it to me was that the CIA is going to get a bad rap for this, as they should. I mean, you take responsibility for the things that happen. But he said, listen, this zero-unit program saved a bunch of American lives.
Now, if you look up this zero-unit program, like shout out to my man Sid, because we did go into it a little bit last night. It pretty much was a night raid. It was pretty much U.S. military with U.S. intelligence, basically the CIA. It's a paramilitary group that will go out there, commit night raids, and take out the Taliban in the middle of the night. Now, sadly, they were taking out citizens as well. And remember, they had Afghans helping them do this. So they have Afghans killing other Afghans and then not really realizing that they're, citizens until later on. But they're killing them under the presumption that they're all terrorists, that they're all part of the Taliban. That's what these zero units were doing.
And by the number, like every single one of them said, no, we're not training these people to come to our country. We're training them to fight in their country like we did in Iraq, and they stayed there, and Iraq's a lot better place.
Yeah, but let's be real, though. I mean, we're not going to sit there and help these people fight the Taliban. We leave, and the Taliban is still in power, and we just leave them there? I mean, they're just asking for a public stoning or an execution. That's going to be a public execution on them. And for helping us, I mean, it'd be a bit effed up if we did that. And we just kind of just burnt them all like that. Like, yeah, appreciate you for helping us. Well, yeah, we're about to go back home and leave you guys here to get executed by the Taliban. So good luck with that. Like, that would be kind of effed up.
Than Afghanistan is today. They all recommended against this, but it was the Biden administration's administrators, the top level folks that came in with some bleeding heart saying, no, we have to take care of these people, maybe just to cover up how bad and messy the Afghanistan withdrawal was to begin with.
I think the problem with bringing people here to this country is really laid out in this case that we're talking about, because it was just earlier this year when this suspect was then again re-vetted to receive his asylum, his permission to stay here from the Trump administration after they inherited this from the Biden administration, going to the point where you bring over someone that might have a problematic history, and it's still not going to be uncovered despite multiple attempts to vet them. There might be a problem there, and it's going to be difficult to uncover. But to your point, Joey, I do have questions about that. When we are engaged, and maybe you could talk more about this, foreign combat, and we do rely on allies overseas to help us with translation services or to be so-called fixers and helping us navigate terrain, and they put themselves at risk. I think one of the big questions is, how much protection should the U.S. then provide those folks? And that is the larger question.
I mean, man, the way the results worked out, it's like we should have never even did it in the first place. I mean, if this was going to be the results, I mean, shout out to hindsight. But yeah, if this was going to be the results, we probably shouldn't even did it in the first place. We probably shouldn't have vetted or let in Afghanis to fire at their own people or to take on the Taliban and then bring them back here. Yeah, that probably might have not been the best idea. But it sounded good in the moment, though. I bet it did. I bet it sounded like a great plan in the moment.
Here, we obviously have a few very bad examples of folks that did not deserve to be in this country.
Yeah.
But by and large, I'm sure on the other side, there are examples of folks that would say these are people that want to be American and believe in the American spirit, want to support the Constitution, and they're willing to work toward that. How do you kind of thread that needle? And I think that's a big question that we're all going to navigate and work through.
Yeah, I'm going to break it down what we call in the Marine Corps Barney style for you. The folks that fought alongside us in Afghanistan didn't fight because they love America or they love Americans. They fought because we put a bunch of cash in their pocket and they didn't have access to such things.
Pretty much. I mean, they was telling the story of these two Afghani brothers who went in there and fought for the zero unit or these paramilitary forces. And well, they said like, yo, the only reason we did it because our mom was sick. They were paying a U.S. salary, and that's more than enough in Afghanistan. And they needed some money to help their dead mom. So they was actually not dead mom, but sick mom. And they went out there and took some of their own countrymen's lives for it. I don't know how they live with it, but yeah, that's on them.
Paid them for their allegiance. What we should have done and did do in Iraq was continue to pay them to fight the good fight. It's the cheapest way to keep American lives safe. By bringing them all here, what we've done is allowed them to come here, and at the moment they are vulnerable, that their families are threatened in Afghanistan, that they can't make ends meet in America, because it's not always easy unless you know what you're doing and you're working hard enough. The moment that we do that, somebody can call them up and say, we'll give you more money to go kill a bunch of National Guardsmen. That's what the Biden administration did to us. That's what fighting 20 years in Afghanistan got us. And I hope the American.
And all right, now let's take it over here to the far right with our guy, Nick Fuentes.
Which is Raman. So this 29-year-old Afghan shoots two National Guardsmen. And people are going to read the name, which is Ramanullah Lakanwal, and they're going to hear the national origin, Afghanistan. They're going to hear about how he arrived here, ostensibly as a refugee, apparently. And everyone's going to draw some conclusions about who this guy is. They're going to say this is a fanatical Muslim from a Muslim country that we went to war with. We went to war, we bombed them, we engendered hatred, then we brought them here. They hate us, and now they're killing us.
Yep.
He was motivated by his radical, fanatical religion, ideology. He shouted Allahu Akbar, killed Americans, and what we see is what we get. And that's one way to look at it. Maybe that's the case because all that is true. He is effectively a refugee from Afghanistan, probably is a fanatical Muslim, or could be. Could be. It's plausible. He shot these Americans. They claim he yelled Allahu Akbar. So maybe he hates America. Maybe he hates what America is doing with Israel and Gaza. Maybe he hates what America did in Afghanistan. Who knows? Maybe it's PTSD. Maybe he, because he was a fighter or was involved with American forces in some way, maybe it's like PTSD. Who knows?
Facts.
But we have to understand exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I don't like how everybody's just trying to pass it off on just, oh, this is just jihadist terrorism. I'm just like, we didn't get the full story yet. Now, I'm not saying that you're wrong because it's definitely pointing in that direction. But for all you know, bro could have been going through like a mental breakdown. And I mean, nobody was there to stop him. He just went completely off the edge. Like I said, the man was here since 2021, no problems, and even got naturalized in 2025 of this year. And now all of a sudden this pops off. I mean, he even had a wife, kids, multiple kids. He had four of them. I'm not sure what his honestly what his income level was at, but that needs to be looked up too. Because let's just say he was a low earner. All right, then this whole, you know, stripping of benefits and all that good stuff, that makes sense. But let's say he was a high earner. Well, then now it don't even make sense why he really did half of the stuff he did.
What this is. And a lot of people don't know that when the United States conducted its operation in Afghanistan over the last 20 years, we recruited support from the locals, the local tribes, militias, soldiers. We recruited the locals to help in many different capacities as we were fighting the conflict, as security forces, military forces, as translators, in a number of different roles. And this is why he was brought to America under the program. It's called Allies Welcome. Why is it called Allies Welcome? Because these are not just any refugees. These are not women and children. These are not fleeing refugees, not strictly speaking. Allies Welcome. These are collaborators. These are collaborationists. These are not Afghans that were with the Taliban or ISIS-K. These are Afghans who were working with the United States military and special forces and probably working with them for many years and living with them and working with them and ostensibly supporting the goals of the American occupation.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they actually did work with these American guys. They worked with them pretty closely. They did operations with them. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why these guys damn near got the automatic trust stamp of approval to be let in here. Was that the wisest thing to do? Well, obviously not. But back then, I can see where their head was at. I don't agree with it, but like I said, at the time, I'm pretty sure it sounded like a splendid idea. Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. Do you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, or you just want to support the channel? Go ahead and send in $2 and up with any question or comment, and I'll be happy to engage with it.
That's how we got here. Allies Welcome. In 2021, when the Taliban retook control over the country, of course, everybody that was collaborating with the United States is going to be killed.
Yep. Public execution.
United States is fighting the Taliban for 20 years. We took power from them. We controlled Afghanistan. When we left, the Taliban filled the void. And actually, we beat a retreat. We were being defeated by the Taliban effectively. Taliban was taking over anyway. We could not maintain control of the country from a distance or indefinitely. And so everybody working with the United States was going to be probably captured and imprisoned or killed by the Taliban. So we brought all of our collaborators back to the United States because we owe them. We owe these people. Like we owe the Israelis, like we owe the Kurds, like we owe the Ukrainians. We owe these people in Afghanistan, so they say. So we bring this guy over under Operation Allies Welcome. And again, is this guy a fanatical Muslim? It would seem not, on the basis of how he came here. He didn't come here as a refugee. He came here basically as a U.S. mercenary. Big difference. He didn't come here as a refugee fleeing persecution and violence, although in a sense he was. He was fleeing persecution and violence because he was a U.S. government employee.
Yeah, it's not because he believed in, like, I don't know, the sect of Islam that they disagreed in with the Taliban. It wasn't a religious disagreement. It wasn't a political. It was just that, hey, he was working to fight the guys that we were fighting. So it's really hard to sit here and call him a radical Muslim when, well, let's be real. Did he do this off the Muslim ideology? How did he get in here? because he didn't get in here because of, well, a religious opposition. He didn't get in here because of political opposition. He got in here because he helped us out.
That's why he was being persecuted. That's why he was fleeing. So he's really a U.S. government employee who was extracted from Afghanistan. He would continue living in Afghanistan if a friendly government remained. If we remained, he would still be there.
Facts.
He was extracted from Afghanistan by his patron that he was a client for, by his boss, the United States. That's how he came here. Not an ordinary refugee, not part of mass migration or anything like that. And so this changes how we look at the attack. Was this guy some Muslim extremist? Well, it would seem that would be unlikely because there are many Muslim extremists in Afghanistan. You've got ISIS-K, the Khorasan group. You've got the Taliban. You got the Pakistani and the Afghan Taliban. You've got Balochistan and the separatists over there. You've got a lot of sectarian violence. You've got a lot of ethnic, tribal, religious violence in this region. Afghanistan is really not a real country. It's a hodgepodge of a bunch of different tribes and ethnicities. You've got Turks, you've got Pashtun, you've got a lot of different kinds of people living there. And so it would seem that if this guy was working with the United States, probably he was not a fanatic. Probably he was not a radical Muslim, a Taliban supporter, an ISIS supporter, because he would have been working with the enemy of those groups.
And like I said, like, bro, we're still waiting on more information. He could have been in contact with those groups, but as far as what we know right now, it doesn't look like he was in contact with any radical groups. For all you know, like I said, this guy could have had a complete mental breakdown, and this is what he did. Like, he could have been a TDS'd out. He may not like what Trump was doing with the National Guard. This is what he did. It could have, honestly, this could probably have nothing to do with his religion and just everything to do with his mental state. Possibly.
He's a U.S. mercenary. So who is this guy really? The family says they're surprised because they said he loved the United States. So is this a Muslim refugee that killed Americans for Islamism? Or is this a former U.S. service member who went off for some reason?
Good point.
And it raises some questions. Understanding this, you might wonder.
Hey, could you remember the U.S. service member that drove through those group of people? Remember, he was an Islamist. I mean, he was a Muslim as well. They went to his house. He had the Quran wide open. So, but nobody really blamed that on Islam. Everybody just said that, yo, he had a mental break. But that man was a Muslim. So it's kind of funny how we could look back on that heinous crime. We could see the mental problem was there, but we're looking at this one where everybody just so quick to jump off the ledge of radical jihadists.
So this is not, you know, Ramanullah, the Taliban member. This is Ramanullah, the government employee. What did they do to this guy? Who is this guy? It begs the question, did they put him up to this? If he was being handled by the U.S. military, what is their responsibility in all this? Because you do hear about false flags and you do hear about these kinds of things.
True.
And right now, it is true that there's a lot of chaos and violence in the Middle East. It's also true that Israel and the United States have far-reaching geopolitical ambitions there. Israel wants territory in a number of countries. They want Gaza and the West Bank to be absorbed. They want South Lebanon. They want South Syria. They want regime.
You know, and the hatred of Muslims have just been propagated throughout the media for some strange reason on the right. I do not understand. I'm not sure why these guys are kind of turned to this type of bigotry, but it is what it is. Hey, I ain't a part of it. But yeah, I have been seeing a whole lot of Muslim hate on the right. And yeah, stuff like this only stokes it. And the Muslim haters, well, they're just going to keep on going with their out of context saying, talk about, oh, look, they lied to you. Oh, look, they're all radical jihadists looking to kill us. I mean, oh my goodness, Minnesota's getting taken over by what? 80,000 Somalis out of how many Americans, out of how many other ethnicities that live there? So when they talk about a takeover, I mean, I hope you would know 80,000 people is not enough to take over Minnesota. Is that a lot of people? Well, sure, but is it enough to take over all of Minnesota? No, not at all. Now, if they stuff all those 80K into a city, we can have that conversation. Then I can sit there and say, okay, that causes problems. But 9 times out of 10, more than likely, they're spread out amongst Minnesota. So when you guys talk about a Muslim takeover, we're talking about a 1% of the population. When you talk about a Somali takeover, we're only talking about 80,000 at most Somalians in that state. What are you guys talking about? And what's radicalized you like this?
Change in Iran. They want operations in Yemen and Syria and Iraq. And the United States wants its air base in Bagram back. That's what the Trump administration said. They said if he were president, we wouldn't have even fully left Afghanistan. We would have kept the base at Bagram. Why? Why is it important for the United States to have a military base in Afghanistan? Does anybody know? A lot of people don't look at a map. A lot of people don't know their geography, and that's the problem. The reason the United States wants a military base in Afghanistan is because Afghanistan shares a border with China. That's why. And specifically, Afghanistan borders East Turkestan, which is where all those troublesome Uyghur Muslims are from. And so if you wanted to spy on China, if you wanted a foothold to project power against China in Central Asia, if you wanted to monitor some of the border disputes or things going on, if you wanted to monitor their activities, maybe you wanted to foment chaos in China, form a land bridge, not just with China, but with their most troublesome population, through Afghanistan might be the way to do it. And of course, all the infrastructure at Bagram could just as easily be used against China as much as it is used against Pakistan or Iran or the Taliban or ISIS-K in the region.
And this is why I like Nick Fuentes, because he is well informed on the history of this stuff. And that's the problem with, I say, a lot of my Muslim hating homies, I guess, that don't understand the history of it. They just want to sit there and just outright hate Muslims without understanding how we got here. All they hear is radical jihadists. And I'm just going like, brother, let's look at the history before we just sit here and condemn all of them. And then, you know, I'll talk to some of these guys. I'm going like, yo, you really think 2 billion people or 1.9 billion people is just all going to want to take over? And then if they wanted to, then why not just all team up and just rush a country right now? They can't really answer that question because there is no like worldwide Muslim takeover plan. Now, there's the plan that ISIS lays out. There's a plan that Al-Qaeda lays out. There's a plan that the Muslim Brotherhood lays out. But those are all radical groups. Those make up, like, yes, less than 1% of Muslims. So when you guys sit there and try to say that's all of them or it's this world takeover plan, it's not. It's not. You're just spewing you're just spewing the rhetoric of the radical Muslims and then framing it as all Muslims.
That's why they want the base back. And so what has happened since 2021 is the Taliban retook control of the country. The United States lost the foothold there. And now Afghanistan is the gateway for Central Asia. Hey
guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. If you want to send any, I guess, Quran verses you want me to look up and go ahead and show how you took it out of context to fuel your Muslim hatred, I'll be happy to do so.
The Indian Ocean. And the Taliban stands to gain from critical mineral wealth. They stand to gain from trade routes through Central Asia. And the United States maybe doesn't want the Taliban to have that kind of leverage and discretion, and they don't want the Taliban to control all that territory. So the United States will not recognize the Taliban as the sovereign government of Afghanistan. I wonder if this has something to do with that in some way, shape, or form, because this is not an ordinary Afghan. And I know this. I was in D.C. a few weeks ago. I had an Uber driver. He was Afghan. We got to talking. I said, where are you from? He said, Afghanistan. I said, oh, did you come here after we left? He said, yeah. He said, yeah, a lot of us came here. He said, there's a lot of Afghan here, and they're all Uber drivers. And I asked him about Imran Khan, and I asked him about everything that's going on over there. And he said, that's the program. He said, we are government contractors. We're in Afghanistan. We were brought over here. We love America, but we have a lot of problems here. And so you almost have to wonder if this is some kind of government operation. Everyone's wondering, is this a false flag? Now, maybe that's far-fetched. I don't think that's the likely explanation, but it's a possible one.
Yeah, it is a possible one. But let's get over to our man, Kash Patel, on America Thought Leaders. Kash Patel, a thought leader. Hilarious. Like I said, I believe he's one of the most incompetent guys in the Trump administration. Him and Pam Bondi, they both need to resign. But let's hear him out.
They were preying on kids from 8 to 15 years old. These criminals were convincing children to mutilate themselves.
In this wide-ranging interview with FBI Director Kash Patel,
this FBI is going to be releasing the murder rate numbers in December, which is the lowest it has been in modern history, by double digits. We were successfully able to shut off all 13 precursors that make fentanyl.
How can you be so sure that this agreement will be honored by the other side? We explore his China trip, burn bags, and the Comey prosecution.
We, the FBI, and our partners at the DOJ have numerous options to proceed, and we're executing on all those options.
He also responds to recent controversies.
When the media gets together with...
Oh, shoot. Shout out to my man MP for sending in 1,000 jewels. Appreciate the support for the corgi. Appreciate that. Shout out my man AAA Allen. Appreciate the support, my man, for sending the thumbs up. Shout out to Pro Sussex for sending in the clapping seals for 250 jewels. Appreciate the support. Shout out to my man Seth for the 100 jewels for the high five. And shout out to my man Jet. Hey, Jet, I didn't even see you super chatting, or I didn't even see you in the chat. But shout out to my man Jet as well, man. Appreciate the support, guys.
Anonymous source.
Sorry, it's hard for me to see. It's hard for me to see the gifts until I go over into into YouTube.
Sources like they always do, and it gets louder and louder and louder. That just means our mission is the most effective it's ever been, and that's the only thing I care about.
This is American Thought Leaders, and I'm Yanya Kellick. Director Patel, such a pleasure to have you on American Thought Leaders.
Jan, thanks so much for coming to FBI headquarters and being in the Bonaparte room.
Incredible to be here. I understand you were in the Oval Office speaking with the president when you were both made aware of an article alleging that the president intends to fire you. I'm just wondering if you could explain what happened in the room at that time.
It was pretty comical because the president and I were both discussing law enforcement operations across the country with our team, the attorney general, and other members of the department. And we were made aware that there was reporting that I was being terminated. And the president laughed and he said, "What are they talking about? Cash is doing a great job." In fact, he goes, "Cash, you want to take a photo in front of the Declaration of Independence and tell them how good of a job you're doing?" I said, "Sure thing, Mr. President." Obviously, everyone works at the pleasure of the president. I think we are executing the president's mission wildly successfully in a historic fashion. And I think when the media gets together with anonymous sources like they always do, and it gets louder and louder and louder, that just means our mission is the most effective it's ever been, and that's the only thing I care about.
Something else hot off the presses. The criminal case against Director Comey was recently dismissed. What is your reaction to that?
Well, because it's pending in terms of appellate status and what we are going to do for the next steps, the judicial process can make whatever determination it wants, but we, the FBI, and our partners at the DOJ have numerous options to proceed, and we're executing on all those options. So we're not done.
Any detail available?
I would say stay tuned for right after Thanksgiving, and you'll see multiple responses, in my opinion.
So you've initiated.
Well, we still having. I mean, you kind of try to close up the Epstein files. I kind of blame Cash because, bro, it does look like he was trying to cover up the Epstein files. Actually, I believe he was trying to cover up the Epstein files. So there's that. I mean, then there is, well, let's see here. Of course, the pipe bomber that you guys yet to release information out on. I mean, you haven't started you haven't went declassification crazy like you said you were. So, I mean, all the promises that, Cash Patel had, well, it never came to fruition. Actually, you know what? I got a nice little short video to remind you just how much Cash was BSing us. Check this out.
He killed himself.
What did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No. When you're in that kind of confinement, we call it solitary confinement, you're not supposed to have these things that you are able to hang yourself with. That's the whole point of the strict rules in there. You're not supposed to have 6 feet of cloth that you can dangle from the ceiling so you can hang yourself. This is prison 101. Yeah. So I agree with you. This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide.
What I was told, what I'd read, was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
And in short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right?
Right.
Where they do you know what happened to these guards? Supposedly they were going to get charged, but I've never heard anything that happened to these prison guards. Maybe we should try to find them and let's talk to them. Do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah. But no one can get in to the cell. And if they had gotten in to the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
In these units, there's supposed to be 24/7 guard duty on him directly. And from what I was able to learn in this, in the lead up to his suicide, is the guard fell asleep. Now, I don't really buy that.
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
You made 8 separate appearances on his podcast.
Man, Cash, you ain't got a lot of meat, but that boy is sure lying.
Some cultural changes in the FBI. That's something that many people have talked about. Some people like it, some people don't. What would you say is the most significant?
In my opinion, I felt that the FBI's workforce of about 37,000 people was too concentrated in what we call the national capital region, the area around Washington, D.C. Of that massive workforce, we had over 11,000, almost 12,000 people in the Washington, D.C. area. And a lot of our crime was happening in the rest of the country. So we made a big priority to crush violent crime and defend the homeland. Those are our priorities, 1 and 1. And to do it in the field with a smaller headquarters component. So what we did was we put 1,000 more agents in the field. Nearly every single state and every field office got a plus up of actual agents to go hit the streets, do the work that the president assigned us to do in terms of priorities, defending the homeland, crushing violent crime. And that cultural change has been well received by the field. And that's the only audience I care about. I don't care about what the media thinks and how they falsely report that we are debilitating our functions as an FBI. As you and I will shortly get into, if this...
the problem is, I mean, you come out, you say some wild things like, oh, there's burn bags full of like information that was meant to be burned. And I'm just like, okay, well, bro, if I was you, I'll just release them. I mean, like, they were meant to be burned. I mean, apparently they were trying to be hidden. Like, please show us, please be the transparent guy you said you was going to be, and go ahead and let us know what's in the burn bags. I mean, be the transparent guy you said you were going to be, and start being more transparent with your operation. Well, not to just start giving away intelligence, but y'all get what I'm saying. The man will come out, talk about, you know, January 6th bomber, talk about Charlie Kirk shooting, Epstein files, all this stuff. And then when it comes down to it, it's like it's hush mode, or it's cover up mode, or it's, oh, well, we don't have that information, or, oh, I'm not privy to that. It's like when he sat down on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan's updating him on all the Epstein evidence, updating him on what's already out there. And this man's acting stupid on Joe Rogan. But on Stu Peters, this man knew everything that was going down.
Was not the right decision, we would not be having the historic results we are having for the American people.
So the problem with Cash Patel is he overpromised.
What would be the biggest historical results?
The single fact that this FBI has done this year, we have arrested 30,000 individuals, the FBI alone. Of the 30,000, 25,000 of them have been violent offenders. The best metric is to compare that number year to date to last year. We are over double the amount of arrests of violent offenders this calendar year alone, and we still have December to go. That should show you two things. One, there was an explosion in violent crime across this country because of the failures of the prior administration, and the prior leadership at this FBI failed to attack that problem set. And we came in and we put the cultural shift back out into the field, letting good cops be cops. They are the ones making the arrest and doing the work in the field with the smaller headquarters component, and the results speak for themselves. And if you go across the cities in this country, they are the safest they've ever been, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Well, so tell me a little bit about the, you know, how has this actually impacted people on the ground? What's happened with crime?
From an FBI perspective, the agents are rejuvenated to go out there and redo their mission. We empowered SACs, our special agents in charge in the field, to be our field marshals. You know your area best. You know Charlotte best. You know Las Vegas best. You know Montana best. Go out there and hit the streets and work with us back at headquarters to make sure you're resourced for the specific mission sets that you have, to include law enforcement issues on tribal lands, which we have been a big plus up on.
I'll be real with you. I give Cash Patel that. He actually is starting to, well, put boot to ass when it comes to some of these FBI agents. It's like, bro, get your ass out there, because most of y'all just sit around the office all day collecting 6-figure salaries. So get your butt out there and go be cops, go be FBI agents and solve some crime. Because a lot of y'all just be sitting around. I mean, that's always been one of the main things, or one of the main critiques of, well, people who left the FBI, or people who are even still in it, that there's people who actually get the work done. But most of the work in the FBI is done by, like they say, 20% of the staff. Most of these guys are just sitting around having a good time.
And so I think the cultural change has been massive. and the results speak for themselves. And we're going to keep pushing as hard as we can there.
So, and there's been no resistance among the rank and file, or
well, I think
higher.
When you make a change of this type, it's a tectonic sea change. You're changing decades of infused Washington D.C. politicized institutional operations, and there is always going to be a D.C. knee-jerk reaction to that. I addressed how when the fake news is loudest, we're over our target. There's another way to tell. When the internal mechanisms and components of the Washington, D.C. outfit are pointing their knives at you, we also know we're doing a great job. Because when I go out and talk to governors and senators and congressmen, chiefs of police and sheriffs, they're the ones telling us that this FBI is partnering with them in ways that has never been done before, prioritizing interagency cooperation, state and local law enforcement, and that's leading to these massive takedowns and seizures we are having across the narcotics front, espionage front, counterterrorism front, and so much more. These numbers shouldn't just be glossed over. And you guys have done a fabulous job of actually reporting on the substance behind the numbers. And that's just due to one thing: the men and women out in the field doing the work.
I understand you're getting close to releasing some numbers around the murder rate. Could you give us some idea?
Yeah, I'm happy to announce finally that one of the big targets we had for this year, obviously, was to reduce the murder rate across America. And this FBI, is going to be releasing the murder rate numbers in December, which is the lowest it has been in modern history by double digits. We are down 25% from coast to coast on murders. If this FBI wasn't doing its job, and if this FBI, as the fake news would have you believe, was weaponized and politicized, then how could we possibly attain that number and also the other metrics that we've been discussing here today?
So I understand you've also been targeting the 764 network. This is,
I mean, nationwide is great, but what we really want to focus on is those inner cities, because the inner cities in a lot of these red states, blue states don't matter. They're all Democrat ran for some crazy reason. If it got high crime, and I mean, if it got high crime and a black mayor, I mean, it's liberal. So here's the problem here. Here's the problem with that. I actually want to see the murder rate go down in those places. Give me the number for those places, because those places are like the worst offenders. Like nationwide, I mean, that's great and all, but we want to get to spots that are like, well, the hot spot for these murders, which is these inner cities, liberal inner cities, by the way.
for those that might not be aware, violent, nihilistic international online group that grooms and, exploits minors and children, so forth. What have you been doing to try to stop this group?
So this should be headline news every day, because the protection of our children is one of our biggest priorities here. And the 764 network started in Texas. That's why it's called the 764 network. It was the area code of where it originated. And the original founder of that network is doing 80 years in federal prison, and rightly so. But we made a huge push this year to protect our children against these online predators. And this is the worst of the worst. These individuals are actors throughout America and throughout the world who don't really have a connection to
shout out Seth for sending 100 jewels. Sending in a high five. Appreciate the support.
each other in terms of group focus and group mission set. But individually, they subscribe to this ideology that they can prey on our children online. And they go, and just to look at the cases we've showed you in North Carolina, DC, Jersey, and one other state recently, they were preying on kids from 8 to 15 years old, convincing them, these children, to send them nude and sexually explicit pictures, which amount to what we call child sexual porn.
Yeah, I mean, one of the worst places for this was happening was Roblox. Yes, Roblox, the little Lego man game that you can, I guess, go in there, play, create your own little games and all that good stuff. I had one of my little cousins explain it to me, and it's a pretty fun game the way he explained it. But the problem is, though, that there are actually creeps on there that actually try to talk to little kids, try to buy them stuff on there, because here's the problem with Roblox as well. Most of their revenue is coming from people who are over the age of 18. And these people who are over the age of 18, is the sad reality is most likely they're not there to play the game. They're not just there to play the game. They're there to also try to seduce little kids. I'm mad I use the word seduce. But yeah, that's what they're doing. And the worst thing they try to do is that they try to blackmail these kids. They get the kids, send them some explicit photos. They get the explicit photos. They threaten to release it. They start asking this kid to start mutilating themselves, all this wild stuff, sending dirty pics, and these kids end up like harming themselves, sometimes committing suicide. And that's just like the darkest of it.
Pornography, which is a federal offense. What's worse is they were sharing and exchanging information about animal crushing, about torturing animals. What's worse than that is these individuals, these perpetrators, these criminals, were convincing children to mutilate themselves.
Yep.
And in some cases, unfortunately, more than one, these children ended up committing suicide.
Yeah, I mean, there was a story about this one girl who got off Roblox, got done just like this. People was telling her to cut herself, and then eventually she ended up like swallowing razor blades. Like, yes, they effed up her mind. That point made her feel like that much of an ain't shit person to convince her that she just needs to swallow a razor blades. And yes, she was critically injured, of course.
Because they were threatened by the perpetrator that we will go public if you tell anyone. And so I said, we are not having this at this FBI. So we made it a mission set priority to collaborative work against the 764 network. And I'm proud to announce today, Jan, that the number of arrests that this FBI has against 764 network this year alone is up 490% from the same time last year. That's how hard we're going after this disgusting group of individuals, these criminals, and we're not going to stop until we safeguard the online community. And it's a big project, and I'm really appreciative. This is the most in-depth discussion I've literally had with anyone in media on it.
Did you know that only 26% of young people trust the media these days? You wouldn't see this happening back in the old days. Journalism was just that.
I mean, rightfully so, bro. Y'all done screwed up. Y'all done lied so much to the point where it's really hard to believe you, especially when it came to Trump. Y'all done lied too much against one person. Now everybody's just looking at you kind of weird. It's okay, though. It's okay. I mean, shoot, you also lied about during COVID and how good ivermectin was for you, but hey, it is what it is. I had plenty of chances to tell the truth, and you just doubled down on the lie. That's y'all fault, mainstream media. Now guys like me got a platform. That's y'all fault, not mine.
Oman said that they've recovered, or I figured out where 30,000 of the 300,000 are. I understand the FBI has been involved in these efforts. What can you tell us about recovery?
Yeah, our partners at DHS and Kristi Noem and Tom Homan have been fantastic, sealing the border for the president and the American people and helping children find their families. What we, the FBI, have done is also historic. We, just the FBI alone, has helped recover, identify, and find 6,000 missing children. 6,000 missing children. That is up 25% from the same time last year. We do these year-to-date comparisons because those are the metrics that measure and matter to the American people. And again, if this mission was failing, then how have we found the most children ever in the history of the FBI than ever before? Because this FBI cares about going after and protecting children and finding children and reuniting them with their families. And we're going to continue to do that great work.
So the president has labeled Antifa as a domestic terror organization. Now, what is the impact of that, which isn't, I don't know if it's an official designation or how you describe it, different than an international terror organization. What is the impact of that on your work dealing with Antifa and related organizations?
No, it's absolutely brilliant move by President Trump because it allows us to use the tool set that we utilize for, say, foreign terrorist organizations. We are allowed to use that here in the United States of America to use added intelligence capabilities, to added operational capabilities in terms of mapping out the networks and seeing how they connect and using the banking sector and the financial sector and our partners at Treasury, most importantly, because these groups, Antifa specifically, responsible for, as you know, the Prairie Land attack, which we've arrested, I think, 24 individuals on and charged them with material support to terrorism, and rightly so. They shot a federal agent in the neck and attacked a detention facility. We know what Antifa has done in Portland. Those investigations and prosecutions are ongoing. So we're treating them as a terrorist organization that they are and mapping out the money. And you know this from me. I've always said, follow the money. So with our partners in Treasury, we are following the money and mapping out this entire network and treating them as a terrorist organization under the authorities the president has given us. And I think in the turn of the new year, you're going to see some very righteous prosecutions and investigations being publicized.
So let's head over to Asia. You know, you actually went to Asia, you went to China notably, but you also visited other partners. That seems unusual. Does this signal like a change in focus for the FBI, for you?
So I know we're going to talk about it, but the fentanyl campaign that I've launched since becoming director is a global campaign. It doesn't just rest with China. We've worked brilliantly with our partners in India to stop the transshipments there. We went to Japan on this trip for the same reason. We also reach new partnerships with our counterparts in the Japanese law enforcement community and intel communities to allow us to extradite back for the first time in 5 years, literally just last week, criminals that the American public and our Department of Justice and the FBI need prosecuted here. So we are working to expand our relationships. I believe our relationships with the FBI are the best they've ever been. And that's not me just saying it. You can't get a criminal back from the Japanese government if you don't have a great relationship with them. And that was part of the reason why we went out there. Same thing in Korea. And ultimately, we ended up in Beijing.
You said you met with your counterpart at the Ministry of Public Security in Beijing. What was that like?
It was a bit of a surreal experience. I've never been to China. And President Trump, thankfully, had these powerful engagements with President Xi. And what I can speak to is the FBI's mission under that conversation, which is
he went over there to stop the fentanyl precursors or to talk to the Chinese authorities or whatever officials that they have that can handle that problem of the exporting of these, well, fentanyl precursors over there to Mexico, where they make fentanyl themselves and then they ship it into America. So, and that's a huge problem. Now, I know guys on the left will be like, well, you know who's the biggest buyer of drugs? Yes, we know it's the Americans, but guess what? That doesn't mean we just shouldn't cut off the supply of where they're buying it from.
To attack the fentanyl crisis, which is killing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Americans these last few years. And we're not going to agree on everything. And this is what I told my counterpart when I sat down with him. We're not going to be 100%. But where we can agree, our respective presidents said we should agree, and where the FBI's mission and the MPS mission overlap is shutting down the fentanyl precursors that the drug trafficking organizations are using down in Mexico to kill Americans. And we reached that agreement immediately. You know, it wasn't me just showing up there. This was a 6-month campaign where I engaged my Chinese counterparts over the phone and video teleconference and through a law enforcement attaché office. Kudos to Ambassador Perdue in China for helping us with this successful mission and being a great partner in the State Department and the White House and National Security. This is a whole of government approach. And we were successfully able to shut off all 13 precursors that make fentanyl and regulate fully 7 additional chemicals that alter fentanyl to make it a lethal, addictive drug.
Oh, shoot. Shout out Sandra for rejoining the membership. Appreciate the support, sis. Hey, shout out. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out real quick. And guys, you can go ahead and join the membership, let you in on the Discord and other members' perks as well.
That it is. And that pipeline being shut off is forcing drug traffickers to scramble, which we're seeing, for alternatives. And here's the good news. They know and we know there aren't any. That's why we came up with this list.
Interesting. So you're actually seeing right now drug traffickers scrambling. Can you expand on that a little bit?
So generally, without getting into the classified nature of the material where we have access to, we can see reflections from what the drug trafficking organizations say down in Mexico and Colombia and Venezuela and elsewhere are doing, the guys that are making the fentanyl. We know where they are. We know who they are. We know how they do it. And when we surveil and monitor and investigate these folks, we see that they are complaining about not having the necessary ingredients and mechanics to make fentanyl. That is an immediate impact that they haven't complained about in years. And I just want to remind folks that during the first administration, Trump administration, remember the problem was the production of fentanyl in mainland China, which President Trump successfully shut off, and the Chinese government adhered to that component. This is step 2 in the second administration, shutting off the precursors, because we literally cut the snake off at the head.
So at the Epoch Times, we've had about 25 years of reporting on how the Chinese Communist Party has not lived up to its promises, whether written or verbal. How can you be so sure that this...
I mean, that's my main concern too. It doesn't seem like China could ever operate fairly. Like every time we try to operate with China fairly and we think it's all good, they try to do something behind our back. I mean, that's what they were doing with Biden. Well, in Trump's first term, when he put the tariffs on China, well, what did China start doing under Biden? They start going behind our backs, sending out their products to other countries, relabeling it, and sending it into here tariff-free. I mean, that's just what they do. I mean, bro, even when we was in trade negotiation with them, these guys went ahead and sent out the letter to other countries telling them to limit their rare earth mineral export to the United States to pretty much have a shortage in products that we need and go ahead and raise prices across the board on those items that needed those semiconductors or the rare earth minerals for the semiconductors. That's what they were trying to do. And luckily, some of these countries actually turned around and snitched on them, sent a letter to the president, and that's where the 100% tariff on China, enacted on November 1st. That's where that came from, because China was trying to control rare earth exports around the world. How are they doing that? They said, well, if you use just 0.01%, just a bolt from us, we're allowed to control your exports, and you're going to limit your exports to the United States.
Agreement will be honored by the other side?
I think there's a couple of factors in play. One, President Trump and President Xi have struck up a relationship that is continuous, ongoing communications to work with each other on a multitude of issues, to include tariffs, which is not my wheelhouse, but it's all interrelated, right? The fentanyl tariffs, it's no surprise, were issued by President Trump because too many Americans were being killed. And they worked out an agreement where they said, our agencies are going to meet and make sure that there is no more fentanyl precursor flowing into the drug trafficking organizations, ultimately America. The relief they received was a tariff relief. And I believe, because the Chinese government wants additional tariff relief and that tariff relief to maintain, they are going to have to come to the table and continuously show the results with us. And that was part of my agreement with my counterpart at the MPS. We are going to continue to work together. This wasn't a one-off. If I got to go back, I'll go back. But we're going to show the world jointly that we've adhered to this agreement. And if there isn't, or they violate that agreement on this particular issue, they know the consequences from the president are going to be severe in terms of tariffs and other matters. And so it is a collaborative effort, with sanctions also being applied by our partners in Treasury and OFAC designations. We've taken a whole of government approach to ensure that they're going to adhere to this. And if they don't, we'll be the first ones to call it out.
It sounds like, would it be fair to characterize it that the U.S. government is using many forms of leverage to ensure compliance on the Chinese side?
Well, that's, I think, the brilliant approach by President Trump.
Yeah, the tariffs. I mean, the tariffs, in April, they were decimating the Chinese manufacturing base. There was a lot of layoffs. A lot of people were going into debt because people go into debt just trying to fulfill an order for America. And when America was canceling those orders or asking for the price to be reduced, a lot of them had to sit there and either reduce the price or just cancel the order and almost go out of business, or just lay off their entire, well, honestly, just pretty much send their entire staff into break. And if you were actually paying attention to what was going on in China during that trade war in April, or I guess during the first round of the trade war in April, you would actually see that, bro, there was hell of, and I mean an extensive number of factories of plants just shutting down across China. Why? Because people weren't buying their products, and some of them couldn't afford to cut that price. Some of them did, and they were managed to get their products sent, or the importers were managed to get their products. But most of them, they had to close down shop, and China can't have that, because guess what China does? Well, they pick the winners and losers. Instead of letting these guys fail, they'll go ahead and give them government assistance until things are better, which pretty much China did. And trust me, that leaves them in a very bad spot. So this is one of the main reasons why China always backs off when tariffs reach over 100, because it decimates their manufacturing base.
The FBI can't do it alone. DOW can't do it alone. Treasury can't do it alone. But when we take our collective authorities and put them in one pot and focus it on, say, fentanyl, like we did here, then we can leverage not just the financial systems, the banking systems, the designation systems, the narcotics designation systems, but also allow law enforcement to work behind that to say, we are the decision point. If you guys violate this, I'm going to go call Scott Besson at Treasury. I'm going to go call Pete Hegseth at DOW. I'm going to call my other interagency heads and say, hey, we had an agreement. The presidents wanted us to have this agreement, and you guys are in violation. And it will not be a good result, I believe, for the Chinese government when it comes to tariffs and others.
Yeah, it's not.
So the previous FBI director is on record as having said that the Bureau was opening a new China-related counterintelligence case every 10 hours. I'm curious how that may have changed.
Sure. So I'm glad we're talking about espionage work. It's one of the most important things, most important parts of the national security mission, which is the priority of the FBI next to crushing violent crime. And this FBI, year to date, you can open all the cases you want. Okay. We can go out there and open up hundreds and hundreds of cases. But if you don't actually have a conclusion to the FBI case, which is a disruption or an arrest, then what's the point of opening the case? Just saying we're opening cases is political public fodder. Here's the difference. This FBI alone, against the CCP, the DPRK, Iran and Russia, have collectively arrested 40% more espionage actors against America year to date this year alone from last year. That's the difference. We are actually disrupting them. We're kicking them out of our networks. We're bringing them to trial and we're putting them in prison. That is a very powerful public display of force with our partners at the Department of Justice, and the Attorney General has been an excellent partner on all of this. Fentanyl, counter-espionage, crushing violence.
Are you sure about that? Because, I mean, then what's this about?
A phone call between Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff and Putin's top foreign policy aide Yuri Yushakov just got leaked. And holy shit, this call happened on October 14th, and in it, Steve Witkoff gives the Russian aide advice on how Putin should deal with Trump, urging the Russian president to flatter Trump with praise on the deal between Israel and Gaza, and calling Trump a man of peace. Okay, before we even get into this, what the heck even is this? We have a private conversation between a Russian and American leader pursuing a peace plan to save thousands of lives and potentially prevent World War III, and Bloomberg, an American news outlet, attempts. Trump just pardoned Changpeng Zhao, the ex-CEO.
Crime, because we cannot do our work without public prosecutions to reveal this information. And all of these matters on all of these espionage cases we've taken to court are very public. And I encourage the media and the folks watching to do a deep dive on those. We post every single takedown.
There's also this issue, what's typically dubbed transnational repression. And in the past, basically this was viewed by law enforcement, including sometimes the FBI, as some sort of dispute in Chinatown, for example, where, people are, and there wasn't a realization that there's a state.
Sorry, I don't know why. When I play the clips, it mute my mic. But what I was pretty much saying was it was Mike Huckabee who was meeting with an Israeli spy. That's a huge problem when he's saying, we're tackling all these foreign assets. And then, of course, there's the Nevada AG who let an Israeli spy leave to go back to Israel after being caught up in a pedophile sting or a pedophile ring. So are you sure? Are you sure? Because it sounds like the guys from Israel kind of getting off easy. But everybody else, they getting the stick, which is great. Keep that up. But let's just, remain consistent.
Actor exerting pressure against dissidents, for example. I'm wondering how that approach has changed, perhaps, in this FBI.
Appreciate it, guys.
Same approach for us that differs from the prior. Opening up cases is step 1 of 10. Closing cases, bringing prosecutions and disruptions is how we powerfully and publicly shut them down. And we're doing the same thing on the transnational repression front, be it from the CCP, be it from the Iranian regime, be from the Russian regime. And what we're seeing is these adverse actors across the counter-espionage transnational.
Oh, and shout out to my man Josh for sending in a high five for 100 joules. Appreciate the support.
National repression platform come in and partner with people in the United States government's positions of authority in the military, in the intelligence community, in think tanks. And we are taking those people down by arresting them and putting them on public display. Just this year, we've arrested scores of people in public trust, partnering with the Chinese government, selling them white papers, doing the same thing with Russia, doing the same thing with Iran. And
I mean, let's be honest. Like I was doing some research into one of Trump's advisors, Susie Wilds, and like, yeah, even she goes back to Chinese interests. Even she goes back to how a lot of these corporations want to sell us out to China. Yes, a lot of these corporations. This is why I kind of like the way Trump's using tariffs, because these corporations are always going to go off profit. And it's more profit. Like the profit margins are bigger if they go ahead and take it over to China. And that's the problem in Trump's administration. There's actually people in his administration right now that's telling them, oh, yeah, you should go ahead and let the Chinese come over here. Oh, no, you should go ahead and let some of these guys keep their manufacturing over there. Like, yes, there's people in Trump's cabinet that's not America first. Her name is Susie Wilds.
We at the FBI are safeguarding American interests here, not just across those sectors, but also in the agricultural sector, where we have stopped and seized. Just this week, actually, we stopped the entrance of E. coli into the United States of America by a Chinese national. We did a similar operation in Michigan when they tried to bring in fungus and also alter our agricultural seeds through a Chinese researcher in the University of Michigan. Those are actual results that are making a difference versus just opening cases.
Makes me wonder how much we're not hearing about that's going on behind the scenes.
Well, I think, yes, there's some work we can't talk about, but I think the one thing that no one can say about this FBI is how much we put out publicly. We are literally putting out more information than ever before on every single case and arrest and takedown we do, between media and social media and other interviews. We are amplifying it through the great leadership at the White House and the Department of Justice. But we're also not just stopping there. We are working with our partners in Congress at a rate that's never been before seen. And that's a unique approach that I haven't talked about publicly. The FBI normally does investigations in private. We are crafting a way to do our investigations in private while informing the public with as much information as we can. What do I mean? James Comey, in his 3 to 4 years as director, gave Congress 3,000 pages of material for congressional oversight. Chris Wray, in his 7 odd years as director, gave Congress 13,000 pages of material for congressional oversight.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen, like the video. And if you also like the video, make sure to subscribe to the channel as well, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way.
In my 9 months, we've provided Congress 40,000 pages of materials, and we're going to keep going. And we're going to keep lifting redactions. But my balance is to make sure the public is as informed as they can be, unlike my predecessors did.
I mean, hopefully you lift the redactions when it comes out to this to the Epstein list, because a lot of people are kind of looking down on the Epstein Transparency Act and already saying that, well, you guys are about to start classifying a whole bunch of stuff, so we just get a whole big old stack of redacted papers, or papers with a whole bunch of lines that are redacted. So, hey, we'll see how that works out, because like I said, he was one of the main guys talking about going declassification or unclassified crazy. Like, hey, we thought you about to declassify a whole lot of stuff, but I mean, it seems like you're putting more stuff under classification than declassifying it.
Also run investigations and prosecutions and securing those, and at the end having them meet to have a full public disclosure. Now that just takes a little bit of time, and I know there's frustrations with why can't you just release everything all at once? But as we've been talking about, my success is the endpoint, the disruption, the arrest, the prosecution, and the takedown, and the ultimate accountability in the public arena.
I want to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on a couple of things that have been in the media a lot. And one of them is, the allegation is there was too much of an effort in terms of the security detail, like an overprotection of your partner, Alexis Wilkins. How do you think about this reporting and these allegations?
Yeah, because the man did go out on X on a complete tirade on just, oh, you need to stop going after my girlfriend and stop calling her a honeypot. She's done more than most of these Americans and all this good stuff. She's the best country singer in the world. Like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That was not the best look for Kash Patel. It's like, dog, you probably shouldn't have went online and start defending your girlfriend. Probably wasn't the best idea. And then especially saying, oh, stop saying that she's a honeypot, because I mean, kind of sounded insecure doing so. But hey, that's just me. That's just my opinion.
Well, first of all, thank you for letting me address that. I think it's disgusting that an agency head has to even address the fact that their partner's life is continuously being threatened. We treat my partner like any agency head treats their partner, with the authorities that are in place already, following all the rules and regulations. And when any individual across any agency head and their respective spouse or partner has a threat to their life, we come in hard. And unfortunately, there are multiple threats against Alexis's life that have caused us to properly secure her safety. And that is done independently by career FBI agents. I don't have any part in that. They make those decisions. They are the ones doing the security backgrounds and security analysis. And the people on social media using it to generate clicks and trash are jeopardizing the safety of her and other great Americans. And we are going to protect them every step of the way. We are not doing anything any agency head has not done before us.
Mm-hmm. What the second question that has been out there quite a bit is that perhaps you might be using the FBI jet too often for personal reasons, in the context of having criticized the previous FBI director about this exact thing. What are your thoughts on that?
Simple. We put out the flight information for the American public. No other director did. We put it all out. I'm using the plane less than my prior two predecessors, the FBI plane. And just to foot stomp this, I don't have the option of flying commercial. I'm not allowed to. That is not a choice that is given to me. The US government has said the FBI director, not just me, any of them, cannot use commercial air. On top of that, Jan, the prior directors utilized airfields such as Reagan National Airport to the tune of $4,000 to $7,000 additional taxpayer dollars, just for the matter of convenience. I am the first FBI director to mandate the use of government airfields, and had Chris Wray and Comey done the same thing, they would have saved the American taxpayer $4 million. So I'm the only one instituting economic and financial reform around that, and also using it sparingly, the FBI jet when I need to. But yes,
I mean, Cash, you better release those numbers, because not a lot of people is going to buy that. Oh, it's actually cheaper for me to take my private jet. You feel me? It's just cheaper. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know. You're going to have to do a lot of convincing. Please show me the numbers on how you're saving us $4 million by taking a jet. Because I'm not saying that he's lying. I'm just saying, like, just show the numbers, because it's hard to believe. I'll just be real.
Am I going to continue to have a personal life just like every other agency head? Absolutely. We make a great sacrifice to be in these positions, and we are allowed to have some form of personal life.
So you and I first encountered each other in the context of the Russia collusion investigation. Now what's dubbed, well, first it was dubbed Spygate. Now I believe Russiagate is the term. I know you've spoken about what you can talk about, what you can't talk about, but can you give us some indication of is there any progress or any resolution going to be seen in this, around this issue, which has been ongoing for, I know, like I said, almost a decade?
Absolutely. You're going to see it. And again, it's one of those things that as we've been talking about, we're working with our congressional partners to give them what we can give them. The reason the American public knows about the corruption and scandal and unlawful activities during Russiagate is because of the work I started at House Intel. And we've seen now the introduction through the James Comey case about the burn bags and everything else. We've also seen, thanks to the FBI's disclosure to Congress, the thing known as Arctic frost and the surveillance of senators and members of the House of Representatives and other law enforcement officials and government officials, to include myself. It's been made public that those investigations are ongoing. So
yeah, they were seeking intelligence on Republicans that also had nothing to do with what was going on, like nothing to do with January 6th or the Russia collusion, nothing at all. They had no like intel that these guys were involved in any way, shape, or form, but they were spying on them. They were pretty much pulling their phone records and their text messages.
That's where I have to leave it. But we are not done with either of those things. We are going to have full accountability, and we are going to have full transparency for the American public. It is the single largest weaponization, politicization of law enforcement against America and specifically targeting a political party because the institutional elite in Washington, D.C. didn't like them and didn't want them to win. President Trump was the number one victim, and the rest of us were just as equally victimized. And the American public deserves to have not only accountability, but reform to make sure that never happens again.
It sounds like you're including Arctic frost revelations in this, what you're discussing here. Is that right?
Well, we've made that public to Congress. We've said this is ongoing, so we can say that here.
Just one thing about the burn bags really quickly. This room 9582, how is it that people didn't know it existed, or how is it found? Can you give us any sense of this at all?
I'll just say this generally. When the United States government and agency heads want things to disappear and want things to be buried and hidden, they know how to do it. But what they didn't count on was President Trump winning, him electing leadership across the United States government to say, go find out how they corrupted and weaponized law enforcement. And that's what we did. That's what we're doing. That's how we found it. And we're going to continue to expose it. And you're going to see everything we found in that room in one way or another, be it through investigation, public trial, or disclosure to the Congress.
Director Patel, as we finish up, why come to the Epoch Times for this interview? Why not pick another media, perhaps legacy media?
Because the reality is most of the media continues to report information falsely. The Epoch Times, since before I even knew you guys, have continuously reported credibly using facts and calling balls and strikes and not being political. So I'm always willing to sit down with an organization who reports the information and the facts and doesn't politicize or shade it, and can criticize me if it's based in facts. I will gladly accept it. And that's what I hope and continue that the Epoch Times will do for the FBI and me while we're here.
Keep you accountable.
Yes, absolutely. We have to have a media that actually keeps us accountable, not one that's interested in generating clicks and putting up trash on social media.
Well, yeah, but you saying, oh, they're just generating clicks for social media could be them just holding you accountable and you just don't like it. But I mean, let's be real. You could say that about any politician, to be quite honest, on the left or the right. But all right, now let's get into the topic of Ukraine. And shout out to Ryan Matta. So we're gonna watch this little clip real quick, and then we're gonna get into it.
If you guys haven't been paying attention to how the game's playing out in Russia and what Trump thinks he's going to accomplish versus what is actually taking place, this video is 3 minutes long, and Putin breaks down every key aspect of why Russia's never going to bow down. They're not going to come to any terms that Trump sees are fit for the United States of America. It's going to be on Russia's terms, when Russia says, how Russia says, and if it's not, then Russia's going to take it all by force. You guys should really watch this video. Check this out.
Today, Russia's President Putin has completely flipped the entire game on Donald Trump. The move he made today literally shook the ground under Trump's feet. Trump was getting ready to raise his flag and announce, I have ended the Ukraine war. But Putin's announcement has blown that claim apart. Putin said very clearly, first listen carefully, I am not signing anything. There is absolutely no possibility of signing any agreement right now. I already told Trump everything. If you want a peace deal, then listen to my conditions. And what are those conditions? Number one, Ukraine must immediately withdraw its forces from all the regions that I have marked. Those territories belong to us now. If they leave peacefully, fine. Okay. If not, my military will remove them. We have already taken other cities. We can take these ones too. Putin said, if anyone wants a long war, it's already happening, and we are fully prepared.
Oh, no, it's big Putin now. I ain't gonna lie. Bro talking a little tough right now. I'm not even gonna lie to you. He's talking a little tough. He's like, all right, I'm done playing games with you because Europe try to give a counter proposal that we're not accepting. I mean, Ukraine is only accepting part of it. So I'm just going to talk to Trump. Trump, and this is pretty much what Putin's saying, we're only going to go with what we want. They're going to give up the land. They're going to give us everything we want, or we're going to take it militarily, and we're not afraid to do so. We're not afraid to carry out this war. You guys are. Ukraine is. Like, so please spare us with the whole, oh, let's stop the war and let's try to give up some land, because we're not. And this is what Putin's pretty much telling all of us. As he just said, like, look, it's going to be accepted on our terms, or we'll just fight y'all for it. It is what it is. And then he said it right there. And then he said, look, we've taken cities. We could take some more. And that is true.
He even said he is ready to give Europe a written guarantee that Russia will not attack Europe unless someone tries to attack Russia first.
Actually, the whole guaranteeing on not attacking Europe was already in the 28-point peace plan for Ukraine. Like, it was already in there. Honestly, if you read out that 28-point plan, the 28-point plan peace deal, you would actually see that, yeah, it actually did help out Russia. It helped out the people of Ukraine. And of course, it stopped the war. But for some reason, people have this delusion that we can get Russia to give up land, and that's just not happening.
First. And remember, Russia's strategic...
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. He's shout out to rejoining the membership. Appreciate the support, my man. He said I had to renew, and I appreciate it.
Missiles are already deployed. Now, here's the twist. Trump was expecting to finalize a deal with Ukraine's president, but Putin said, "Why should I deal with him? He didn't even hold elections after 2024. He's an unelected president right now. Remove him. Hold proper elections. Whoever wins, I'm ready to talk to that person. But this current guy, he has no real legitimacy." Putin also accused Ukraine's leadership of begging the U.S. to protect their corruption. And then Putin delivered the real blow. "Withdraw your forces immediately. This is my final condition.
Damn.
Otherwise, my army will push them out." He said, "No one should stay under any misunderstanding. This is Russia. We don't bow down to anyone." And just like that, Putin publicly refused to sign any agreement, a bold move that left Trump stunned. Trump had prepared 28 points, most of them already favorable to Russia. But Ukraine's president rejected the key conditions, leaving Trump stuck in a dead end. Russia said, "If you even try to move against us, remember our strategic systems are already active." Putin's message was clear. Europe and America should not assume we will step back. You only support democracy when it benefits you. Ukraine didn't hold elections, and none of you cared because your chosen player is still sitting there.
Damn.
Then Putin went even further. "Remove your puppet. Hold elections. Bring a new leader. Then we can talk." Trump now stands confused. The entire game slipped out of his hands. And here's another shocking part. Europe froze $300 billion of Russian assets. Russia wants compensation. "I will take land."
Oof. Oh, damn. I mean, here's the thing. In the 20.8 peace deal, they were actually going to use Russia's frozen assets to, well, actually help Ukraine out with its reconstruction. I mean, the assets that the United States froze, Europe froze, they were all going to release it to the Ukrainians for reconstruction. Yes, Putin ain't liking that.
"I will take resources. I will recover every loss, even if it takes years." That's why he said, "Ukraine's land has resources. I will take that land. I will rebuild my losses and create trillions from it." And imagine while Europe froze Russia's money, Ukraine is buying fighter jets from France using those same Russian funds. Putin said, "You think I will stay quiet after this? Absolutely not." Russia told Europe, "You are planning to bring 700,000 troops near our border? First, look at the missiles I've placed in Belarus. Look at their range. Then decide if you want to start something." The bottom line, Putin has flipped the entire board today. America, NATO, Europe. None of them have been able to stop him. Why? Because of Russia's missile capability. No one wants to risk a direct conflict. Putin even responded to Trump's statement about nuclear submarines. "Do not misunderstand our patience. The intensity of our response would be beyond imagination." India, China, oil markets. Putin has strategically cornered everyone. This is what real leadership looks like in the harsh world of geopolitics. And today's reality is simple.
Harsh world.
Trump has lost control of the game. Russia now decides the terms.
Because there was never really, honestly, the only type of leverage Trump had was the leverage that Ukraine provided. I mean, the leverage that Trump had solely depended on how well Ukraine did on the battlefield. But all right, now let's go and see what mainstream media got to say about this. And shout out to my man Game when he says, obviously AI. Yes, obviously AI translated for sure.
We agree that this could form the basis of future agreements. It would be impolite of me to talk about any final options now, since there aren't any. At some point, we absolutely need to sit down and seriously discuss specific issues. We need to put everything in diplomatic language.
That's Russian President Vladimir Putin on the draft U.S. peace plan that could end the Ukraine war. President Trump is touting what he calls tremendous progress, even as both sides make it clear there's a lot of work to do. National security and military analyst Rebecca Grant joins me now. Dr. Grant, Vladimir Putin is kind of talking like he's already won something here, has he?
I mean, he did. I mean, that's the problem. Like, it seems like mainstream media is running this propaganda that Ukraine had a chance, and they never did. You're running propaganda as if Ukraine could actually take back the land, and they can't. So this is why Putin's talking crazy, and it's crazy how everybody in the United States is being so delusional about it. Well, almost everybody is being delusional about this. Like, do you not see how bad this has gotten? It's like they've taken about 10 to 20%. Ukraine has not been able to get this back at all. And here's the thing, Ukraine does not have the military weaponry to keep this going. All they got is drones. They barely got any missiles. Barely. But guess what Russia got? They got all the drones. They got all the missiles. They got all the soldiers. They got way more soldiers. What made you think they were going to win this? Like, really? And everybody's being delusional as if it's not obvious that Russia's winning. Honestly, they won.
Oh, this is no victory for Putin. And I'm hopeful with Ambassador Witkoff scheduled to go off to Moscow next week that we'll see some real progress. But, you know, the way this could turn out is that Ukraine will thrive because the core of this deal is a strong economic future for Ukraine. Russia has 1 million casualties, a shattered economy, and they're a vassal state to China.
You're talking about that's a problem. You're talking about a 2.2 million man army, and that's including the reserves. That's including reserves. It's about 2.2 million. So, and compared to Ukraine's army of what? Barely 1 million, maybe like 900,000, maybe less than that. Maybe less than that. So trust me, they had soldiers to burn. Actually, they was able to get soldiers out of North Korea to come over and fight for them. About 30,000 of them. They all died because, and that was a plan actually. Crazy enough, but yeah, you can't sit there and say, oh, well, you know, they lost millions of soldiers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. In comparison, it's almost like Ukraine lost about the same amount if you want to go per capita and all that wild stuff, because the fact of the matter is, one, Russia's more technologically advanced, more militarily advanced. They have higher numbers. Even if we tried to crush their economy, and that still didn't stop them from fighting. You know that, right? We can bomb all the oil tankers in the world, and you can sit there and frame it on mainstream media as if Ukraine is winning, and that's not it. That's not the reality. Ukraine's been losing this war since the beginning. Since the beginning. And if you guys want to sit here and continue to be delusional as Ukrainian men sit there and die, then get ready for there to be no Ukraine. And for me to give you the biggest but saddest, I told you so.
I know. So this is no victory for Putin. I do hope to see some progress, though.
But if Ukraine could hang on through the winter, I mean, the situation for Russia isn't going to get any better, is it?
The situation for Ukraine isn't going to get any better. That's obvious as well. Like I said, if you guys want to call out casualties, that's great. Yes, Russia's lost about 1 million soldiers. But guess what? Ukraine has lost a substantial amount of soldiers as well. And guess who still has the big army? Guess who still has the big army, guys? Guess who still has more manpower? Russia. We're talking about a country of 141 million people versus a country of about 37 million. Like, are you serious?
You know, the tactical situation for Russia is that they're making only very slow progress, literally on foot in the Donbass. Ukraine is pretty much holding them. Their air defenses are working against those horrendous drone and missile attacks.
That's the problem with the air defense, though. They're shooting like what, $1 million rockets at $20 drones, $40 drones. Like, that's the problem. The war is becoming too expensive for us. Like, bro, that's why we didn't want to send them the Tomahawk missiles, because we'd have been shooting $1 million missiles at $40 drones, and it'd have been stupid to do so.
So Putin cannot take Ukraine. He's not going to get rid of Zelensky. He's not going to achieve all those goals, and he's paid a terrible price for it. So I'm hoping that they are finding the sort of economic and diplomatic enticements that will get Putin to agree to a ceasefire. Of course, he's already talking about some problems like expecting Ukraine to pull back in the Donbass before a ceasefire and all that.
And I would have to ask her. I would ask her this. I'm like, lady, just try to lose the Putin arrangement syndrome for a little bit, okay? And tell me, why would Putin be asking for all this if he wasn't winning? Now, I know you guys want to sit there and try to paint this man as a madman. He's insane. He don't know what he's talking about, but he's been running this country for years now. And to be quite honest, been doing a damn good job of it. Of course, with an iron fist, I don't agree with it, but he's been in power, so he's been doing a damn good job. So why is this guy out here acting of the Europe and the United States as if he's won the war? Why is he having these demands? Why did, when the U.S. laid out this 20.8 plan, it was heavily favored towards Russia? Common sense. What does that tell you? I would have to ask her that. And if she says, well, Putin can be crazy, I'm going to sit there and be like, see, now you're delusional. Because obviously we've already exposed to the world through the peace plan that Russia's winning this war, or we would never come out with a peace plan that's overly weighted towards Russia, that's overly in their favor. We'd have never done that. So just common sense alone just says that, yes, Russia's been winning this war. Just look at the peace plan. Why would we even draft something like that if that wasn't the reality on the battlefield?
Same old rigmarole. He hadn't agreed to anything all year, unfortunately.
The former ambassador to NATO, Kurt Volker, says you got to turn up the heat on Putin and that he isn't feeling enough of it yet. Listen.
Putin does not feel enough pressure that he has to do anything, that he has a reason to end the war. We need to have secondary sanctions on anyone dealing with Russian oil and gas. President Trump already put in place the oil sanctions, and we had gas sanctions for Biden. But companies that are in China or India or Azerbaijan, they don't feel any reason not to trade with Russia. So we have to put secondary sanctions on them to make them just stop.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like y'all sounding delusional. At a certain point, the right is starting to sound like the left when it comes to Russia. You guys are sounding delusional. We already got sanctions on them. We already tariffed India to pull out from buying oil from them. China stopped buying rare earth minerals. We've done enough. Like what we gonna do? Keep throwing more sanctions that they just skirt around with by just buying oil through the Chinese yuan or operating in their own currency? They've already found the way around sanctions. Sadly, sanctions ain't crippling them like it did Afghanistan and Iran. So I don't even know what to tell y'all. Like, there is really no turning it up on them. The only way to turn it up on them more is to put boots on the ground. And Lord knows we ain't trying to do that. Well, some of y'all actually are, but most of us are not with that.
Think about that idea, secondary sanctions on those who are buying Russian oil and gas.
Right. If Putin isn't going to take the deal that they're working on now, then yes, it is high time for secondary sanctions that are also going to affect China, and probably for more direct military pressure from Ukraine on legit Russian targets in Crimea or against their oil and
yeah, I don't get it. They're literally trying to get Ukraine obliterated. Because don't you think that's going to escalate things? And bro, Putin's been holding back. And a lot of people don't like to hear this, but he's been holding back. The man could have been using hypersonic missiles and all that. He could have low-key steamrolled Ukraine a long time ago. And I'm not sure why he slow rolled it. Maybe he was trying to be nice to these guys or show a little bit of humanity, but he could have nuked these guys and we wouldn't have done anything about it. I mean, shoot. I mean, Europe is over there crying scared, talking about, oh, he's coming after us next. So Lord knows they wasn't going to do anything about it. They were too busy crying about him. I mean, Lord knows we're not going to do anything about it because we don't want to start off a nuclear war. So, like, how far are y'all trying to take this? Because what, you trying to see Ukraine off the map and then try to blame Putin? Because I'm going to be blaming America. I'm going to be blaming America, NATO, and Europe. I'm going to blame us, not Russia, because we pushed them. We pushing them. For some crazy reason, we can just bring this to a ceasefire, let Putin have what he wants. As much as we don't want it to do that, but this is a position we put ourselves in, so we got to eat it instead of just keep trying to push a losing battle.
gas infrastructure, their air bases, you name it, because Ambassador Volker is right. Putin's got to feel the pressure. Either he takes the economic enticements or it's the pressure from legit military options.
Meantime, the video is horrific. I mean, Russia launched hundreds of cruise missiles and ballistic missiles, hits these apartment buildings in Kyiv, and the world sort of yawns and says, oh, civilian targets, no big deal. Why is there not more of an outcry against what Vladimir Putin is doing?
This was a really bad attack, and it's
because there ain't nothing we could do about it. I mean, hey, man, we're a country with nukes and you're a superpower. We can't bully you like you're Iran or you're Afghanistan or just some country in the Middle East. Like, everybody's expecting us to be able to bully like Russia like they're just some small country in the Middle East, but we can't. And y'all delusional for thinking so.
Because Ukraine, with the Patriot air defense missiles and others, is doing such a great job of intercepting, and we are helping them with that.
Oh, and shout out Raven Hellfire for the clapping seals for 250. Appreciate the support, my man. Just seen that.
But it's a humanitarian disaster. And honestly, this war needs to end for America's sake as well.
And shout out to my man Rough Cuts for sending in the hundreds, for 2 jewels. Well, 12 jewels altogether. Appreciate the support, my man. Shout out Rough Cuts.
Because it's unleashed this geopolitical chaos with China, Russia, North Korea. But I tell you, it is going to take a wall of tanks, air power, and air defenses to defend Ukraine's border going forward. And I want to see it. And I'd like to see every Russian out of Ukraine, but I want to see a prosperous Ukraine that thrives as well under peace.
Dr. Rebecca Grant, it's good to have you on.
I mean, let's be real, lady. If you get this ceasefire done and we can get to, using those frozen military assets of, well, not frozen military, but frozen assets of Russia, then yeah, we can go ahead and get to rebuilding Ukraine, with the billions of dollars that we froze from Russia. And I'm all for that. Like, hey, that's great. But if you guys keep pushing it, trust me, Ukraine is going to have, honestly, the conditions are only going to get worse and worse. And then, trust me, at the end of it, Putin might take all of Ukraine. All of Ukraine might be Russia's if we don't stop now. But, people will say, oh, you're giving up. Oh, this is Russia propaganda. No, I'm just humanitarian, trying to make sure, Ukrainians and Russians stop dying altogether. Really more to Ukrainians, since they're the ones who are really going to be taking the brunt of this. But, hey, y'all don't want to hear that for some reason. But let's talk about the anti-corruption that's going on with Zelensky. But the anti-corruption raid that happened to one of Zelensky's right-hand man.
A major shakeup inside Ukraine's government at a critical moment in the push for a peace deal. President Zelensky's top aide and lead negotiator, Andrei Yermak, has resigned. It happened just hours after his home was raided by anti-corruption police. The shakeup comes just one day after Thanksgiving, with Ukraine and the U.S. set to resume negotiations this weekend, and with Russia signaling its own next move. The New York Post reporting today that it received an impassioned text message from Yermak last night saying that he was headed to the war's front line. Quote, I am going to the front and am prepared for any reprisals. The Kremlin says a U.S. delegation is expected in Moscow next week, and Vladimir Putin is already laying out new hardline demands, including threats to take additional Ukrainian territory by force if Kyiv doesn't withdraw troops. All of this makes Yermak's exit even more significant. He's been the public face of Kyiv's negotiations.
Yeah, so that little video I showed you was pretty much an AI translation of what that man was saying. He pretty much went in front of the world and just said, look, F what y'all talking about. Europe, we don't care what you're talking about. Ukraine, we definitely don't care what you're talking about. Is either you guys give us what we want or just take it. Period, point blank, and that's where that man stands.
Team. And just days ago, he said the last major gap with Washington was territory. In fact, before yesterday's raid, Yermak told The Atlantic that Ukraine never cede land to Russia as part of a deal, saying, quote, not a single sane person today would sign a document to give up territory. Joining me now.
Now, here's the thing. I get it. Like, I get the, the national sovereignty. I get it. Like, my heart's with them, but y'all lost. Not a single sane person today was signing a document to give up territory. Well, then, okay, they're just going to take it. And they're going to put your head on a stick, my man. Your muck, whatever your name is like, if you're not willing to go out there in the front line and stop Russia or take back the land, then, I mean, you might want to shut up, you Ukrainians chief negotiator. You might want to shut the hell up if you can't take it. But it's one of their chief negotiators, and I guess one of them is being stubborn, going like, we're not going to give up no land. Can you take it back? If the answer is no, then guess what? You already done so.
Now is David Lawler, the national security editor at Axios. He's been tracking these negotiations from the start. David, Yermak was deeply unpopular in Ukraine, but he provided a foil. He provided some value to Zelensky in that he was a magnet for discontent and criticism. So I guess the question I want to ask you is whether Zelensky is enhanced or made weaker by this departure.
He looks weaker at the moment. He had been pressed to fire Yermak earlier. He had consistently stood by him, and then finally was forced into this move after Yermak's home was raided as part of this corruption probe. Yermak has been not only chief of staff, part of this corruption.
Wait, this man Yermak looked like he was the real alpha in the group. Like, nah, look, he's towering over this man and everything. But Yes, this guy's Zelensky's second right-hand man, and he was caught up in a anti-corruption raid, and he just resigned. Now we're not sure if he's guilty or not, but he just resigned. So, hey, I mean, maybe, but usually when politicians resign, it usually means they're guilty or they're like involved in some type of way, even if it's not complete guilt.
Probe. Yermak has been not only chief of staff and not only chief negotiator, but really minister for everything. He's been described as, Zelensky's right arm, the guy who was sort of the enforcer of loyalty to Zelensky internally, and the guy that, as you said, sort of absorbed some of the criticism. Not only.
Well, guys, make sure to double tap that screen. Make sure to double tap the screen and like and subscribe to the channel, guys. So let's get those. Let's try to get some of those subscribers up, and let's get the likes up as well. Appreciate the support, guys. We're about 72 away from opening up the call-in line, so appreciate the support, guys.
Domestically, but also from abroad, there was a bit of a good cop, bad cop dynamic between the two of them. He's now gone. Zelensky is in the process of shaking up his presidential staff. He might emerge from this with cleaner hands and a sort of a free path to define what the future of Ukraine's government looks like. But at the moment, when your right-hand man is forced out after his home is raided by corruption authorities, it's not going to reflect very well on the guy at the top.
And his departure follows that of two other cabinet-level ministers. I guess this is a glass half empty or half full. You could say this is healthy. This is what a democracy does to cleanse itself of bad behavior at the highest reaches, or others will say Ukraine is up to its old tricks.
Yes, so we actually interviewed Yermak, my Axios colleague Barak Ravid and I, 3 days before his resignation. We asked him about the corruption allegations, and that's how he framed it. Now, of course, he's self-interested a bit. I don't think he knew he was going to be resigning in a couple of days, but he said people who criticize Ukraine for corruption should consider the fact that, if we were really a deeply corrupt authoritarian country, these kind of independent corruption investigations wouldn't be allowed to happen, wouldn't be allowed to proceed to the very highest levels of government. So basically, don't politicize it. Let these processes run their course. Now, it should be said, Yermak was accused of trying to nip this in the bud earlier. So his hands are not entirely clean. But that was his framing on it, that Ukraine is a functioning democracy, and the fact that these corruption allegations should happen reflects well on Ukraine rather than badly.
You've done a lot of reporting as to how the peace negotiations got to where they are now, the development of the talking points and the agreement on the Trump side of the ledger.
But all right, now we already went enough into this one. Now, as I go ahead and get into the next topic, please enjoy this clip.
A phone call between Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff and Putin's top foreign policy aide Yuri Yushakov just got leaked. And holy shit, this call happened on October 14th, and in it, Steve Witkoff gives the Russian aide advice on how Putin should deal with Trump, urging the Russian president to flatter Trump with praise on the deal between Israel and Gaza, and calling Trump a man of peace. Okay, before we even get into this, what the heck even is this? We have a private conversation between a Russian and American leader pursuing a peace plan to save thousands of lives and potentially prevent World War III, and Bloomberg, an American news outlet, attempts to sabotage these talks by leaking a private conversation. How shameful. Well, as you know, the Supreme Court ruled in the Pentagon Papers in 1971 that media outlets cannot be punished for publishing leaked information. It's called the First Amendment. Bloomberg did not disclose how they got this transcript, but look, it's certainly newsworthy that a Trump aide is so buddy-buddy with the Russians that he is teaching them how to manipulate the president. Now, he's trying to make the conditions favorable for peace. I mean, what's the issue? The Israel-Gaza deal was a huge success for this president. It shows he truly is a man of peace. And all Witkoff was saying is that'd be a good thing for the Russian president to bring up on the world stage, further reminding the world that the most powerful man in the world seeks resolution, not conflict. This is about bringing a worldwide golden age of peace. Okay, ... Except that didn't seem to be Witkoff's intention here, as his advice was merely about an upcoming Trump-Putin phone call. After his recommendation of flattery, Witkoff says, I think from that it's going to be a really good call. This just proves how unserious the president is. One of his closest aides is admitting to Russia that the key way to ensure a call with Trump is a good one is to flatter him. Don't you think the president should base his decisions on an issue this large on something other than flattery? Look, Witkoff has been Trump's primary negotiator with Russia, while others like Marco Rubio and Keith Kellogg have been primarily negotiating with Ukraine. It takes two to tango, and Witkoff is merely doing his job ensuring the side he's primarily responsible for is in the best shape possible for a deal. I'm sure Kellogg and Rubio are giving advice to Ukraine on the best way to deal with Trump as well. Of course, the mainstream media, though, only leaks this one. I wouldn't be too sure on that when Trump exploded on Zelensky in the Oval Office, but rolled out the red carpet for Putin. Can someone remind the president we shouldn't pick our allies based on who can flatter him the most? Oh, please. The president has one goal in terms of foreign policy: peace. Unless you're a fisherman in the Caribbean. Would you just cut it?
Okay, that last part was funny. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the finances of it. But yeah, we're gonna talk about money for a little bit, guys.
Democratic socialists are against capitalism, except when it comes to themselves. Well, after
Facts.
running a campaign centered around affordability, one of Zoran.
I mean, shoot, the best example is Bernie Sanders. Remember, man, there should be no millionaires and billionaires. Bro becomes a millionaire. There should be no billionaires. All right, Bernie. All right.
Mamdani's first major decisions as mayor could be whether to give himself and the New York City Council a nice pay raise. That's because a new bill could bump pay for the city's elected officials by more than 16%. And it might land on Mamdani's desk after he's sworn in on January 1st. So salaries for city council members could go from $148,500 to more than $172,000. And Mamdani's own salary could jump from $258,750 to more than $300,000. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Mark Thiessen. Mark, I always love talking with you, and I'm curious, do you think Mamdani is going to sign his own pay raise?
Well, I know he campaigned on affordability. I just didn't realize it was his own affordability that he was going to take care of first. I mean, the idea that this guy, I mean, think about this. He's going to be living in Gracie Mansion, a 5-bedroom mansion with a private chef, all of his transportation, all of his utilities, all of his costs of everything in life are taken care of, and he can't make it on $260,000. That's a little bit absurd. So, but this is what the left always does. When socialism comes in and socialists come to power, the elites live well, and the rest of the people are on bread lines and at government grocery stores. So I guess that's where New York is going.
Yeah, I always love the transformation of the socialists. Bernie becomes a millionaire, AOC's caught flying first class, and those viral images. It's fun to watch. I do want to bring this up because you and I both worked in the White House. I was press secretary. You're in speech writing. Yes. We're in the West Wing, and there's all this discussion about the auto pen. President Trump saying he's undoing much of the executive orders that were conducted with the auto pen, which is par for the course. Every president does it. But here's what I don't think is par for the course. Certainly wasn't when I was in Trump administration 1. I'm curious about.
Yeah, the problem with these socialists is that, I mean, they hate capitalism, but they sure do enjoy the fruits of capitalism.
You and Bush. Here's the Axios headline. Biden officials raise concerns with how he issued pardon when he used an auto pen. They say the staff secretary who manages the paper flow repeatedly asked for more details and confirmation of the president's intentions with the auto pen. When did we get Biden's approval of this? She would ask in an email. It wasn't ordinary for me to question whether Trump approved something or not. What about you with President Bush?
Well, what we found was that there was actually a ruling by the Office of Legal Counsel that the auto pen was legal as long as the president intended to use it. But Bush didn't want to have any doubts about things. So I remember once there was a continuing resolution to keep the government open, and he was at the APEC summit out in Asia, and they actually took an aide and flew the bill out to Asia so that he could physically sign the bill. So, that's how seriously he took this. And the problem with Biden is that everybody now knows he was non-compos mentis. There were people making decisions for him all the time. And so the staff secretary clearly had concerns about this and was aware of it and wasn't sure that Biden was actually issuing these orders. And so, the pardon is a power of the president himself. And to have pardons signed by auto pen when the people running the auto pen weren't even sure the president had agreed to pardon somebody, that's pretty bad stuff.
Yeah, the DOJ was asking questions, too, about the clemency process. There's a whole lot that was going on. We're going to take a quick pivot to politics here because there is some interesting polling.
Okay.
Harry Enton over at CNN, here's what he said about Trump's approval within his own party.
Donald Trump, if you look at 21st century presidents' own party approval at this point in term 2, who leads the pack? It's Donald John Trump. 87% of Republicans approve of Donald John Trump. You go back to 2013, 78% of Democrats supported Barack Obama, and it was 78% of Republicans who supported George W. Bush back in 2005 at this point. So Donald Trump has the biggest highest own party approval of any president who served their entire second term in the 21st century.
I mean, Mark, it's really impressive, but the question becomes, look, he motivates people when he's on the ballot, but he's not going to be on the ballot next time around. And can the Republican Party hold that sway?
Yeah, well, what if you're a conservative, what's not to like? I mean, I do a column every year, the 10 best and 10 worst things that Donald Trump did. I did it in his first term. I'm doing it in his second year. Here's just my partial list. Abbey Gate bombing. Biden promised to get the Abbey Gate bombers. He waited 3 years, did nothing. Trump did it in 6 weeks. Obliterated the Iranian nuclear program. Got NATO to spend 2% of GDP and raise it to 5%. Shut down the border. 25 Supreme Court victories. To trade deals with Britain, Indonesia, Vietnam, South Korea, Japan, European Union, rare earth deal with Australia and Ukraine, brought the nation's elite universities to heel. One big beautiful bill made his tax cuts permanent, cut taxes on tips and overtime, launched the second Trump defense buildup, helped the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force meet their recruiting goals early, brought 8 wars to an end, historic Middle East peace deal, arming Ukraine with NATO funds instead of American taxpayer dollars, and protecting our cities with the National Guard. That's just a partial list.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good list, but here's the problem though. Where in that list was affordability tackled? Now, I get how, actually, you know what? Maybe taxes. You know, the tax cuts are great. That does bring up personal income. And like I said, we're trying to raise wages by at least 20-30% to, well, outpace inflation. That's the only way. So I would ask, I mean, besides tax cuts, what's another way Trump handled affordability? And that was it. I mean, that was just it, the tax cuts. And that's why I say Trump needs to spend the next 6 months tackling affordability. Because like I said, my man rattled off a lot of stuff that mainly pertain to outside of the United States, not inside. And the National Guard, I mean, I love it, but let's be real though, that's not tackling the affordability problem that a lot of Americans are complaining about, mainly in blue states. But hey, blue states are more expensive, in red states too, but hey, man, in blue states is always going to be more expensive, guys. So you guys complain about, you know, the affordability problem. I'll be like, look, man, according to the numbers, shoot, from blue states to red states, we're paying about a 10 to 30% difference in just groceries alone, in groceries. Transportation, about 15 to 20% difference, and we're paying less. So we're paying about 30% less in groceries. We pay about 10 to 15% less in transportation and in other sectors as well. I'm just not going to get into all of them, but we can if you want to.
Done more in
no
1
problem.
year than Joe Biden did in 4 years without the disastrous Afghan withdrawal and all the terrible things that happened under Biden. So this is one of the most remarkable first years of a presidency in my lifetime.
It truly is. And when you come back, I'll be asking you about your favorite topic, Taylor Swift. You love talking about Taylor Swift, Mark Thiessen on Outnumbered. Defaming you on the way to my commercial break. Yes, you do. That's a joke, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Compon.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get over to the next story. By Americans, stock up for holiday bargains. Hey, this is going to be a bit surprising because you know that whole doomsday scenario. Oh, what about Christmas? What's going to happen to Christmas with the high prices and tariffs? Check this out.
Despite recent polling showing Americans are not happy with the economy, this holiday weekend could see a record number of shoppers, whether it's online or in person. Our CNN chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is here to run the numbers for us. Hi, Harry.
Hey there, Jessica. Happy weekend to you. Of course, this is a holiday weekend. We had Thanksgiving on Thursday. We had Black Friday yesterday. We're going to have Cyber Monday coming up in just 2 days. And so this is a big season for shopping. Of course, the start of the holiday shopping season. And we're expecting record numbers this weekend. What are we talking about? Record shoppers this.
Yep, record shoppers this weekend, 187 million. 3 million more than 2024. So what does that say? That actually things are more affordable for, and of course, around the holiday season, things are more affordable for Americans today than they were last year. Yeah, I mean, hey, you can sit there and say affordability's gotten just a little bit better, but no, we're not out of the ballpark yet, of course. But it like the way the Dems were doomsdaying it, pretty much saying, oh, like, what about the holidays and the price of dolls and all this crazy stuff? Well, no matter we're here at the holidays, it doesn't look like that seems to be a problem.
This weekend between.
Actually, we're buying more than we were last year.
Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Woo! 187 million Americans either shopping online or in person. I must admit, I am not necessarily one to be shopping in person. I like to avoid the crowds. That's what I like to do. That's why I'm a much bigger fan of Cyber Monday than I am of Black Friday. I prefer to spend my weekends at home or maybe going to a nice little luncheonette. But this 187 million is 3 million more than we had last year. Again, record numbers shopping this weekend. Of course, it's not all good news when it comes to the economy, Jessica, because we're in a bit of a K-shape, right? Whereby the top of the economic spectrum seems to be going along as if everything is normal, nice, fantastic, while those on the lower rung facing tougher times. And we see that when it comes to shopping this holiday season. Expected holiday shopping in terms of money versus 2024 by household income. You can see that this is a real economic divide in terms of how much folks are expecting to spend this year versus last year when it comes to shopping during the holiday season. If you make less than $50,000 in your household income, the expected amount to be spent down 16% versus a year ago. You jump to the middle rung, 50 to 100,000. Again, down, but by less, down 6%. Look at those making at least $100,000 in terms of their household income. It's actually up. It's up about 5%, or at least the expected amount versus last year. Again, illustrative of this K-shaped economy whereby the wealthier folks are spending as if nothing is wrong, spending as if times are good, while those on the lower rung of the economic spectrum not seeing the good times nearly as much. In fact, seeing some bad times in a number of cases. Of course, this is not the only sign that the economy is perhaps not as strong as some might necessarily want. Of course, this holiday season, if you're going to be buying something, you might be putting it on your credit card. And we're seeing some potentially troubling numbers when it comes to that credit card debt. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at credit card balance that's 90 days or more late. 90 days or more late. We're talking about the highest percentage since the Great Recession. You know, you go back to Q3 of 2022, 3 years ago, 7.6% of all credit card balances were 90 days or more late in terms of their payment. You jump over now, look at this. This percentage has really climbed in Q3 of 2025, which of course is last quarter. We're talking about 12.4%. That is a significant rise, Jessica. I think the question is, will this percentage become worse during the holiday season? We've obviously seen that those who earn less are cutting back on their spending, expecting to cut back on their spending. Of course, there are plenty of wealthier people who also have big.
I like what they did there. So they pretty much saying that, yeah, consumerism is up. So consumerism is up for the holidays, but he's breaking it down like, well, but it's mostly the households that are making over 100K that are actually, you know, making up this huge spending increase from last year. And he's also stating that, you know, people might actually just be going into debt more on their credit cards because, you know, back in 2022 in Q3, yeah, 7.6%. Now it's at 12, which is damn near double.
Credit card debts as well. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But this to me is a troublesome sign. Folks spending money that they simply put do not have. And we're seeing it at a higher percentage since the Great Recession.
Yep, do not have or haven't made yet.
Hopefully,
Lord knows that's a slippery spiral.
We'll have some better news on the economy going forward. But for now, Jessica Dean, this is all I got for you.
And 'tis the season for holiday shopping. Americans say they're nervous about the economy, particularly about higher prices in a weak job market, but many retail experts are forecasting hearty sales growth. MasterCard pegs the spending growth at about 3.6% for the year. Joining us now, Heatha Herzog, retail and consumer spending expert at her own firm, H Squared. Heatha, great.
Oh yeah, it looks like as far as Americans going out there and shopping, it's all good on that. It's all good. So there's a little bit of good news. Americans are actually going out there buying toys for their loved ones, children, and all that good stuff. Of course, parents. It's all good in the hood so far, or it's all good in the consumer market for now. But all right, now let's go to a bit of more of a doomsday scenario because I'm talking about AI. So I'm talking about AI and how these companies are trying to replace all the jobs with AI. And if they don't figure out some way to either have AI work alongside us where it don't take our job or invoke a universal income, then yes, tech billionaires' heads will be on sticks. I mean, that's what's going to happen. No, people are going to start taking to the street. They're going to go towards the White House because they let this happen and heads will be put on sticks. Now, I know the Dems are going like, ooh, I can't wait for that. But we're over here just like, ooh, we don't want that to happen. Like, bro, that's a bad situation.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. AI is no longer an abstract threat. It's causing job loss right now, and the headlines, they tell the story. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, on Wednesday released a study that found that artificial intelligence can already replace 11.7% of the U.S. labor market, or as much as 1.2 trillion in wages across finance, healthcare, and professional services. The New York Times recently reported that Amazon is on the cusp of replacing what would be 600,000 warehouse jobs with robots and plans to automate 75% of its operations. CNBC reporting that Salesforce, Walmart, Paramount, UPS, YouTube, and Meta have all announced new rounds of layoffs attributable to AI, with nearly 1 million job cuts nationwide this year. That's the job loss that we can measure. Now consider what some are predicting about the future. Goldman Sachs estimating that 6 to 7% of the U.S. workforce could be displaced due to AI adoption. They do note, however, that the impact may only be transitory because new opportunities.
Hey, shout out to Levin Playing Field for sending a thumbs up for 10 joules. Appreciate the support.
Created by AI might ultimately put people to work in other capacities. A report by the McKinsey Global Institute finding that AI could displace 40% of American jobs due to automation by 2030. That analysis found that robots and AI agents could automate more than half of U.S. work.
See, and I mean, this is where me and my man Monty will somewhat disagree. Like, because I would love to sit there and believe that, we're about to head towards this socialist utopia with AI, but it's looking like we're heading more towards the corporate utopia that the elitists want, and not the socialist utopia that would be best for us. So yeah, it looks like AI is actually going to push us more towards in that direction. And if that happens, like I said, it'd be pretty stupid of the tech oligarchs to let that happen, because I think they honestly underestimate people's fighting ability. And if you take all the jobs, you tell them, well, AI can do your job, and oh well, we're not going to give you anything for it. We're not going to do anything for you. Then yes, there'll be mass uprising. So, and here's the problem with AI. I mean, out of all the things they could have came up with, they had to come up with something, or they had to excel the advancement of something that could take our jobs. I mean, we could have had unlimited energy. We could have had water-powered engines. I mean, we could have had a lot more technology. We could have had wireless effing energy. But no, we had to pick the one thing that could take people's jobs.
Hours, both manual and cognitive, using technology that's available today if companies redesigned how they'll do things in the future. The World Economic Forum projecting that 92 million jobs worldwide may be displaced by 2030. Ford's CEO saying that AI could replace half of all white-collar workers there. NYU professor Scott Galloway predicting that AI will hit middle management first, noting that 6% dropped in managers at public companies since 2022. So here we are, AI eliminating jobs, more automation coming. If millions of people lose work, how will they support themselves? This is where an idea from the 2020 presidential campaign returns to the conversation. Universal Basic Income, or UBI.
Yep.
The concept, pretty straightforward. Every American adult would receive a set check each month. For Cook County, Illinois.
And how much would that be, though? Like, how much would a universal income be? Like, at least everybody got to be getting paid maybe like middle six figures, like $250K for every person in America, or every adult in America. Maybe have to be every person. You never know. But for every person in America, because, well, AI is taking all the jobs. And what are Americans going to work if only the tech oligarchs are making money? And how is that going to work out? Like, what are we going to do? What you going to do? Just start honestly, I mean, they just could start eliminating people, but I mean, never know how that's going to go. But yeah, that's why I say that it's going to cause an uprising, and there's going to be people taking the streets looking for the heads of tech leaders. Why? Because, and here's the thing, they're going to look for the heads of government officials too, because they let this happen. Unless they find a way for us to work alongside AI to where it don't take jobs, this is going to cause major problems. And I'm all for AI. I like AI. I use AI. But I also see the dangers of it as well.
Which includes Chicago, this concept just became reality. The Cook County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved its 2026 budget proposal just this month. It includes $7.5 million for a guaranteed basic income program. Commissioners approved it after the success of a pilot program where the county provided $500 a month to 3,200 households over 2 years. Survey findings based on that pilot revealed that 94% of the program recipients used the funds to address financial emergencies. 75% reported feeling more financially secure. 70% said that the program had a positive impact on mental health. Of course, there's the question of how do you pay for it?
All right, so he's pretty much saying when Cook County sent out like $500 as a universal income, 90% of funds used for, I mean, if you're getting $500 a month as just universal income, I mean, yeah, that would help anybody towards a bill or so, depending on how expensive your lifestyle is. But let's see, 75% report feeling more financially secure with an extra 500 in their pocket. I'm pretty sure they did. 70% said program had a positive impact on mental health. I mean, yeah, when some people spend all their income on, living, they're damn near left with $0 and then get extra 500 for whatever you want. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna make people feel good.
Had a positive impact on mental health. Of course, there's the question.
And this ain't a spew for socialism, but I mean, if AI is going to be the way, then we got to start thinking about it.
Of how do you pay for it? In the case of Cook County, as a result of the decrease in commercial real estate values, everybody's property taxes are now sky high. In Chicago, rising 16.7%, the largest jump in at least 30 years. West Garfield Park saw an increase of 133%. North Lawndale, 99%.
I love it because that's just the problem in these blue states or these blue counties and in these blue cities as well. For some reason, it's always more expensive. For some reason, it's tax. And it's kind of funny how they'll sit there and brag about, oh, we generate all this revenue. You know that you guys do that because your leadership tax you the most. Like, if you really think about it, it's not really a flex to be the highest producing tax country or have the highest tax revenue, because all that proves is that your country, or not that your state, your city is taxing you more than red states and red cities. That's all you're proving. Like, the tax revenue comes from the fact that they're taxing you more. You know that, right? I hope so. So you guys sit there and brag about, oh, well, we pull in more tax revenue. That's not a flex. That's one of the reasons why things are more expensive in y'all areas.
Englewood, 82.5%. And there's pushback from the Illinois Policy Institute, which cites concerns about workforce and income effects. Quote, Cook County is making its guaranteed income pilot permanent and committing millions to a failed strategy already shown to leave people with less work experience and lower earnings. Back in 2020, it was presidential candidate Andrew Yang who called his version of universal basic income the freedom dividend, specifically $1,000 per month, no work requirements, no means testing, a direct payment to help people cover bills, weather economic transitions, and adapt to a job market reshaped by technology. Andrew Yang joins me now. Andrew, nice to have you back. I pulled a profile of you from 2018 when you were just on the cusp of announcing your candidacy. Here's a quote that you provided to the author of the piece. You said, "Need is self-driving cars to destabilize society. In a few years, we're going to have 1 million truck drivers out of work who are 94% male with an average level of education of high school or."
And what you think those guys are going to do? Yeah, that's all you need. I said, too, the self-driving cars was going to destabilize society. I remember, like, downvoting one of Elon's tweet going like, bro, you're tripping with these trying to promote driveless cars, because all you're going to do is destabilize society with that bullshit. And yeah, and he's like he said, all you need is self-driving cars to destabilize society. In a few years, there's going to be millions of truck drivers out in the street wondering, well, what are we going to do? And what are you going to, you can't just tell them to go learn and code because AI doing that too. So where's the excuse now?
1 year of college, that one innovation will be enough to create riots in the street. And we're about to do the same thing to retail workers, call center workers, fast food workers, insurance companies, and accounting firms. It was 7 years ago. How is that quote aging?
It's aging very, very well, unfortunately, Michael. I'm so glad that we're having this conversation. 44% of American jobs are either repetitive manual or repetitive cognitive, and thus could be subject to AI and automation. And we're seeing that unfold right now.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen and like the video and hit my icon up there at the top to subscribe to the channel, guys. Appreciate the support.
It's heartbreaking for me because I feel we could be doing much, much more for the millions of Americans who are going to be displaced.
I know that Cook County is just a microcosm, but I'm sure in hearing about their experience, people are wondering, okay, Andrew Yang, we're on board. Now we get it. What you saw 7 years ago, the rest of us see, but how do we pay for it?
The CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, just raised his hand and said, you guys should tax us, the AI firms. And right now, hundreds of billions of dollars of value is being realized by Anthropic and these other firms on the back, by the way, of data that we all provided unwittingly and didn't agree to it. But it's trillions of dollars of value.
Oh, and shout out to my man Josh for sending in the Sunday for 100 jewels. Appreciate the support, Josh.
And most Americans aren't going to see a dime of that. So if you have the CEO of an AI company saying you should tax us, I think we should take him up on his suggestion.
Facts.
And if you have an AI tax or a compute tax,
I
you
mean,
get to
all the profit they're going to be making from the work that they're taking, they should be able to, afford a universal healthcare tax. I mean, it's only fair. Am I wrong? Of course I'm not. Well, not in this regard. I feel like both sides agree with me on this one. I mean, if you're going to be taking all of these jobs, Amazon, then maybe you should pay universal income tax that's going to go towards Americans, since you guys want to take all these jobs. If you don't want to pay that, if you feel like paying that universal tax for AI is too much, then you might want to go back to regular labor. We're going to have to make them make a choice on this one: universal income or regular labor. Or you find a way to make these robots or AI work alongside humans or the workers, and then we'll go from there. And don't cut their pay as well. I mean, hey, right now it sounds like universal income might be the best bet for these guys. And if the AI companies are saying, yo, just charge us, at least they're being reasonable.
very big numbers very quickly.
So they're now referring to the Magnificent Seven, or the S&P 493 instead of the S&P 500. Put a graph on the screen.
Oh, guys, we are $70 away from going ahead and open up the call-in line, and I'm gonna go ahead and run Conspiracy Hour later on for you guys, because I didn't do it last night, so I got you guys tonight. But we're 70 away from opening up the call-in line, so appreciate support, guys.
Right now, for the benefit of everybody at home, the Washington Post had this coverage. The point was that if you strip out Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Tesla, then the market's doing okay. But the market surely isn't doing what it's doing when you include those seven. And I guess my question for Andrew Yang is, what happens if that is a bubble and it bursts? Then how do you fund the freedom dividend or universal basic income?
Well, right now, a lot of the value that's getting generated.
Well, if AI is handling all labor and they're generating enough profit for universal income, it's going to be a bubble that never pops. Like, there you go. I mean, that's still going to be a way to solidify themselves. They're going to be a bubble that never pops if they're taking up all the labor and they're paying universal income for it. At that point, I mean, Monty would be right. We're just gonna have to go to our passions and make money off that, because there ain't gonna be no use in working. We're getting paid not to work. If after that, you just, I don't know, either live your life or chase your passions.
Generated is being hoarded or held by a handful of companies.
But I'm pretty sure the universal income, the way they'll frame it, maybe is not going to be a way to make you like just, oh, you're like six figures. You probably make like high five figures to live your life.
Companies.
And the worst part about it, I mean, the worst part is they could be devious about it and give you just enough to survive, just enough. Nothing too extravagant, but just enough to survive. You'll be able to have, a nice little apartment. You'll be able to eat. That's about it. Any vacations? Nah, they ain't covering that. Family? Nah, they ain't covering that.
Michael, I think you're right that we should be trying to spread those value gains more broadly across the market and to people.
I appreciate that, Josh.
Right now, U.S. GDP is around $85,000 per person and trending upward, because regardless of whether AI as an investment thesis is a little bit overhyped, that it's going to have a positive effect on GDP. So if you have 85,000 ahead, then having $12,000 a year, which I proposed in 2020, actually seems pretty modest and reasonable. And that's going to be affordable.
Wait, how much did you propose? 100,000?
That it's going to have a positive effect on GDP. So if you have 85,000 ahead, then having $12,000 a year, which I proposed in 2020, actually seems pretty modest and reasonable. And that's going to be affordable regardless of what happens with some of these firms' valuations.
As you envisioned the freedom dividend, there was no means testing. Everybody gets a check, whatever that amount might be. What becomes of other federal assistance?
Well, I intended the freedom dividend to try and clear up and clean up some of the bureaucracy and administration that's currently being applied. I spoke to a disabled woman in Iowa during the campaign, and she said she wants to volunteer in her community, but she's afraid to because she's afraid to lose her disability payments. And I think most people looking at that situation would say, well, that's not right. Like, the intention is not to force this woman to stay home. So if you can put this into people's hands and say, look, this is going to be yours regardless, then it empowers them to go out and hopefully build things, start businesses, and participate in their community. Capitalism does not work very well if people
And be honest, that's actually honestly, that's a good vision as well. Let's be real. It could take up all the manual labor and leave us to start businesses. I mean, YouTube platforms and all this good stuff. Like, you know, leave us to do other things like entrepreneurial stuff, because that's the one thing that, well, AI doesn't really handle. AI, it can help you with your entrepreneurial endeavor, but AI just won't make a product out of nowhere. AI won't make a business idea out of nowhere, at least not yet. At least not yet. So far, hey, they still need to be prompted, and we're the prompter.
Have money to spend.
So is this capitalism that we're talking about? It sounds rather socialist, doesn't it?
Yep.
That everybody's going to get a check and therefore they won't have to go to work.
I mean, it's going to be socialist in terms of the universal income, but that's just being fair. It's going to be capitalist on the terms of, well, all right, well, since you don't got to work, you better go start a business if you want anything extra. Because I don't know, don't ask me why I think this, but I don't think it'd be too healthy just to give Americans all the money they need. They don't ever got to improve or have to work hard for it. I think we should give them just enough, you know, for their family and their needs. And if they want anything more, they should go out and start a business for it, or get a product. If not, then you'll get this universal income. You'll have enough to, you know, maybe do a vacation every 2 years with you, your 3 kids, your wife, your nice little house in the suburb somewhere, you know, set you up nice. But you're going to have to work for extra. You're going to have to work extra if you want to be on a yacht with the baddies. All right, let's keep it going.
Because all these jobs are being taken by AI initially.
It's capitalism where income doesn't start at zero, Michael, and you have a consumer economy that is predicated on folks being able to participate. And if you shove millions of Americans to the curb via AI and automation, then they're not going to be able to go to their local business. They're not going to be able to meaningfully grow the economy. They're going to stay at home. They're going to end up going down internet rabbit holes and getting radicalized in many cases. So that's a loss. And so if we can get people connected in various ways, that's the direction we should go. And I'm not someone who thinks that this money is a silver bullet that's going to do the trick. I mean, you still have to convey structure, purpose, fulfillment, community, all of the rest of it, that jobs.
That's the tough part. It's going to be the fulfillment part, the structure part. I don't know. It's going to be the fulfillment and discipline that we be missing from, well, losing the labor. I ain't gonna lie. Labor is like going out there in the workforce is what matured a lot of us. So losing that is going to be kind of hard to project how our kids are going to be raised. Like I said, unless you just want to, I don't know, throw their ass out on the farm with the AI robots.
Traditionally have provided.
Andrew, a final question. There's an academic in the on deck circle, and I'll bet you've read the stories. It's Dr. Yampolsky who's been quoted as saying that he thinks in 5 years we'll have 99% unemployment. I'll see in a moment whether he's going to stand by that prediction. How bad does Andrew Yang think it will get undeterred?
No, it's going to get bad. I certainly don't think 99% bad, but if you use this 44% of jobs subject to automation as a benchmark, and then you figure that we're going to churn through, let's say, half of those jobs over the next 10 years or so, that puts you at 30 to 40 million jobs that get eliminated. And that would be devastating. That would be catastrophic for many, many communities. And I think that's a realistic place to think we're going to be heading.
Andrew Yang, thank you for being here. Perfect guest on this day.
Thanks for having me.
And all right, shout out to Andrew Yang. He explained it pretty well. All right, now let's go ahead and move on into Venezuela. And then we're going to go ahead and get into why people don't want mass migration in America, rightfully so. All right.
New tonight, the Trump administration is increasing pressure on Venezuela and its leader, Nicolas Maduro. President Trump saying on social media, airlines should consider the airspace over the country closed in its entirety.
Damn.
Trump this week designated Maduro and
AKA, I mean, bro, bombing incoming any day now.
his allies allies as members of a foreign terrorist organization and also suggested that land strikes could be imminent. CNN contributor Stefano Pozzebon is joining us now from Caracas. Stefano, how is the Venezuelan government reacting to this post today from the U.S. president?
Well, Jessica, we haven't heard directly from Nicolas Maduro, and that is quite telling me. Let me tell you that. Before we do a little bit of analysis, we do have, however, a statement from the Venezuelan government saying, in the words of their defense minister, Vladimir Padrino Lopez, that no external power has any faculty to interfere, block, or move any decision on the sovereignty of Venezuela. So total rejection from those words from Donald Trump, who early on Saturday had said that he had a message to airlines and pilots to consider the airspace over Venezuela closed, and that seemed to pave the way to some form of direct intervention here in Venezuela. As I was telling you, Jessica, it's telling that we haven't heard directly from Nicolas Maduro today on Saturday, nor we have seen him yesterday on Friday. On Thursday, Maduro gave a speech to the troops, but that was a video message from an undisclosed location. At this point, the last time anyone saw Nicolas Maduro out in the streets of Caracas was only on Wednesday this past week. And that is 4 days that we haven't seen him as of late of tonight. And
Yeah, they're saying that Maduro's in hiding, even though he's been trying to give Trump everything he ever wanted from Venezuela, but Trump's not hearing it. I mean, apparently, you know, the United States wants somebody else in power, and everybody's thinking that, well, honestly, it's looking like we're about to go to war with Venezuela, but I doubt it. We've been trying to do a bloodless coup or a bloodless regime change, and it doesn't seem to be working. So the next strategy is to see if we can scare him out of power. I mean, honestly, I think Trump should just work things out, because it looks like Maduro's willing to bend over backwards to stay in power and just give Trump whatever he wants. I mean, come on, I'll just take that. But all right, though, let's go ahead and get into this controversial interview. Well, it's controversial part of an interview. Shout out to Pierce Morgan and my man Tucker Carlson. Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. You know, you got to mention them together, even though Candace is not even in here. But we will get to Candace. But all right, now let's go ahead and get into this interview, because hey, shout out to my man Tucker challenging on Pierce on freedom of speech. Let's get into it.
The British system was imported around the world on the basis of one concept: fairness. That comes from the Magna Carta.
I think a lot of...
Has this become a fairer society? It's become completely unfair. You put fucking Julian Assange in prison for years without charges. Because the CIA told you to.
We have had a massive rising issue with the suppression of free speech.
Which is a fairness issue.
But that has nothing to do with ethnicity or
culture.
Oh,
really? So what does it have to do with, do you think?
It has to do with a very ridiculously draconian view of what free speech is.
But where does that come from? You've never had that.
From governments.
No, but... Of course. But those are attitudes that grow from the population, or else you would have a revolution. This is the country that invented free speech.
That's where you're wrong. The population does not want this suppression of free speech.
They may not, but they keep voting for the fascists every time, whether it's Boris, whether it's Boris or whether it's Boris.
No.
He's a buffoon. It doesn't mean he's not an authoritarian.
He wants. it's funny you mentioned the word buffoon. So I once.
Well, I mean that's axiomatic.
Well, no,
Boris
I'm going to tell you.
Doesn't know how many children he has.
I'm going to tell you why. No, because I once interviewed him for GQ, and I said, Boris,
that was funny.
This is 2008-9. I said, Boris, I've always thought that lurking beneath the buffoon exterior lies a sharp, calculating political mind that wants to be prime minister. He wasn't even a sort of politician at the time. He looked at me and he said, you must consider the possibility that lurking beneath the buffoon exterior is an actual buffoon.
True.
So he was right.
No, he was totally...
I can't say we weren't warned.
But the point is, look, it's not...
Oh, God, let's get more people in on the conversation. By double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be able to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, and we are about $70 away from opening up the call-in line. I appreciate the support, guys, and don't worry, you get Conspiracy Hour for free. Don't worry, I got you on that one.
He's not a fascist, though, Boris Johnson.
He's an authoritarian.
But it diminishes the word fascist when you say that about people. I get annoyed.
Well, what is fascism, actually? I mean, we, meaning the collective West, meaning the Allies, meaning Roosevelt and Churchill, meaning America and its cousins in the UK, were fighting against an authoritarian system.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just about race hate. It was about full control of a population. We were arguing against that and fighting against it. Of course, we were also funding it when we sent money to Stalin, but whatever. It was never fully consistent. But that's what we tell ourselves. And now that's what you have.
I mean, questionable moments in U.S. history. We got a lot of those.
There were 3 times as many people arrested in the UK last year for speech crimes as were arrested in Putin's Russia, and you have half the population. So this is much more authoritarian than Putin's Russia.
No, it's not.
What?
That's
How is it?
ridiculous.
How is it not?
That's ridiculous.
If you have 3 times as many arrests for speech crimes,
Okay.
it's more authoritarian.
I've not seen that stat.
Really?
If that is true, it's because we have been so appalling in protecting free speech.
Well, you're appalling. I'm not.
Right.
No debate there. But I'm just saying,
No.
as a like,
Nah, that is wild though. If you're trying to say that, bro, people are getting arrested less for speech crimes in Russia. And let's be real, you say anything crazy about Putin, I mean, that's your ass, most likely, more than likely. So the fact that you can't even the fact that more people are getting arrested for speech in Europe, it goes to show you, well, not Europe, but the UK, yeah, it goes to show you how not free these guys are. Let's be honest. I mean, a guy got arrested for saying, oh, if a trans woman step into the room, kick her in the nuts, him in the nuts. And he got arrested for that. People are getting arrested for a Facebook post. UK is no longer free.
how do you define authoritarian?
The idea that we are living here in a more authoritarian state than Russia.
If you're come on, those are the numbers.
You don't believe that.
Look, I believe in science.
You think
I ain't gonna. I'm gonna have to look that up my damn self. Really? I'm looking it up, guys. I got you. Because
believe in science.
You think England is more authoritarian than Russia?
I think you're more likely to be arrested for a speech crime in Great Britain. Indeed, 3 times as likely.
What would happen if you criticized the government? If you went on the airwaves here tonight?
I'm an American. They're not going to mess with me.
No. But if you went on the airwaves here tonight and you start abusing and hammering and mocking and criticizing our prime minister, which, by the way, many people are doing.
I'll give you.
Let me finish my question. If you did that, what would happen to you?
Nothing.
Exactly.
But what if I said I thought gay sex was disgusting and should be illegal?
And if you went,
wait, hold on.
Nah, for real though, no, that's the actual truth. Like if he said that gay sex is disgusting, he thinks it should be illegal, and he drops the F word at the end of it, bro, that's an arrest in UK. You're screwed. But if you say that in America, I mean, you just get some condemning comments, as you should. Yeah.
That's nothing, Prime Minister. How about I'm opposed to sodomy? How's that?
I haven't finished my question. And if you went to Moscow and you went on the airwaves and you did that about Putin, what would happen?
You'd be in trouble.
Right. So there's a difference.
No, because
that's an authoritarian state.
No, that's a straightforward.
This one is not.
That's a straightforward.
This is a flawed democracy.
No, this is global.
No, he's kind of right. That's a straightforward. Everybody knows. You talk about Putin, you're done. But not everybody in the UK really understands that, if you say certain things online and you don't really give the parameters for that, you're done. I mean, well, they don't give the parameters. They don't really tell people what's going too far and what's within what's within safety. And who's them and who are they to even tell people that? Maybe that's just me as an American. I just can't fathom somebody telling me that. But that's what they're dealing with. Somebody telling them, you guys got to watch what you post or you will be arrested. And at least in Russia, they tell you that directly. In the UK, they don't even let you know what really you can say, what you can't say. Did they just say, look, just be cautious? At that point, you might as well delete your social media account just to be safe.
Homo.
This is global homo.
It is. It's global homo. This is.
What do you mean?
I'm going to tell you. This is a concept that you need to understand. This is.
Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. This is the authoritarianism of the present and future. And it's the feline, passive-aggressive female version that doesn't tell you what it is. They don't march into your town in jackboots and put a rifle against your face and tell you to obey. For sure. It's much more straightforward.
And they kill you.
And
you fall off a building suddenly.
Oh, you kill tons of people. You kill tons of people.
I don't disagree.
Oh, yeah, you do a lot.
I know.
Yeah. Right. So let's stop with the killing people because you kill tons of people. But as you well know.
Yeah, but at least people know that. And if you disagree with people in Russia or you disagree with Putin in Russia, I mean, look, man, if you're disagreeing with Putin, don't be chilling next to a window because, I mean, you might be going out that window. That's just a common thing they know in Russia. When you talk to Putin or you disagree with him, you give him bad news, you don't do it near a window.
Because you know the people who do it, and I do too. No, I'm saying there's something more offensive about an authoritarianism that will not admit what it is. So instead, people are arrested here and thrown into jail. And I've been to Belmarsh Prison. It's awful.
I've been there.
It's awful.
It is.
But you walk in and there are all these signs about Trans Acceptance Week. It is fascism wrapped in the Human Rights Campaign rainbow logo. It's not any different from what we were fighting against. It's arresting you for saying something they don't want.
I certainly believe, and this has been my big criticism of the woke left, I wrote this book called Woke is Dead, which is more an aspiration than a reality at the moment. But the point I was making was that the woke left became, in the end, like the very fascists they profess to hate most. They literally behaved like fascists.
Yeah.
Anyone that deviated from their worldview.
I don't want you to devalue the term.
No, I'm not. I'm explaining the hypocrisy of the left.
No, I get it.
Which I think we could probably agree with, is if you start to behave like the very people you claim you hate most, you are a brazen hypocrite.
It's not just the left; it's the right.
Well, the right's doing
unfortunately,
it as well. I
yeah.
agree. Some of the right's doing it as well. I agree. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy, isn't it? Wherever you see it. And I do think that the way I would categorize what's happened here is successive governments, right and left, have pandered to a weird sentiment driven by very vocal but small numbers of people that we have to start getting into the suppressing free speech business. And it's been a catastrophic failure, which has diminished this country.
But why?
I mean, yeah, it's worse than us. I mean, shoot, you're right. The trans community has been able to get laws passed to where, well, kids can hide their affirming care from their parents. And that's in America. But thank God we're not to that point where people say, oh, you just can't say nothing about the trans community whatsoever. You can't bring out no bad articles about them. You can't tell them the truth. You can't misgender them without going to jail. At least we're not there. Thank God.
Beginning to see is the coming out of that. And I'll give an example. When Graham Linehan, the comedian, the father Ted genius, right? And he decided to take on this whole trans issue head on. And a bit like J.K. Rowling, he got shamed, vilified, cancelled. He lost everything. He lost his family. He lost his jobs. He lost everything. Became unemployable. Completely cancelled. And he did some jokes on X back in April. And they were just like harmless, right? He talked about a trans woman coming into a woman's space.
Harmless to you as a non-trans person, but genocidal to the trans community.
Which again is ridiculous. So he did it.
Okay, so this is where it's coming from. So in short answer, we don't actually know, but there's no solid evidence that the UK has more speech crime arrests than Russia. And the comparison that's gone viral online is based on cherry-picked and non-comparable numbers. So where the UK versus Russia claim comes from. A lot of people are citing a meme that says something like about 33,000 people arrested in the UK for social media posts versus only 400 in Russia. Fact checkers tracked this back to a 2019/2017 stat combo and found it misleading. The 3,300 UK number came from a UK FOI story about people detained and questioned over social media trolling in 1 year. The 400 Russian number came from 2017, reported by the Russian NGO Agora, that counted 411 criminal cases against internet users that year. Criminal cases, not arrests, and only one narrow slice of Europe's repression. So yeah, pretty much the classification of what was considered a speech crime or with the classification what was considered a speech crime is completely different between the two. What would they consider a speech crime in the UK was different on how they was classifying it in Russia. And then of course UK, they were talking about, I guess, actual arrests. And then in Russia, they were just talking about, well, the cases and not arrests.
Joke about a trans woman coming into a woman's space, and they said, what you should do is kick him in the balls, right? It was a joke. It was an ear knuckle joke. If you're oversensitive, you go, ooh. Most people just laughed and took it for what it was. It's that kind of joke that wouldn't even be considered remotely controversial 10 years ago. When he arrived at Heathrow Airport several months later, he was arrested by 5 armed police officers and taken off to the cells. And I just found that utterly shocking. So I'm not pretending there's not been a massive problem about free speech. But what was interesting and encouraging was the public backlash. Hence my book title, Woke is Dead. The public backlash was so ferocious that within a week, the police said, we're not going to prosecute Linehan. And actually, they said further, we're never going to prosecute anyone for this kind of thing again. That was a moment when I went, we're finally getting a bit of sanity back.
So the trans thing is absurd. It's so absurd that it's easy for people to say that's absurd. What's actually happening here, as I think you know, is a society is being changed by its leaders against the will of the population. The population hates it. They've always hated it. No population wants radical demographic change. None. And so it's been so profound since 1997 under Tony Blair that you're not allowed to note that your country is being taken from you. Okay? So you can criticize trannies all you want. You cannot criticize Israel, as you know. You're not allowed to criticize demographic change, and you can't criticize the rest of the fabled LGBT community. And if you don't believe me, listen to this story, which is like, it's unbelievable. This is from the Daily Mail, which is like kind of a ridiculous publication, but I
love the Daily Mail.
I do too. There's a lot about it I like, but I mean, it's like absurd. But anyway, Elizabeth Kinney from Tranmere. Have you read about this?
Go on.
She's a mother of 4. I think she's a nurse, and she gets beaten up by her boyfriend. He beats her up. She goes to the hospital, and she texts someone, a buddy of hers, a friend of hers, a girlfriend of hers, and describes the man who beat her up and sent her to the hospital as a, quote, faggot. It's a faggot. And
I mean,
she's arrested.
She ain't wrong, though. She ain't wrong. Bro definitely was. For beating a woman, he definitely is.
And convicted of a hate crime. The guy who beat her up is not arrested or convicted.
Why?
And then she goes through this whole kabuki, which is now required, where she prostrates herself before the judge. I'm sorry, it was not a homophobic rant. By the way, you're allowed to be homophobic if you want in a free country. You can have any view you want. But no, because she used the word faggot, she's arrested, and the guy who punched her in the face was not. That story tells you everything.
Well, I don't know that story. If it's exactly
Daily Mail, baby.
Okay.
Pictures of her and everything.
I'm not doubting it. I'm just saying I need to look into it. But if that is how you've told it, obviously it's ridiculous.
Would you say the word faggot on camera?
No.
Why?
Because
you don't want to get arrested, do you?
Doesn't want to be arrested.
I mean, shoot, I'll say the word. I don't like saying the word so much, but I mean, F it. I'd say faggot. It is what it is. But I'm not saying it in a derogatory way towards gay people. If I'm using the word faggot, it's usually, well, I haven't used that word in a derogatory way since I was a kid. But if I am going to use the word faggot, it's usually I'm going to use it in the South Park way to talk about somebody I don't like, or maybe it's a gay person that I'm not too fond of. But I don't really know a gay person that I'm not too fond of, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, because it's so harmful to people?
No,
is it like gay bashing? What's wrong with that?
No, actually, my whole issue with the whole trans debate, for example, is you don't need to slide into actually saying derogatory stuff about trans people to make the point that women's rights should be protected. You don't need to.
Oh, no, Tori, I actually did hear about that. The lady that was arrested for praying in front of an abortion clinic, was that in the UK? Because I think they was talking about that on here as well. Sounds like something they do in the UK.
Well, I agree.
So what? I don't believe.
No, but it's a magic word.
I don't believe in needlessly sneering.
Well, I'm not smearing anybody. I just think.
But what would you use that word?
Faggot?
Yeah,
I just did.
Yeah, but would you
faggot?
Use
faggot.
Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to. Because you're
allowed to.
Go ahead.
Bro, it's always funny. You just said it like that. Oh shit! Oh, bro, shout out to Tucker, bro. Tucker. Bro, you the GOAT, bro. You the GOAT for that one. Oh, shout out Tucker Carlson for that one. Do it again, brother. Do it again.
Just think.
But what would you use that word?
Faggot?
Yeah,
I just did.
Yeah, but would you
faggot?
Use
faggot.
Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to. Because you're
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say I love gay people. Faggot.
I'm allowed to. I just choose not to.
This chick just got arrested for it and convicted.
Right.
So that doesn't have a chilling effect on your ability to.
Look, there are people watching this who will be offended by the use of the word.
I'm sure they
chick.
will. I'm not anti-gay. I never have been. I can use any freaking word I want.
Offended by the use of the word chick.
Chick. Okay, whatever.
Dare you be so sexist comparing women to chicks?
How about this? Let my life, the way that I actually live and treat people, be the testament to my heart. That's how I feel.
Right.
And if I've mistreated someone,
I don't
that
think
is
you,
a
you,
sin.
I don't believe. You correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe you would call a gay person a faggot to their face.
Not in a mean way.
Right.
By the way, the only people I ever hear use the word faggot are gay.
Right.
Ever. Just like the only people you ever hear that use the N-word are black.
Right.
Yeah, true. I mean, and you know how women are basically call themselves bitches. That's the only time you really, I mean, they call themselves bitches the most. Hey, man, we claim the most derogatory words for our group for some strange reason. It is what it is.
Period.
Right.
So if you spend any time around gays, and I have spent a lot of time around gays, well, of course I work in television. I mean, half our staff is gay and they're great people. And they're the only ones who ever said, faggot, he's a faggot. I'd be like, I have no need to say the word. Actually, it's kind of an ugly word, to be totally honest.
But you know the argument they use, which is...
Well, they don't use it. They use the word constantly. I've worked with them my whole life.
Well, I wrote a column, for example, about the use of...
But I'm not allowed to use it, but you are. I don't play those games, dude.
Listen, I'm going to make a point. I wrote a column for the Mail, actually, about the use of the N-word. And the Washington Post did a huge report on this and said that every day on Twitter, as it was then, the N-word was used 500,000 times, but almost exclusively by young African-American men.
So it's cool.
Well, they would argue, and I understood the argument.
Yeah.
It's they've reclaimed that word.
I don't believe in universal rights either. I think certain standards should apply to certain people based on their blood, but don't apply to everybody.
What do you mean?
I mean, that's what you're saying,
No,
dude.
I'm not, no, you are.
The standards have to be absolute, or they're not standards.
I was about to make my argument that I made in the column.
Sorry, you're getting me so wound up.
No, but I actually made the point in the column that I don't.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. You kind of just exposed that. Yeah, Pierce, you might be a little bit afraid to drop that F word, man. I'm gonna be real with you. You might be afraid to say faggot. I mean, you might get arrested for it. A lady got arrested for it in a text message by just describing her male abuser. So, I mean, bro, if you can get arrested for that, shit. I mean, then yeah, you could probably get Pierce. You could probably get arrested just for using it like Tucker Carlson. To be quite honest, I mean, bro, if you can't even use it in that way to, like I say, talk about somebody you're not too favorable of, then, bro, you're kind of cooked. You're cooked. But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get into the next video, and man, let's see if we can get the support up. Let's see if we can at least get to 50. So we're about $20 away. And after that, then we can go ahead and head into conspiracy video. But first, though, let's start too. Why don't people want mass immigration? Let's get right into it.
Be sure to subscribe and let's dive right into this video.
And there's so many different aspects to immigration that.
Oh, and shout out this kid. He was on Tucker Carlson. This is Nikki Haley's son. Yes, this is Nikki Haley's son. And like Loki, he was spitting facts on Tucker Carlson. And he was Loki speaking up for the younger generation. And he was right. A lot of things he was talking about was right. I'll probably react to it probably tomorrow, because what he was saying was pretty important. But let's get
Be sure to subscribe and let's dive right into this video.
And there's so many different aspects to immigration that it's not just the migration part of it, but a lot of other things that are just out of control.
Like what?
So naturalized citizens should not be able to hold public office. Growing up here is a big part of understanding the country.
Completely agree. First off, if you don't know who this is Nayland Haley, Nikki Haley's son. He's been popping up a lot recently. In large part, personally, I think we're seeing him a lot more because there isn't a lot of prominent Gen Z voices that are coming out saying these types of things other than when we have.
Oh, yeah, man, that's definitely his mom. Man, he's definitely his mama's child. I'll tell you that.
Charlie Kirk, Nick Fuentes. I mean, if we're thinking about like mainstream younger men, we're not really seeing that at scale. And of course, being Nikki Haley's son has access to Tucker Carlson, has access to these things, but he's making a good point here. I think if you are going to be running for office in the United States of America, you need to have been already a born citizen. I do think you need to be born and raised in this country to run for office in this country. Same thing for president. I think the same for president needs to apply for everything in office, because I don't think it's right that you can be born and raised in an entire different country, come here and then be able to run for office, and that just doesn't sit right with me, and it never has. Truly, this isn't even from being bigoted, this isn't from being hateful. To me, it just seems like common sense.
Yeah, same here. It just seems for me to be common sense that, well, wouldn't we want like a natural born citizen, like born on U.S. soil, nowhere else, to be, holding public offices, especially? I mean, here's the thing. I'm not really too upset about it. I'm not asking for these guys to lose their Congress seat or whatever. But yeah, like guys like people like Ilhan Omar is a pretty good example of, well, why are we letting people in power in this why are we letting people in these chairs of leadership and they weren't born in America? And then we're surprised when they talk un-American. Like, yeah, why is this even a thing? I have no idea. It makes no sense to me why we even allow this. Like, these guys can't be president, but they can be a senator, they can be a congressman or woman. I mean, that's ridiculous to me. I'll be quite honest with you.
That if we're focused on this country, its roots, preserving it and growing with it, it should be ran by the people born here. Like, I don't ever see myself moving to Tokyo and then running for office in Tokyo, trying to switch things up over there to make it how it is here. That doesn't make sense. Never has, never will. As well as dual citizenship, either in America or not. Like, I've never understood the dual citizen thing, because
I don't know, on the terms of loyalty. Now I hold loyalty like very high. So on the terms of loyalty, yeah, I never got it either. I'm just like, bro, but well, is it America first? Are you American or not? Is it us or not? Because you over here having dual citizenship. So, like, bro, you kind of sound like a double agent just off the rip. Like, who are you for? So yeah, I never understood that either. That dual citizenship, always put that into question as well. It's like, bro, it's either you all in or you all in over there in your home country. I mean, take a pick, but you just can't, like, bro, leave your home country, come over here and then still have citizenship over there, still have some type of loyalty for them. Nah, I mean, if that's how it is, stay over there.
Like, I have loyalty to this country. I'm born here. I live here. I pay taxes here. This is my home country, and it's where I'm a citizen of. And I don't think you should be a dual citizen in office. Like, if you're a congressman and you have, like, say, for example, dual citizenship between Israel and America, no. I think that if you're in the United States of America and you are in office and you serve American people, you need to have been born here and you need to be, like, only a citizen here. That's it.
We need to stop and limit the amount of foreign students that are coming into our universities. Some of them are spies, by the way, for foreign governments.
Yes, this too. When I was in school back in 2014, 2015,
Facts.
and I was saying they can dress down. And
Bro, I mean, bro, the foreigners were coming to school in designer, in Corvettes, and like, bro, I think one of them came to school in a fucking Lambo. And that's not like I was going to some rich preppy school. I was going to Wright State, like in Dayton. Like nowhere that has extra rich people. And these kids are foreigners, Chinese, Indian. They're pulling up in the Louis Vuitton, Gucci, shopping every day at the nicest stores, in the nicest cars. Like the guy who had the nicest car on campus was a foreigner. So I'm almost thinking like, bro, why y'all gotta come here? Why can't you just go in your own country and do this stuff? Why you gotta come here and take opportunity away from American citizens? And then here's the thing. These colleges kind of promote it because these guys pay more. It's like a financial incentive for them to do this, which is terrible because we're pretty much saying that, oh, well, F the American people, we'll just take the money. We'll just take the foreign dollars. Crazy.
It's like a meme at this point. Them international students, they be coming dripped out, full fashion, full outfits, all of it. They look good. However, I do think it's interesting that you have like Chinese students.
And let's be real, when you come in like that, you're able to get into high places. You're able to get into around a lot of influential people when you carry around yourself like that or carry around money like that. Like you can hang out with, well, the higher ups in our society if you're rocking like that. And that's just how it works.
In research labs. That just doesn't make sense to me from a national security standpoint. Not being racist toward like a Chinese person, but thinking of it at a larger scale, thinking of it like from a country standpoint, shifting my nuance, shifting my perspective to that standpoint, that Ed never has sat and right with me. Yeah, let's send over Russian students, Chinese students, Israeli students into these American institutions and learn what they're teaching Americans and learn all the trades, learn all the secrets, learn all the early.
Yeah, it's like we're literally giving our secrets out to these guys, giving our intellectual secrets to these guys, and they just go back to their place and then claim they invented something. Like it's ridiculous. It don't make no sense. Actually, bro, if it wasn't for our immigration system, I honestly feel like a lot of these countries would be lost without us. It wasn't for the fact that we let in these guys into our highly educated areas, into our highly technical areas. They wouldn't be able to steal intellectual property. They literally have to come for us because they wasn't producing it on their own, or they would have to produce it on their own because they can't get it from us, and they got to develop their own education, their own colleges, instead of just forcing their students into ours.
Early on research
through paying higher tuition prices, almost double in tuition price.
Surge. Let's get right into that. That screams like the easiest way to spy. Let me know in the comments below if you think that way too, but he's spot on. These are completely fair takes in my opinion.
But it's also just, we should put our kids first.
Yes.
And we should also not allow dual citizenship because that's the stupidest idea. You're either American or you're not. And everyone wants to make it so complicated.
And it's not complicated. You don't have to make it this complicated. You're either American citizen or you're not. Done deal. At that, we do need to be putting our American citizens first. There's like, and I'm making another video separate to talk about the H-1B visa program. This is just mainly talking about why people are against mass immigration. Even some people are against immigration to begin with. But on a quick tidbit on the H-1B visa stuff, it's frustrating. It is frustrating for Gen Z and millennials to see how catered other people are and all the benefits that some people get when we were promised the American dream. While yes, I'm grateful to be living in this country, I'm thankful for the rights that are afforded to us, there are some things we need to fix. And something we need to fix is the fact that we're not living in the same America that Gen X and boomers were living in. They had way much more affordability, way more jobs, and it was just literally a different.
I mean, shoot, like, bro, I'm 30 years old. Like, bro, if you remember how it was with your parents, bro, my mom was paying $1 for gas. Actually, when I was in college in 2000, what, like, let's see here, about 2014, 2015, bro, I was paying like $600 for a 2-bedroom apartment. I wasn't even using the second bedroom. So it's crazy. It is crazy out now that the same 2-bedroom apartment, I looked it up, shoot, it's almost like $1,300 now. And I was only paying six at that time. And it's been like 10 years since that. So yeah, affordability has gotten out of hand. And I mean, especially when I'm thinking about as a kid, when I was a kid, I mean, life just seemed like when it came to money, it just seemed like $10-$20 could go take you like honestly all day. Like you could spend $20 a day and be cool. Nowadays, you damn near gotta spend $50-$60 a day just to be good, cool, or to get all your essentials. And that's just how I was seeing it back when I was a kid. And trust me, I always did love math and adding up things when I was a kid. So I kind of knew the expenses of that day.
World. And right now, younger millennials and Gen Z, they're doing what they can and scraping by, but the little that they can do is being taken up by foreigners. And yes, to a certain degree, yes, I do feel like our education system needs to be revamped. We need better schooling. We need better tutors. We need to put more emphasis and focus on and really there needs to be a cultural shift. There does need to be a cultural shift in terms of how we view education in the United States. But all in all, we do need to be putting American citizens first. And we are just sick and tired of all this tax money being sent overseas. We're tired of other nationalities, like other people, foreigners and migrants coming here, getting benefits, jobs, ruining things, starting up crime. Like this has nothing to do about race. It has nothing to do with ill Mexicans, ill Jews, ill Russians, ill Chinese people. No, this has everything to do with, hey, I want to put Americans first and everybody else second. Let me at least try to do something here.
I feel the same way. I mean, like, look, maybe Harvard could leave like, I don't know, 100 seats open, maybe, but it shouldn't be like, I don't know, maybe no more than 50 seats open for foreign students. Like, I don't know if you guys love your foreigners, I guess, but we should honestly just put American students first. That's it. Period. Point blank. When Trump was on Fox News talking about, well, if we don't let in the Chinese kids, some of these universities will go out of business. Let them, because they've been failing a lot of people lately. And trust me, a lot of people love to see them fall. So if they can't survive without foreign money, then let them suffer. Let them collapse. It is what it is. Besides, we need to restructure our education system anyway to more of a trade system, because now the trades is gonna seem to be but the trades are well, sorry guys, but it does seem like the trades are going to be the only thing around, considering AI takes all the desk jobs. So it does already seem like we need to move to more towards hands-on work than college anyway. It is what it is.
First, okay, let us fix what's got going on here, and then we can talk about y'all. But for right now, we need to fix something here, because we all complaining, we all talking about the infrastructure sucks, education system sucks, debt sucks, healthcare sucks, food sucks. We say we can acknowledge all these things, but at the same time, we hipping and hollering for more illegals to come here and more legals to come here, more migrants to come here. We got to pick one. We got to put some focus somewhere, and it's not hateful, it's not bigoted to say, hey, I'm over it. We need to calm down this migration stuff and just focus on Americans here first. There's nothing wrong with that. In addition, what he's talking about right now, back to the dual citizenship, if you're a congressman, congresswoman, you need to just be serving America only. That's it.
I like about the past generations, they're always about the rules, the process, and regulation. No, it's really simple. You're just America first. People should have their loyalty to America first. And if they can't do that, then this ain't the country for you.
That's totally right. What about serving in a foreign military?
Oh, gosh, no, forget about it. You can't do that.
Good.
Of course not, right?
It's ridiculous.
You should not be allowed to serve if you... Like, why is this controversial? Why is this, like, not common sense? If you are in America...
Because for some reason, they don't even want to help your fellow American no more. For some reason, I don't know what it is when it comes to the liberals, but they want to put immigrants over the U.S. citizens. And then when we point that out to them, they try to gaslight us like that's not how they think. I mean, even Sid got up here and said, well, you know, if you remove them, there's like nothing's going to help you. There's not going to help you guys. And then there's other guys who sit there and say, oh, well, are you going to work the low wage jobs? Because that's what we got the immigrants here for. I mean, thank you for admitting that you got them as low wage slaves. Appreciate that, by the way. But no, actually, we shouldn't let them work those low wage jobs. You take them out, take our kids off the games and the iPads and put them in the field. Let them pick the fruits. I mean, and when it comes to the highway jobs, y'all just say, F it, let the H-1B visas have them. And we're not smart enough, and we're a mediocre culture, according to Vivek Ramaswamy. So you kind of see where you're kind of screwing us with this whole immigration topic, where you kind of don't leave the American people anywhere out but to low-key be against immigration, because you guys don't want to fix no part of it, and then you want to tell us to eat dirt.
You're an American citizen. You should not be allowed to serve in a foreign military.
That idea alone is just insane.
Yeah.
Dual citizenship's already bad enough, but to serve in another country's military is disqualifying, really.
Of course. I mean, it's hard to believe it's even a conversation. What about language? Do you worry that, you know, countries are united by their language, and language is inseparable from culture? Language is culture in a lot of ways, but this doesn't seem like an English-speaking country anymore.
Yeah, especially when you go to places like Minneapolis, Miami.
He's spitting facts. We talked about this a little bit in my Nick Fuentes video. A country should have a shared language at the bare minimum. The bare minimum.
Oh, guys, let's make sure to double tap that screen if you like, and if you're feeling the video. And also, if you have any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's try to get $20 more in support, and then we can go ahead and get into conspiracy hour. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's at least try to reach halfway through the goal. Halfway.
We should all at least be able to communicate so we can move throughout society and follow social norms and understand certain things. Like, yes, we all can read street signs. Why? Because we all know English. Things like that. Oh, we all know the laws. Why? Because we see the laws are in English. It's written in English. We have a shared language. That's what a culture is. And we're losing that as America. Regarding assimilation, people should be, I'm all for you coming to America, but assimilate into American culture. Or at least we need to have like a shared identity of what America is. And for certain, it needs to be speaking English. If you want to know and study other languages, go for it. If you want to speak to someone else in a different language, because they also speak that language, then sure, go ahead. But as far as
now, see, I wish that was true. I really wish I could say that, BZ. I really wish I could say that. But sadly, nah, you could definitely say you can't find a job because of immigrants. Because think about it like this. I mean, why hire you when they can, let's talk about a high skill. Let's talk about something high skill. Why hire you when they got bring in an H-1B visa guy that are going to pay 25% less, 20 to 30% less than you? I mean, why hire you? We can just bring that guy over there. We can just undermine you and bring in the immigrant. I mean, it's not that you don't got the skills, sis. It's just that, bro, cheaper. So it is what it is. And because it is immigrant, the legal immigrant, by the way, you won't be able to get this job. It is what it is, you know, cheaper labor. That's how it works. I know. I wish I could say that too. I wish I could just sit there and say, bro, if immigrants is out here taking your job like that, it's a skill issue. But sadly, it's not even a skill issue, man. It's a wage issue. Well, I would say it's a profit margin issue.
Running a business, English. We should be speaking English. We should be proud to speak English. I can't imagine moving to Tokyo and forcing the people that live there, Japanese people, to speak English, to open up stores that only speak English. That's derangement. Again, we travel for a reason. We travel, we go overseas so we know what to expect. You go to India, you know what India looks like. You go to France, oh, oui, Paris. You go to Japan, I don't know how to speak Japanese, but we go to these places because we have an expectation of what they are, but there's no expectation of what America is anymore, and we're losing that before our eyes, and it's just turned from America.
Yeah, I mean, I know people like to bring up the Somalians and how they have their little section, but so do the Italians, so do the Jews, so do the Hispanics, and they have, I mean, bro, there's little Italies in probably like 10 different states. They have little Italies, little Somalias, little Mexicos. Like, it's not just the Somalians, by the way. And it don't matter what race it is, it's still disrespectful. It's like you come over here, you come to this country and you don't assimilate. Instead, you just create your own little, your own little country, your own little foreign country that you came from. That's a bit crazy. Instead of assimilating and being a part of the American group or the American community or the Asper, no, you just rather create your own little thing. And here's crazy how we kind of come hard on the Somalians about it, but I mean, hey, we don't say a damn thing about the Mexicans, really. We kind of ignored that. I mean, should we? I mean, I don't know. I don't really know if anybody ever want to talk about what the Jews get off with, but let's just focus on the Mexicans then. I mean, they get it off. There's places in the United States where they only speak Spanish. An illegal can come over here from Mexico, get into one of these spots, and never have to learn a lick of English and be able to live their life thoroughly, fully, no problems. But we can never go out there not know no Spanish in Mexico and think we're just gonna be able to live life easily.
Being this melting pot where we all assimilating it along to America being a mosaic and we're all just like coexisting near each other. And this is turning into a shit show. It's turning into a failed experiment, sad to say, and something needs to give.
And yeah, I want to be able to understand everybody. I just do. It's my country. I don't think I should have to speak another language in my own country. I don't think anyone wants that. I don't think it's good for us. Not saying that you can't know another language. I think that's great to know another language.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But to have anything other than English as the primary language in this country, not acceptable.
You're not describing the priorities of the modern Republican Party at all here.
No, but hopefully one day it will be. That's what I hope will happen.
I hope so too. And if you want to give him a follow, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of him, Nayland Haley, but common sense approach. And in terms of mass migration and migration in totality, what we are seeing is people coming here and not abiding to any of that we just talked about. People coming here, serving in different militaries. People coming here, being a dual citizenship. People coming here, not speaking English. People coming here to America.
And this is the difference. A lot of people say, well, aren't we a country of immigrants? Yeah, we are. But the thing is, it only works out when people assimilate under the one American culture. Of course, liberalism, capitalism, inalienable rights and all that good stuff that just don't really happen in other countries. Getting under our constitutional republic. Don't try to shape our constitutional republic how your dictatorship was going in your country, or your socialist economy, or your socialist dictator was doing stuff in your country. Don't come over here with that. Leave that over there. When you come over here, you're admitting that, yeah, I didn't like what's going on over here, so you better accept what's going on over here. You better get down with it and learn some English as well, please and thank you.
Because they want to be here, but then bringing their entire country that they're fleeing or coming from. It's very similar, honestly, and I'll play it fair. It's very similar to the people that will leave a blue state because they hate how decrepit it's come to a red state and then vote blue. Don't vote for what you fled. I get it if it's a different.
Bro, and see, now some of y'all sounding stupid. One, we're not under a dictatorship. If we're under a dictatorship, then why are you even allowed to say something about, our glorious dictator, Donald Trump? How are you able to say something against Fuhrer Trump? How? Tell me how you're able to even say anything. How are you guys able to have no king protests and go against a dictator without getting your heads blown off or having a mass hanging? Please tell me how y'all doing that. Because that's what other dictators did throughout history. Unless you're saying that Trump is like the softest dictator in history. We just got the nicest dictator ever that lets you, have freedom of speech, let you criticize him and all that good stuff. Unless we just have the best dictator ever, you guys sound dumb.
From person. And that same, because not all Democrats think the same. Lately, they have been, and even Republicans. But if you're fleeing a Democrat city because you don't like it and you're moving to a Republican city, why are you then voting to turn it blue? That makes no sense.
I don't want to live in a city that locks up the aisles in the grocery store anymore. I don't want to be at a restaurant, have to go to the bathroom, and go ask somebody for a code. I'm tired of walking into a park and seeing sharps containers at every entrance and every exit.
Nah, they had to use the code. I ain't gonna lie. Some of the foreigners, and you can tell when they're from a different country, when they just destroy bathrooms, they destroy the F out of these bathrooms. Like, oh my God. Like, it don't even make sense. Like, you would damn near wonder, like, bro, come on, man. You can't tell me I ain't have toilets in y'all country. Come on now. Like, really? The water on the toilet seat? Like, with the toilet paper stick? Come on, bro. Come on.
This isn't normal. I shouldn't be at a park and see a bathroom and wonder if A, it's open, B, see that it's completely covered in graffiti, or C, that it is completely inoperable because the city doesn't take care of it.
And the sad part about what this guy's going on a rant on is that, at least for like me being 30, I grew up in a time where none of that was a thing. I grew
Yep.
up in a time where, like, back up. Obviously, there.
Oh yeah, none of that was a problem. Like you could go to these restrooms and not have to worry about a lock or anything. It would just be open. You didn't have to go to the cashier and get a key or nothing like that. It was just open. Nowadays, you do need to get a key. Nowadays, you do need that code. And I mean, it's not just because of immigrants as well. It's not just because of them. I mean, homeless people will come in and use the bathroom and F it up as well. I mean, you don't want to know what a gas station bathroom looks like after a homeless man got done with it. You don't want to know.
Was graffiti. Obviously, there were some stores or some things locked up. But with how we see it now, it's decrepit. Socially, America needs to get its act together, and we can't get our own act together if we're constantly being flooded in with other cultures and identities who don't even have their own stuff together. And it's a whole hodgepodge of people just coexisting together, not having a shared identity. It's a hot mess, and it's all over the place. It's sad. We have things to work on. And if you are in a marriage, right? Say you're married and y'all are going through a divorce. If you're going through a divorce, are you going to sit here and adopt children in the middle of a divorce? No. Okay. You're going to fix what you got going on in your marriage. America's going through a divorce. We need to fix what we got going on in our marriage before we start adopting and taking in all these migrants. It makes no sense. I want a common sense society. I want clean streets. I want well-behaved people. I want to help create and foster and pour into this idea of what America is, but it's hard to do that when we have this mass migration coming in and no one, even legal citizens, born and raised Americans, not giving a damn about their own country. In
True.
large part due.
I mean, let's be real though. I mean, if y'all really cared about this immigration problem until the Muslims came, apparently when the Muslims started doing it, it became a problem. But if y'all really cared, y'all have spoke up since the Mexicans started doing this. If y'all really cared, y'all have spoke up when the Jews started doing this. If y'all really cared, y'all have spoke up when honestly there's a lot more other countries that do this as well. So it's funny how we pick and choose which one we want to like critically judge. But like I said, it does kind of make it is a bit irritating how well it's been being done for a while, where these people come through, carve out their own little cities in our land, and nothing is talked about until Somalis in Dearborn, or my bad, in Minnesota. Somalis in Minnesota, right? Now is a problem. I mean, been happening for decades before them, but now it's a problem. Okay, bro. Okay.
To mainstream media constantly pushing out BS, and then also just people not raising quality people anymore. It's sad. It's why I go so hard on the Black community. Hello, I'm Black. I get viewed a certain way. I just prejudice against me, racism against me. I see it, it's there, but also see and notice and can acknowledge it's there for a reason. And it's unfortunate. And these are things that need to be worked on and addressed. And we only can do that if we start having these honest conversations. And we only can do that when we start focusing on the issues at hand that we have in our own country. It saddens me. It frustrates me seeing, coming from Chicago, born and raised in Chicago, seeing so many Chicagoans get frustrated at all these illegal immigrants being poured into and it turning into a sanctuary city and all the crime and everything's rampant.
We need to allocate some of this money for our Black children.
$51 million for migrants brought some loud and vocal opposition from the public, to the point where police had to escort people out of the city council meeting several times.
Hell yeah, because like, bro, you're spending millions of dollars on migrants, but the schools are terrible, but there's cracks and potholes all over the place, but y'all got millions for migrants. I mean, and then y'all pretend like the American people are just supposed to accept this, or you hit them with the most disingenuous statement of, well, we are a land of my immigrants, so you should be okay with giving up your tax dollars for them, even though they don't really give up nothing for you. Well, we'll lie to you and say that they do, but they really don't.
It's like, damn, at one point, something needs to give, something needs to change. And I'm all for something changing, but we can't do that. We can't focus on that. Have our attention to be diverted to people who aren't even citizens in the first place. Let's be so for real.
It is not normal to see ads for home security systems everywhere. When my mom came to visit me, I remember walking away from her and having this brief moment where I go, I can't let her be by herself here. This is Denver, Colorado, but there are many cities like this, and none of this shit is normal. There were honor system egg stands in my neighborhood when I was a kid. The only time you hear about things like this now is when it's somebody stealing the entire supply.
See, and it's like the 90. Oh, they pay 96 billion in taxes, sweetheart. We're paying close to that just to deport their ass. We're paying over $88 billion just to deport them, and that's a tax attributed to them. So no, they're costing us actually just on the deportation side of things. And then also to provide healthcare to some of them through the clinics that we fund that provide healthcare services regardless of immigration status. Oh yeah, let's add that on to the bill as well. So now we've come to the fact that they are a net negative. Thank you for proving my point.
And not paying for them. This isn't normal. None of this is normal. The only reason everybody's not losing their mind about this shit is because it's happened so slowly over so many years that we just think it's normal.
Yep.
I mean, you damn right I'm Uncle Ruckus when it comes to that.
That nigga is guilty.
You damn right, because guess what?
Oh, yeah. There is powerful niggardry at work here.
The niggatry is strong within this one. But all right, let's go.
Slowly over the last few years. And truly, I think there was a big shift in like the way, like when migrants came here, they're proud to be American. They're proud to come here. They were thankful for it. And of course, we'll get into this later about the whole like little Italy's and little Chinatowns, the little Pakistans, like all the little cultural neighborhoods. We'll touch on that later. But there has been a shift in like the way immigrants and migrants are viewing this country. It went from being proud to
then James, move to Mexico. Bet you won't move to Mexico and you'll stay your ass here in America like a good little boy. Thought so.
Be here, respecting this country, celebrating it, loving it, to just completely not even acknowledging it. The rise of Spanish speaking people, like no one speaking English, the rise of illegal immigration, the rise of, I'm not even like a Christian, but the decline of like Christianity. Like the decline of what made America America. Like, y'all get what I'm saying? It's just sad to see and witness before my very eyes. It is. It's just wild to be a part of this and look around like all the rise of all the mosques.
Jay, you just said that you like Mexicans more than your own people. I mean, by that logic, why are you here? Just go to Mexico, dog. I mean, you may have been born here, but you don't like the people here. So I don't really know what you're doing here, dog. Just go to Mexico. But like, look, just learn some quick Spanish. Go to Mexico and you'll be a happier person, James. I just want what's best for you.
Spanish speaking, like I said before.
Viva Mexico! Viva Mexico! Viva Mexico!
For the Indians over here.
Boy, these are the Mexicans sure acting entitled to be here, though. And Lord knows they have no claim to that.
Here. And the Mexicans here. The Muslims here. It's like, damn, it's low-key changing. And I'm all for the diversity. I'm all for different restaurants, you know. I'm all for that. But at some point, we do need some shared norms. We do need a shared set of what like America is. Like, I can't just go to Dubai and do whatever the hell I want. I need to obey the Dubai's rules. And it's apparent America ain't got no damn rules, and we need to change that. And there's nothing wrong with wanting that change. I think it's about time there's at least a bare minimum, some common sense rules, some common sense practicalities that we lay out. That's like, yeah, no stealing. Oh yeah, like I want to bring. This is a different topic. I want to bring back public.
Willie, wrong. No, they fought Mexico, and Mexico lost. So the land is ours now. Congratulations. I mean, hey, look, bro, like this is the best thing I can show you right now, but this is what we do as Americans. I say, man, we took what's ours and we took some more.
You know, I don't know if I can say that right now, I want to bring back public dad, put it on live TV. You do something bad, boom, you're gone. We need to make examples out of these people because I'm sick and tired of these repeat offenders. There's no reason in hell we got a U.S. citizen that has 20, 30, 40 felonies. Excuse me? Like, I'm all for due process, but there's no reason. There's like physical proof. Like, I'll be watching Code Blue Cam videos and Midwest Safety and all that. The amount of people that just get let go, there's no reason. Like, there's a lot of laws and things we need to be changing. There is. I want to go back to just a very well put, close-knit, like very tight-knit society, but no one's assimilating into that and no one's desiring that, especially the migrants. And again, I'm not trying to blanket statement here. Of course, there are some people that come here the legal way and they are very proud and they love America and they're so thankful to be here, but there's a good chunk of people, the Indians, the Muslims, that just come here and there's like no America. It's like they just it is, it's just odd. It's odd to me. And I've felt this way. We'll talk about it. We can talk about it. I felt this way as a kid. When I was a little kid, I had one girl. There was one girl in my school that had the little hijab. And I always thought it was so interesting. I'm like, but why? But you're in America.
All good. Yes,
You
it is.
know, like,
all good.
If there's norms in other countries of what not to wear, what not to do, why can't we have that here? I'm just saying. I'm just throwing ideas out there, you guys. If you come here, you can't be wearing all the clothing. You show yourself, show your face, show your hair, and you can wear a hat. But like, see, this is where it gets in little nuances, and this is where we're just like shooting the shit back and forth. We're just sitting here chatting. But there needs to be something shared in America.
Yeah, I get it. Like, but I let them have their burkas. But let's be honest, though, the whole like praying for 5 times a day over the intercom. Oh yeah, no. Like waking people up in the morning with that bullshit. No, that should not be allowed. They can practice their religion. I mean, that's all good and all, but you don't need to hold up Times Square for a mass prayer. That's unnecessary. You guys got mosques for that. Like, that's the whole reason why y'all guys built mosques. We let y'all build mosques for you guys to do that. Can you please use it for that?
There does, and we need to address this ASAP before all these migrants come in here. We're just living next to each other, like barely putting up with each other.
This is a Minneapolis school, and if you look around, everyone's Muslim.
So
Not just Muslim, but Somali. Even the mascot of the school is now a camel. I looked up, I tried to find what school this is, and then you see all the kids.
One, shout out to Fleckus. Fleckus Talks. He's been a real one. I've known of him since like 2019, 2020. Many conversations. We've worked together before. Like, he's actually a great guy. And that's I don't want America to be this. I don't.
I mean, bro, sorry to let you know, but we already were before this. I mean, we got schools full of foreigners of like different nationalities, not just an all Somali Muslim school. We got others. Like, to be quite honest with you, like there's others examples that are surrounding America. They're just not Somalis. They're just a different culture, different race. So it's already too late. It's already too late. This is ridiculous, though. Like, like, so, god damn, what did Somalis just do? Like, dogpile on Dearborn, Michigan, or something? Like, just made sure they flooded that one Pacific area.
I'm all for different races being here.
I mean, yeah, but should we let races migrate just to one part? That's honestly one thing we need to talk about too. Should there be a this gonna sound crazy, but should there be a race limit in certain, like when it comes to migration? Like, we're only gonna allow like 100 of y'all in this city, 100 of y'all in that city over there, maybe like 10K of you guys in the next state over, but you all just can't dogpile on this one city because you're just gonna change everything here. So we know that's what you're going for. So we're just going to break y'all all up and put y'all all over, scatter you guys about so you guys will assimilate.
For you coming over here, but I'm not so much. There's a give and take for certain things. Like, there obviously are some things that can be changed in the country. Like, hello, no more slaves. Hello, people are accepting of gay people. I'm okay with like moderate, basic changes that I find basic, not even trying to be biased, but like basic changes. A whole school full of little girls wearing hijabs.
Crazy. It is crazy.
No.
Kids are pretty much everyone is a Somali, and there's a couple of old school administrators still hanging on. They haven't put in their request for transfer in the back. You see these white people in the back, nice ladies. They have a camel as a mascot. And they go, "What the f happened?"
Literally, like, I wouldn't want my kid there.
I'm just saying.
I just wouldn't. I wouldn't. And that's not even me being like racist.
I
That's just
mean,
me.
before you say that, I would have to actually look at the test scores there. If the test scores are phenomenal, I would send my kid there. I'm just saying, like, hey, bro, I ain't no racist. I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, if you're telling me that they're doing a good job over there and they're excelling, then sure, I'll send them over there. But but most likely not. Most likely not.
Understanding like that's not America, you know? Like there's a reason I'm not moving to a Muslim country. I'm in America. I like America things. And that's what I want my kid to be around, want them to be raised on. And it's not this. And that school was in Minneapolis.
I would want my kid to go to a school where there's white people, like black people, Hispanic, like where there's a healthy mix. Not just all Hispanic, not even just all white. I'll be real with you. I would actually want them to grow up in more of a diverse area. Like, I'm gonna be quite honest. So I'm being like, I guess what he's saying is, I wonder if he would have the same opinion. Like, well, I know you wouldn't want to have all Somalis there, but would you want all white people, all Mexicans, all like, is there prefer all you'd want? Because me, I would just prefer a mix up altogether. That's just what I grew up in. Though. That's how I grew up around when I went to school. White people, Hispanics, Somalis, like Africans. I've been around them all. So this is just why I'm okay with that. Now, there's some people that grew up that weren't like that. Some of y'all grew up in mostly white schools that probably had like 2-3 black people in there. And now you're mainly used to being around the white people. And you'd want your kids to go to school like that. And that's perfectly fine. Like, honestly.
But this doesn't even stop in Minneapolis. There's also Dearborn, Michigan. There's been a lot of drama recently with them. There was just a whole crash. I'll put up a video here.
This is not America. This is an insurgency. They are taking over our country.
Drama's going down up in Dearborn because, again, like I said before, this idea.
No. The anti-Islam protesters clash with Muslim community activists in Dearborn. Bro, it's the anti-Muslim protesters' fault. I'll be quite honest with you. They're literally going down there and agitating these guys. I mean, why would you go down there? And this is where I criticize even Alex Jones on this, like, because he was backing this up. Because why would you go down there, right? And you know how they feel about their holy book. Why would you go down there and slap bacon in front of their face on a microcom, inciting it, bragging in front of their face that you're disrespecting their holy book, and then pretend like nothing was going to happen? Like, I'm sorry, but like, if y'all thought that was okay, then you're a fucking child. And whoever did that, yo, they're fucking children. Like, because why would you do that trying to incite violence and then trying to get these people to hurt you just so you can what? Turn around and call them radical Islamists? Like, is that how we're going to get it? Is that how y'all going to get y'all next story? By agitating these people? It's completely disrespectful and childish. Like, please, like, you don't got to sit. You could sit there and protest, but let's be real. It's like burning the flag in front of a whole bunch of veterans and expecting something not to happen to you. Like, you're literally inciting violence.
Of like, we're not a melting pot anymore. We're a mosaic and we're just coexisting next to each other, and it's starting to boil up and things ain't sitting right. And it's literally Christians versus Islam. It's getting nuts, you guys.
Yeah,
so
it's getting nasty.
Here, anti-Islam protest.
It is getting nasty out here. Like, it's coming to the point where people are taking like the quotes out the Quran and like misquoting them or taking it out of context and trying to paint Islam as the most evil religion. And on the Islam side, well, they're not really talking shit about the Christian religion. Why? Because they actually believe in all the Christian prophets and the ones in the Bible and the Torah. So they're not, and you can't really talk shit about the prophets. That's just how they lean. So it's kind of funny how all of the aggression is actually coming from the Christian side. It's kind of sad, actually, but it is what it is. I mean, I'm be real with you. I don't really see Muslims out here going out their way to just shame Christianity, but I do see Christians going out their way to do so. And I don't like it, man. That's below y'all.
That's just clash with Muslim community activists in Dearborn. Things got a little wild, but I want to come down and compare the different headlines, which shout out to Ground News. If you want to get involved, be sure to tap the link below. It's going to kill here on the screen. Because of the tools that they provide, we're able to see with this story exactly what the left, center, right is saying, and a bunch of different articles in one place. We can see the news from a level playing field. So something notable right here that I really want to highlight and call out, and I wouldn't be able to see this without Ground News.
To be quite honest, the only thing that Muslims ever really call out about Christians is the Trinity, and that's because it just don't make sense to them. I mean, they just don't see how Jesus can be Jesus, Son of God, and God all in one. Like, they just don't. They're not hearing it. But that's really it. I don't really hear them disrespect like the prophet. Or not, well, any of the prophets, especially not Jesus. So I do wonder why it is a bit one-sided. Like, I do ask the Christians to check yourselves a little bit, because the other side don't feel the same way you do. And if the other side don't have the same aggression you do, then usually you're being propagandized to feel this way.
And while we're here, look, listen to the calls of prayer. This is what's going on in Dearborn, Michigan.
Which is completely unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. Like, I will admit that is completely unacceptable. That should be stopped. But here's the thing, though. How the hell did Dearborn, Michigan get taken over like this? Did we just really allow a whole bunch of Somalis just to pile in on Dearborn, Michigan, and just outpopulate the white community there, or all the communities there? Because there's more than just Somalis that live in Dearborn, Michigan. I mean, there's black people, white people that live over there too. So I really wonder, like, how did that even form? And you just can't say it's the Muslim takeover plan, because I mean, this is like the best example you guys got.
Why did it get into a clash? You can't do this. Churches don't even do it. They got a bell. Them churches, they got a bell. I can give you a pass. You got a bell. It's convenient for everybody. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. It's 1. The jingles can be annoying, but I can deal with the bell.
Yeah.
A call to prayer?
That's crazy. Yeah, bell, like, yeah, hearing the bell ring a couple times, like, shoot, that happens over here. Like, shoot, there used to be a church like down the street from me, but they broke it down, sadly. Or they demolished it, sadly. But the thing is, though, yeah, it's a lot easier to do with just that bell than a whole call to prayer with words and all that wild stuff. You're just going like, bro, what the fuck am I even waking up to?
No. And this is a majority Christian nation that was kind of founded on Christian ideals and values. And I'm not saying you have to be a Christian to live in America. You don't have to, but like, I prefer that be one of the only ones that's prominent. I don't know. I love my audience.
I mean,
we can just sit here and
shoot, even now, there's people in the chat that says stuff about Islam that they honestly don't know what they're talking about. And like I said, a lot of y'all confuse cultures for Islam, or how people practice Islam, how people practice Islam within a Pacific culture, and you compare that to all of Islam or all Muslims. And like I said, that's just an incorrect way of looking at it.
have these conversations, and sometimes they're tough. Sometimes they require more nuance. Sometimes it's like,
I mean, you're feel free to
sticky,
look at it however
but
you want.
this is nuts. We're done. No. If that was outside my house, go ahead and sign me. Call me white flight. Because people are like, when a white person moves in, it's always gentrification. But if a white person moves out, it's called white flight. I'm with the white. I'm leaving. I don't want to be a part of that. That's not America to me. I don't live in the Middle East for a reason. None of us do. And I have to keep like saying this. Like, this doesn't make any of us really hateful or racist or bigoted. It's just,
oh no. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, brother. You come on now. It does make some people racist and bigoted. But like, we can sit here and that's the thing. It's like the sensible people can sit here and be like, yeah, this is a bit far. But that doesn't mean there's a Muslim takeover and Islam is just this evil cultist religion that's trying to take over the world, though. I mean, you guys are stretching this to the max and then taking things out of context like it's true. That's the worst part about it.
We live in this country. Like, we're losing what the country America is. I'm going to keep referencing this so we stay grounded in this perspective shift. And then I know this video is probably challenging for some people. We have an idea of what like visiting Sydney, Australia is. We have an idea of what going to Tokyo is. What going to
it's the one time I ever agree with liberals is when we sit here and we just talk about, how the Muslims are low-key getting thrown under the bus. Like, that's the only time I ever agree with the leftists. Only time other than that, we're on opposing sides. Because, like, no God, like James said it right, bro. There are pedophiles in the Catholic Church, but then we point that out, you want to start saying that Catholics aren't Christian, which is insane to say, by the way, because I know Catholics very close to my life and they're Christian. They consider themselves Christian. If you to tell them that they're not Christian is asinine, but it is what it is. And let's be real, yes. And then outside of the Catholic Church, there's been pedophiles caught up in there. Do we say that all Christian are pedophiles and they just hide behind Jesus? Like, no, we don't. So why do y'all do the same thing to Islam when the same thing can be flipped on you guys? Actually, and here's the thing: some of you guys are MAGA, and y'all been grouped up to be what, fascists, misogynists, and all this good stuff. So, and we understand that's not all of us, but there's a few of us like that. Why don't you understand what they're doing to the Muslims then? I'm just saying, bro. Hey, it's real easy to sow hate, though. I don't get it. It's real easy to sow hate, but it's not hard to install understanding. Install understanding.
Amsterdam is, what going to Norway is. We have these expectations. Hell, even in the United States, we know what's kind of to expect going to LA, going to Seattle, but we need something for America, okay? We need something here. We need something for our country. And it's not that. It's not. And it's weird to me how people will refute this and say this is wrong, or, it's fine. Everybody just do their own thing. They're not doing their own thing in other countries. And when they are, it gets handled. And if it doesn't get handled, the country just falls apart like Europe is right now.
And that's what I'm saying. I agree with him on that stance. The problem is, those bro, we've been letting other communities do this as well. And we say nothing to them. And if we're gonna go ahead and start calling out Muslims for it, let's go across the board. Then let's go to those little Chinatowns. Let's go to the little Italies. Let's go to the little Mexicos. Let's wrap up everybody. Let's go ahead and solve everybody's problem. Let's go ahead and solve all of it. Let's go ahead and solve the whole assimilation problem altogether and include everybody. But let's just not pick and choose, though.
All should be doing,
because I'm just a person who works on consistency. If I'm not over here getting mad that the Jews can have their own little Israel, if I'm not mad about the Italians having little Italy, if I'm not mad about Mexican, little Haiti, little Mexico, if I'm not mad about those, then who am I to be mad about little Somalia, basically? Yeah, it's wild, but so is what they're doing as well. But y'all was okay with that. I didn't hear nothing about that, but all of a sudden the Somalis doing it, and now we got a national outrage. This seems a bit manufactured.
Now you have all these Islam men yelling Allah Akbar. I have a question for you guys. If America were to get in a war with a country like Iraq, who would you guys defend, America or Iraq?
We won't get in a war. That's not permissible for us. But at the same time,
who would you defend first?
We would support our brothers in Iraq. That's the only way.
Leave.
You gotta go.
But to give you the geopolitical nuance, now there is a war going on in Afghanistan and Iraq right now, between Afghanistan and Iraq. So he's most likely speaking up about that. So he's most likely talking about the war that's going on between Afghanistan and Iraq. And he must have family that's in Iraq. So he wants to go fight for them. And for that, still leave. For still, though. Still, I'm with bro. Still leave. Even with the geopolitical nuance of it, leave. Because you're an American. You don't get involved in that.
You got to go. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me march, protest, and I'm staying in America, America this, America that. But you'll fight for another country? Why are you here?
Low key.
What is here? Why did you, what is America? Why did your parents come here? What
was the point of you coming here if you wanted to go fight for another country? Bro, leave. If you're if you're willing to get that involved, I understand covering it. I understand reading up on it, doing extensive research, but to the point where you want to get involved and you're an American, you want to go out there and fight for Iraq or Afghanistan, bro, just leave and don't ever come back, bro. You got it.
It's not clocking. I don't. It flabbergasts me. Why the hell are you here if you don't want to be here? If you're not going to protect here? People are fleeing, especially the Mexicans. They're fleeing Mexico because of how corrupt it is, coming to America because they know for the most part, America stands on business and is not that corrupt when it comes to basic crime, not the high levels of the basic crime. And then you come here breaking the law and then you want to wave the Mexican flag. The only reason you're here is because you knew you could come here.
And that's what I was saying too. I was just like I said, somebody in the chat said, well, they're not problems like the Muslims. I mean, they're basically taking over parts of the city and taking over whole parts of city. They refuse to assimilate. So all the same thing you're complaining about the Muslims, they're doing as well. They bring their culture, flags, loud music, Haitians. I mean, come on now, guys. Come on now. They're doing the exact same thing, but I guess the whole Islam part is what makes it bad, right?
And I get clapped by the cartel because of why? Our due process, our morals, our society. You're ruining that. We need people to assimilate. We need people to be proud
No, I agree.
to be an American.
We do need people to assimilate, but we got to be consistent with it, though. I mean, I call the Somalians too, but I'm calling out the Mexicans, the Haitians, the Jews, all of them. All of them, you got to assimilate, each and every one of them. We're not just gonna call out one group like they're the only ones doing it. That's the only thing I don't like about it. Is that like, all right, cool? You want to focus on Somalis? Great, let's focus on all of them. Cause we got a whole bunch of Chinatowns around here too, and that's a whole bunch of Chinese spies that we run around here, selling and also selling fake product and all that good stuff. So I'm just like, y'all wasn't giving too much of a damn about that. Like our number one enemy, China, go over here, got a whole Chinatown in several places in America, and it's all good. Really? Okay.
That song just came in my head, and I can't stand that song. I'm proud to be an American. I cannot stand that song. Ooh, it frustrates me. I love the message, but I can't do the song. Anyway, that just came in my head. We need people proud to be an American. This wild.
So you want to defend America?
We would not defend America.
But you're American.
But at the same time, listen, at the same time, America is our country because we were born here.
And I want that gone too. Get rid of the birthright citizenship right now. End it. No. I'm tired of damn anchor babies. I'm tired of someone coming here going, let's go on vacation, honey. Let's go to America. Well, I'm 38 weeks pregnant. You have a baby. Boom. Now that baby's an American citizen. That don't make no damn sense.
Crazy.
It never has to me.
Crazy.
Never has and never will. There's no reason.
And that's the thing. We never really debated. The Supreme Court never debated if undocumented immigrants or people here on work visa or just visas or tourists. Yeah, we never debated that if that was counted as I would say a U.S. citizen, or if that's actually goes under birthright citizenship. We've debated if legal immigrants' kids count as citizens. That's been debated. That's already been decided by the Supreme Court. That's one of the reasons why I would count as an American citizen. But birthright, both of my parents were legal citizens. What's going on now is where either two illegals will come over here and have a kid, and they're trying to say it's American citizen. You got tourists that'll come over here, have a kid, they'll try to say it's an American citizen, and it's just any kid born on American soil is an American citizen without having no type of legal representation in this country, or anybody of legal status, or any family member of legal status in this country. It's a bit wild just to, jump the gun and give them that.
Two non-citizens can come to this country, have a baby, and then that baby be a citizen of this country. What? We need to end that now. We need to end it now. I want it gone. Gone. Does not make sense to me. If my pregnant friend come over to my house and had that water break, had that damn baby in my bathroom, that's not my child because it was born here. Take that baby home to your home. Take the little nigga out. Take it. It ain't mine. It's not my responsibility. That damn child of yours, both the mommy and pappy, y'all ain't citizens. That damn child, I'm not putting my tax money dollars to it. It's not here. Take it back to your country.
Yep, take it back to your country. It does not get the American stamp of approval. I'm sorry.
Send it back. You guys, we need to have these real honest conversations. We do. I want to go.
Honestly, we need to crack down on some of these guys that don't appreciate being in this country. And yes, the Muslim community, yes, let's crack down on them. Cause I like where Trump is going. Shoot, let's send all the TPS guys home and let's send a couple of them else and let's see how they start acting then. I'm just saying, maybe we need to make an example out of some of these guys in that community, and we'll start seeing things settle down. I think everybody would be appreciative if that happened. Like, damn, after Trump done sent home like 10,000 of them, they chilling out now. Hey, all they might need is just a very stern example.
Because you end up with people like this.
Fight with people that are against our religion, so we just take up the jail time.
So you would
That's
not.
what we do.
So you would not defend America.
I would go to jail instead of fighting for America.
And who would you defend if we were to go to war against a country like Iraq again? America.
All right, then, can you just come on, bro, just go back to your country then if that's how you feel. If you would rather defend another country or go to jail than defend America, dog, you do not need to be here, bro. I would die for this country, quite honestly. Like, if foreign invaders came today, I will be out there with my gun and crossbow ready to fight for this country. And I don't need, trust me, you don't need to join the army. You don't have to join the army to have that spirit in you. But if you're not willing to do that for this country, bro, just leave.
America or Iraq?
America.
And should that be a troublesome conflict of interest for somebody to be here in America that would rather support another nation like Iraq?
Anybody who supports another nation needs to live in that nation.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Go. Pack your bags, take your ass, and go. If you're here, support this country. Obviously, we're in a democracy. Fight back. We can talk back and forth. Things can change a little bit. I'm for that. But coming here, I'd rather sit in jail than fight for America.
Yeah, I mean, if you actually hear some of these, well, you actually hear most of these Muslims, Somalians, and the African ones, bro. A lot of them will tell you that they love it here in America, and their country isn't too much to return to. They'll say, "Yeah, I'll go visit, but I'm coming back to America." There actually are Muslims, a lot of them, who have respect for America. But the problem is, though, in social media, that they put out the ones who don't. And it gives good clicks and all that good stuff. But like I said, don't take that last kid who wants to say, "Oh, I want to fight for Iraq," as all Muslims. And that's the problem. That's what a lot of people are actually doing. They take what one Muslim said and they say, that's all of them. But it's not.
I'd rather fight for Iraq. I want to be a dual citizen. I want to go over to...
Yeah, those guys talking like that, get them up out of here. Those guys that are proud to be here, that want to assimilate, that want to get down the American way of life, that can practice their religion while abiding by American laws, while abiding by American culture, go ahead. Let those guys stay. But the rest of them, they got to go. And sadly, man, it's looking like a good chunk of them is going to have to go. Like, hey, out of 100%, shoot, maybe 10 to 20.
Israel and be in the IDF. What are we doing, you guys? Again, not even trying to be hateful, bigoted, and mean. It's just genuine, honest questions. What are we doing as a country? Nothing makes sense anymore.
Other people around the world look at us and see that we're the issue. But uqsim billah wa hayat Allah, we have done nothing to nobody ever. We stay in the city by ourselves, minding our businesses with friends, family, food, events, celebrations, whatever the case may be. We don't disrespect holy books. We don't disrespect cultures. We don't disrespect people. We don't disrespect anybody.
Well, now, hold on now. You don't disrespect holy books, and I'll give you guys that. That's one thing that the Christians are absolutely outrageous for. Not the Christians, but those dumbasses out there that was protesting in Dearborn that was slapping bacon against the Quran. I mean, the Muslims ain't doing that, so I don't know why y'all would stoop such a disgusting behavior. But now, as far as respecting the culture, bro, come on now. Are you respecting the culture in Dearborn, Michigan? Are you sure you're doing that by having that loudspeaker, like just yelling prayers in the middle of the morning? Like, come on, bro. That's not really respecting the culture. But as far as respecting, the religion, I mean, I'll give y'all that.
We are taught to be lovers.
I think the disrespectful part is not assimilating into our culture. Like, to a certain point, sure, there could be like a little village, but like, at what point do we have an honest conversation like the village taking over the city, and then the mayor, and then the congresswoman? You know what I'm saying? Like, at what point does your little culture?
Then that's exactly what they do in their districts, and I mean, the shoot happens in New York. I mean, shoot. Yeah, that's what they do in their districts. They'll take over a certain district to the city and plant themselves in Congress and higher seats of office. So all of them do. All of them. And I'm not just talking about the Muslims. I'm talking about all of the immigrants that come here.
Again, we're not a melting pot. We're a mosaic. And what perfect? We're a mosaic, right? We're a mosaic. And let's just say all the tiles were, red. That's just America. A blue tile here, there, and there for Israel. Get a little green tile for all the Muslims. When them green tiles keep stacking up and going around the mosaic and taking over the red, at what point do we start calling it out, saying, hey, y'all had a little area, but now y'all kind of growing. It's kind of becoming a problem because we're losing what this mosaic looked like. It was very pretty before. Now it's turning green.
And that's what I believe, like, he's kind of like, I don't know, he's exaggerating it, because just like I said, what we got, Dearborn, Michigan, and we got Minnesota, but I can name multiple cities that the Hispanics has took over, that Mexicans took over. I can name multiple places in America that are Jewish cities. I can name multiple places in Florida that are ran by the Haitians pretty much. So I'm just saying, like, what about them, dog? Like, so it's all, like I said, is it just because, like, do we really care, or is this about Muslims? Because if we really cared, I feel like we'd have been calling this out, honestly, since the beginning of Trump's election, or since the beginning of the year, considering that we have places that are literally ran by other, countries, let's be real, like Chinatown, Little Italy, Little Haiti. It's a bit wild how that works out.
We need to address this, and that should be perfectly fine to address. But that's what's been bugging people, okay? And then the call to prayer is annoying people. It is. The different culture set going into this town, and if I'm in America, it's one thing to experience different cities, different foods, and might like different music and all that kind of stuff, sure. But when it starts to feel like I'm going through a different country within my own country, oh, you gotta go. Now you gotta go, but like something needs to give.
Everybody and anybody around us comfortable, safe, happy. And you want to step foot on our ground, make things so much worse for everybody around, cause protests, cause havoc.
I'm gonna end the video right there because I think we all heard what that man just said, our ground. That's the problem. You want to step on our ground. Nigga, it's our ground, America.
Yeah.
But was what used to be a melting pot and now this damn mosaic, and you mad that we step out on your tile. Something needs.
I mean, I don't know, dog. Like, if you're seeing how these guys stepped out on their tile, it really wasn't the most respectful way. Let's be quite honest. It's kind of like how we felt outraged when in LA they was waving the Mexican flag, is the same outrage they felt when those so-called Christians were running around ripping pages out of the Quran and also slapping bacon against it. Like, what do you think was going to happen? I mean, do you really think that's the most respectful way of going about this? Is that the most, like, what would Jesus do? You think Jesus would do that? Of course not. If anything, if you actually look back at it, shoot. I mean, sound like Jesus, like, you know, he was a pretty peaceful guy, right? He wouldn't go out there and just insult an entire religion, right? Considering that man prayed like him, shoot, monotheists like him. Damn, and if he did speak Aramaic, so he damn near called out to the same God as them. But hey, they're the bad guy though, right?
To change. This is why people are against mass migration. This is why some people are even against legal migration. This is why some people want to put a pause on legal immigration.
All migration.
Because
no, we need to put a pause on all migration. Get these guys who don't want to be here out of here. And that's it. I mean, this guy, he's good. This guy just a bit frustrated from the Christian guys coming through and disrespecting the Quran and all that. So I see where he's frustrated at. He probably don't have that context, but no, that's where his frustration is coming from.
We got a lot of shit to figure out. We got a lot of shit to work out here in America right here, right now with our own citizens.
Imagine having to go to the grocery store and this is what you see around you. This is actual footage from a grocery store in the United Kingdom. Can you imagine having to actually live like this as a British person with this around you all the time?
I mean, you ain't never been to an international market? But I mean, all right. I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to seeing different cultures or something. But aren't you ever used to being in an international market though? Like, it's kind of the usual. I never really see nothing wrong with it. But I mean, if you're telling me I should, I still won't. But all right, I'd have to know if this ain't an international market. If I seen this at like Walmart or something, yes, I'd be highly concerned.
Grew up in the UK, and instead of living in the UK, you're living in this.
What the
Now,
fuck? Oh yeah,
it's
no,
still
they
the same
unruly.
country. But where
Hold
are your
on now, they
people?
ain't doing this in.
Where
Hold
are
on now, they ain't doing this in my markets out here now. They a little bit more orderly than this.
Are the people that look like you?
Damned. I'd be damned.
What the?
This is what makes people racist. This is what makes people
Low
extremists. Like, you know what? Like this right here, I would be hotter than fish grease if I pulled up into Target, Costco.
Look, if I never met any Muslims in my life, yeah, this would probably make me a racist.
Food. I have my Whole Foods and I'm Trader Joe's and Sprouts. If I pulled up to my stores and it's just a mad rush of different like ethnicities and cultures. Again, I'm all for diversity to a certain extent. Like I'm up for diversity of clothing, diversity of music, diversity of like, you know, but I'm not for diversity of norms. I'm not for diversity of just like social stuff, social cues, stopping at a red light. You know, I'm talking like at that level, not running at a grocery
shout out
store.
to Castro, he says, way to backtrack. LOL, seen it earlier. Hold on, what did I backtrack on? What did I backtrack on, Castro? But shout out my man Castro.
Or not like rummaging through stuff, not like littering. Like those norms, I'm not budging on. I don't want to. And I'd be damned if I go in a grocery store and it turns out like this. This in the UK. That's just what Texas gonna look like. Dearborn, New York, LA. People are sounding the alarms on this. And we need to have an honest conversation about where this is headed in our own country. If we don't start assimilating into a set a standard of decorum, how to act, which again, I know there's even our own city.
Or don't let them just migrate all into one city like that. Like, we probably should have low key, I don't know, to sound effed up, but like, yeah, kind of put out a national warning, like, yo, Somalis, there's already enough of y'all in there. You're kind of effing up the demographics of that city. So you can't go to Dearborn, Michigan no more Somalis there. I mean, you better go to the next city over and split yourselves up. Because we're trying to make sure the demographic is healthy in these places and not, distorted.
Citizens need work with that. I talk about it all the time. And I urge you guys to talk about it too. I urge us all to call it out. But damn, again, that even aids to the point. If we have our own citizens to work on and really fix, the hell are we gonna do with all these migrants? I don't want that. I don't want this. No one, like, this isn't
Okay. You talking about your last comment about the world markets. Yeah, the international markets. I mean, that's how they look to me. You got your Africans in there, you have your Muslims in there, you got a couple of Hispanic people, and you got guys like myself, and then that's it. Like, but and it's orderly, and people aren't rushing around like this. So to see this happen in the UK, I'm going like, God damn, I thought y'all had more order and structure and class than we did. Y'all are the ones with the perfect vocabulary.
Want this to be America. I don't. And there's a lot of other people that don't either, especially
That's
given
over
how
9,000.
hard we work and all this shit we got going on in this country as it is.
I got a couple thoughts on this Dearborn, Michigan thing. And of course, I'm from Michigan. I live probably about 25 minutes from Dearborn. And I'm finding that a lot of these people that are freaking out about Dearborn, Michigan don't even live in Michigan or are so far away from Dearborn within Michigan. They've probably never even been.
We're allowed to talk about it. It's in America where American citizens, our taxpayer money, doing all this stuff. We're allowed to talk about it, and we see it popping up in different cities too. We're allowed to use our voice.
There, that it's insane. So I just want to highlight some attention to that because they've been here for over 40 years. We've never really had a problem. Let's just highlight the fact that Dearborn has one of the lowest crime rates. It's incredibly clean, and it's always been incredibly welcoming. In addition to that, Dearborn boasts.
I mean, I believe her. I mean, like I said, Muslims aren't the worst people. They're actually pretty good people. So I don't believe her, but let's be real though. People have a right to kind of be a little bit weary due to the fact that they're just dogpiling in that one area and kind of taking over the city demographically.
Christian churches, about 13 mosques.
We're a Christian country.
Yeah, but we're allowed to have mosques though.
Hello, we're not looking for them to be.
Yeah, but we're a Christian country that believes in freedom of religion. So I mean, they're gonna be mosques. Come on now. I mean, let's be real. Like, come on now. What? Like, are we gonna start getting mad at synagogues as well? Like, come on now. We gotta be across the board with this. I don't think we want to start getting mad at holy places now.
Equal here.
Have been there forever, undisturbed. There's never been a problem with Christians and Muslims living side by side within Dearborn. So I'm just going to highlight that.
And this is why I love looking at all sides, because she's like, we never had a problem with that, but we just saw the protest. There's protests all the time. We're seeing the opposite of what you're saying, ma'am. I understand you live there and you have your own experience, and we're going to hear it. And I'm listening to you and I trust you. But they're also, like a lot of things, it can be directly refuted. It can.
Cultural communities that are within the United States. And the fact that we have 15 to 20 Chinese themed historic districts all over the United States. These are like the bigger, older ones, San Francisco, New York, what have you, those kinds of districts. And I mean, you go there and it feels like you've walked into Shanghai or something.
And I will keep it consistent here. I don't like that either.
Thank you. My nigga, my dog. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for being consistent. Because I was wondering, I'm like, bro, I mean, you're harping down the Muslims, but what about the other ones? Thank you for being consistent. I respect consistent people.
I'm just being real. All I can do is be real and authentic with you guys. I don't like it either. I don't like
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. Yeah, but we don't want 13 Walmarts either, LOL. Yeah, I mean, that is true. I mean, yeah, you're right. We definitely don't want no 13 Walmarts either. We definitely don't want a whole bunch of international marks. Even though they do be having some nice stuff over there. I ain't gonna lie. They do be having some cool stuff.
Remember, I was in New York and I was going to a coffee shop and I just turned a corner and I was like, what the hell am I? I thought it was in America. Like, to a certain point, yeah, I'm cool with like Chinese food places, like Indian food places. I'm cool with the different food places and the little bars sprinkled throughout. But having like a set town goes back to the mosaic idea when I'd rather be a melting pot. And a melting pot isn't just coexisting. That's a mosaic. Melting pot is like shared norms, shared identities, shared languages, and then we can dibble dabble in like the best parts about your own other nations. I'm cool with that, but I'm gonna keep it consistent here with her. She's gonna go down the route of like, oh, people don't bring up that, or the Jewish communities, or little Pakistans, and this and that. Well, I am. As much as Dearborn,
Hey.
Michigan is a problem to me, the huge, like dedicated, different.
Same here. Like I said, I like how he's being consistent when he's like, you're right. If we're gonna bring up Dearborn, Michigan, we gotta bring up everybody. Because all of it, honestly, all of it is a danger to national security. All of it is refusing to assimilate. All of it.
Towns,
all
are
of them,
too, especially that are culturally, like massively culturally different. Again, I'm for diversity, okay? I am, but the basic norms.
I mean, they load areas, take political control and benefits. I mean, that's what all of them do, though. That's what all of them do, especially the Jewish ones, especially the Jewish cities. Like, that's what they all do, brother. I'm telling you, BTK. Shout out to my man BTK and the supporters. Support my dog. But no, they all do. Each and every one of them. They all find a way to gain power. I mean, how you think we got Mexican senators and congressmen? We don't talk about that, though. I mean, how you think that even happened? Due to the fact that they took over certain cities and all that good stuff, they end up having kids here, raising them well, by the way, and then they end up getting into high places. All of them do the same thing. Chinese, we got Chinese senators and all that good stuff. Do we have? Yeah, we do. We do. Chinese congressmen and all that. Chinese district leaders or whatever, district men and women. So yeah, it happens across the board. The problem is that we're just focusing on when it's the Muslims for some reason. And want to act like not like the other ones aren't, other races or other real religions, let's be real, aren't doing it as well. I mean, the Indians are doing it out. Well, yeah, they are doing it here as well. They're doing it even worse in Canada. I mean, they're egregiously doing this in Canada, but they're also doing it to a small degree here as well. I won't be surprised in a couple of years if we have a small India here. I wouldn't be surprised. So, or what? Are we going to be consistent, or are we just going to call out our favorite group to hate?
There needs to be adjustment.
People practice a different religion other than Christianity, but nobody has a problem with that. In fact, people go.
And I do want to remind you, there's only about 80,000 people. 80,000 people in Minnesota. I hope you know this. 80,000 Somalians altogether. I looked it up. About 80,000 of them. At most 90. So we're talking about maybe really less than 1% of the state. And we're making a big deal out of it. As we should, though. As we should. But the way how we're just trying to focus mainly on Muslims and we're not trying to focus on how other races do this as well, that's what's concerning to me. I will sit here and condemn Muslims for what they're doing in Dearborn, what they did in New York. I would do that all day. But don't sit here and think that I have no right to call out the other ones, or don't think that the other guys are different. They're not. They're doing the same exact thing.
Specifically to visit these destinations when they travel to places like New York and San Francisco. So just putting that out there. But in addition to these 15 to 20 bigger historical districts, there's about 50 Chinese districts within the whole of the United States. So I'm certainly not talking crap about any Chinese brothers or sisters. I have family that are Chinese. I have very close friends that are Chinese, and I love them. So that's not what I'm doing here. I'm just highlighting a comparison that one's okay and actually celebrated, and the other one is like deemed
Literally. And you know what? That's valid. To me, they're equal to a certain extent, because I will say the Chinese people be minding their business hard minding their business, whereas the Dearborn, Michigan, you got the rallies.
Actually, I would say nah, they mind their business. Is this that, bro? Think about that rally. They didn't rally. It was a bunch of Christian guys who came out there and started disrespecting the Quran. So actually, no, they were minding their business too, believe it or not. Actually, they haven't really done anything. She was right. They got low crime. The city's clean. They haven't done anything but literally be there. That's it. Literally be there. And well, hold on. I gotta correct that. There, besides being there, and there are some of them that commit mortgage fraud. Not all of them, but there are some of them there, not mortgage fraud, but immigration fraud. There are some of them that's there on immigration fraud. There's some there that's under TPS status that's been revoked. And it's about 700 of them. So yeah, we do got to keep it real. Like, bro, yeah, the Asians keep quiet, and so does the Muslims, except or the Somalians, except though we made a big deal out of the Somalians for some reason. And they didn't do nothing to us. We did something to them. Like they were like, we got Christian dudes walking in disrespecting the Quran. Like, bro, we got people literally going over there trying to protest the whole religion. It's just like, why create problems like that? But you're not willing to do that in a Jewish city. You're not gonna do that in Chinatown. You're not gonna do that in Little Tel Aviv. You won't do that in a Little Haiti. Okay, you really won't do that in a Little Haiti. But you guys get my point.
You got the calls to prayer, and you got them like literally, and already socially, culturally, them connected to very like bad organizations. Not all of them, but like I will say, yes, she has a very great point in how the two are viewed different.
That's
but
fair.
They were the same. Like, and I'm highlighting Dearborn because of how crazy it's getting, all the protests and stuff. But I will work on another video expanding on this idea of like assimilation and mass migration and like, what is America? Like, I'm gonna work on that. What is America? Because
All right, now let's get out of this complicated well, I'm gonna say complicated but controversial conversation, because I mean, when we get to talking about the Muslims, man, you already know things get somewhat heated, and I like it. It's best we have this conversation, because you know me, man, I'm standing firm on my position. For some crazy reason, though, y'all have made me defender of the Muslims, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I ain't even Muslim. I'm defending these bastards. It is what it is. All right, now let's get right into it, guys. With the conspiracy hour, the first Earth Battalion. Let's get into it. America's strategy military experiment.
This episode of The Wild
America's strangest military experiment
Files is brought to you by PDS-DET. Imagine an army that uses music instead of bullets, that drinks herbal tea and meditates between.
Oh, shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says pass laws to prevent it from getting worse for all. Facts. You made yourself the defender. No, I'm just be real with you. I didn't make myself the defender. I mean, bro, if you're gonna say something wrong, I'm gonna correct you. People want to say that, oh, well, shouldn't he be criticized for sleeping with consummating with a 9-year-old? Well, I'm gonna be real with you. In modern day, if we brought Muhammad back from modern day, yeah, sure. But back in that day, that's what everybody was doing. So to criticize somebody on the norm of that time is pretty inaccurate. It's like historically inaccurate, or let's be real, historically dishonest. Like stuff like that. When they say, oh, Muslims are told to lie to you, that's wrong. If you actually go look where they got that passage in full context, you will see that. And I'm just, look, and this is not me defending them. I'm just giving you facts. That's it. But you will see that it doesn't say nothing about lying to people to try to convert them. It doesn't say nothing about that. It says lying to protect yourself, because back then people were getting killed for being Muslim. If you didn't convert right on the spot, that was death. And they said, well, look, you can go ahead and lie to them and spare your life. That's what that was about. We could go over a lot of things that was taken out of context, and I'll be able to provide you with the facts every single time. So it's not that I'm really the defender of Islam, or I made myself. I just ain't gonna let people run off with a lie and thinking that it's facts, because it's not.
In combat patrols that studies Aikido and carries baby lambs into conflict zones. In 1979, the U.S. Army launched Project Jedi, a program to build an army of psychic soldiers. They were called the 1st Earth Battalion. The program was shut down officially, but those soldiers are still serving, and the techniques they developed are still being used. The only thing that changed is the name.
I'll be a defender then, I guess.
There you are. I have 17 missed calls from you.
Yeah, well, yeah. Look, I need to borrow the company card. It's kind of an emergency.
No,
You didn't even ask what it's for.
it doesn't matter. Every time you say it's
Bro, how uneducated are you, Joshua? Like, bro, black people, well, let's be real. You know, Islam is all through like West and North Africa, right? So there are African Muslims, if you ain't know. So you would actually catch black people, I guess, simping for Islam, just like you catch white people simping for Christianity. Like, that's where the religion resides at. Like, bro, are you a child?
An emergency, something catches fire or involves the FBI.
Oh, that was only one time. All right, a few times. But this is different. It's a business expense, so I need a business card.
You don't have a business.
For your information, FedEx is thriving.
FedEx?
FedEx.
What'd I say?
Very funny. Anyway, FedEx, when it absolutely positively might get there someday. We're the official delivery partner for Blorpus and all Blorpus accessories.
All right,
You're shipping Blorpus again after what happened last time?
No.
Bill. Then another. This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS-Det.
What the?
Imagine an army that uses music instead of bullets, that drinks herbal tea and meditates between combat patrols, that studies Aikido and carries baby lambs into conflict zones. In 1979, the U.S. Army launched.
Wait, you do?
It's 0900 hours at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. At the Special Warfare Center, soldiers run urban combat drills. Paratroopers practice jumps. And at Building 41156, another unit runs a different kind of drill. They're trying to kill goats with their minds. Guy Savelli stares at specimen 17, the 2-year-old brown and white goat. The room is silent because the goats are silent. Their vocal cords were removed to keep them quiet during these experiments. For 20 minutes, Savelli stares. Then the goat's ears start to twitch. Its eyes roll back. It falls over. A military veterinarian checks the animal. Its heart stopped. The experiment worked. These are the men who stare at goats. And if you saw the movie with George Clooney, it wasn't fiction. It was a real U.S. Army program called the 1st Earth Battalion.
Ew, have any men tried staring at cats?
Stop it. The unit was created by Lieutenant Colonel Jim Shannon, a decorated Vietnam veteran with one of the most unusual records in military history. Shannon spent 319 days in combat. He led search and destroy operations in Vietnam. His unit was part of the 173rd Airborne Brigade, one of the first major Army units deployed to Vietnam in 1965. They operated in the Iron Triangle, one of the war's deadliest zones. The 173rd suffered massive casualties. In 1967, during Operation Junction City, the brigade took over 400 casualties in a single month, but Shannon lost only one soldier, and he was killed by a sniper on his first day. For the next 317 days, his platoon suffered 0 casualties, and they never killed a single innocent civilian. On one patrol deep in enemy territory, Shannon's men froze. They didn't make a sound or signal each other. They just stopped. 30 seconds later, a large group of North Vietnamese soldiers walked past them, 20 feet away, and the enemy never knew the platoon was there. When Shannon returned from Vietnam in 1979, he knew soldiers needed better tools, not bigger guns, better minds.
All right.
He spent months writing the 1st Earth Battalion Field Manual, a guide that detailed his operations and techniques.
I guess I'll use
It
example.
contained things like herbal supplements, mindfulness, music used in combat. Soldiers were supposed to hug every day to exchange energy. Shannon's guide read more like hippie New Age philosophy than military tactics. But the U.S. Army took Shannon's ideas seriously. They had to. His combat record proved they were. So instead of dismissing Shannon's techniques, the Army began using them.
But all right, just to like this. The Quran tells us not to make friends with Jews and Christians. No, it doesn't. And you took it out of historical context. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, why do y'all take stuff out of context? Why don't you just actually read about it? Because you know what they were talking about, bro. There was an early Muslim community, a small Muslim community, and they were vulnerable at the time. There were Jewish and Christian tribe groups around them. Some of those groups were actively hostile and making political deals against Muslims. This is what they were saying, why they said, oh, these guys aren't your Allah, which would mean protector, ally. They are not Allah to you, but they are walaya to one another. So that verse states that, look, these Jews and Christians, and this is context, they're not with us, but they are with one another. And so you completely took a saying out of context, making it sound like they said, don't be friends with Christian and Jews, when they never said that. Like I said, completely out of context. You can look this up. Anybody, look it up. Look up the Quran verse 551. Go ahead and look up the context of it. Look up, and you're going to enact for a breakdown. You got for the Google breakdown and explain. Go to one of the scholarly websites, and they'll sit there and break it down for you. Simple as that. But like I said, though, taking verses out of context. Why are y'all doing this? I have no idea. And then think this is actually a smart way to go about it. I mean, atheists do the same thing to you guys all day, and here you guys are doing it to Muslims. It's crazy.
Jim Shannon believed he had a special kind of intuition that saved his platoon in Vietnam, and he wanted to teach that skill to the entire U.S. Army. And all those techniques are outlined in the 1st Earth Battalion Field Manual. And this might sound made up, but it's a real document, and you can read it right now. It's been declassified and archived online. Shannon wrote it at Fort Leavenworth in 1979. He taught future generals from 11 nations while he developed his vision for warfare's future. The manual was a self-help book for creating warrior monks. Soldiers would receive ginseng regulators, natural supplements for night vision, and divining rods for locating hidden enemies. For hand-to-hand combat, pressure points from Tai Chi. And these weren't just to disable enemies, but to heal wounded allies. Shiatsu massage for combat first aid. Hypnotherapy for weapons effectiveness. The manual also covered hygiene and affection. A specific hand soap cost $7,600 a gallon. Shannon claimed it had mystical capabilities that could alter time. Then there was the warrior hug. Soldiers were expected to hug each other 3 times a day to exchange energy.
Did he look into the benefits of a little friendly towel snapping?
I don't think so. Even the uniform was unique. Biodegradable materials that wouldn't harm the environment. Built-in solar panels for charging equipment. And color-changing fabric that adapts to surroundings. There were embedded health sensors to monitor vital signs in real time. And Shannon described all this in 1979. Smart fabrics, wearable health monitors, adaptive camouflage, technology that wouldn't exist for another 30 years. Now, the unit's command center wouldn't be a sterile room with maps and radios. It would be a cerebral environment with breathing exercises, relaxation music, and isolation tanks. Commanders would float in darkness to achieve expanded consciousness for better decision-making.
It sounds like a tech startup. Did they have beanbag chairs and kombucha on tap too?
Actually, yes. Shannon taught something very similar to modern biohacking.
I knew it! Zuckerberg is a warrior monk! A lizard warrior monk.
One of the crazy things when you do these live Q&As is some of them are very silly. So we got one. Mark, are the allegations true that you are secretly a lizard? I'm gonna have to go with no on that. I am not a lizard, but keep the high quality comments coming in.
There were lots of food recommendations. No more turkey loaf sea rations. Instead, they ate algae-based protein bars, dehydrated vegetable cubes, and fasting protocols were designed to enhance mental clarity. Then there was psychotronics, the use of sound frequencies to affect the mental states of the enemy. In November 1979, Shannon presented the 1st Earth Battalion Manual at the Task Force Delta Conference. Military leaders from multiple commands attended. And when they heard Shannon's ideas, they didn't laugh. They took notes. One general specifically was fascinated, General Max Thurman, future commander of the 1989 invasion of Panama, and considered one of the Army's most brilliant strategic minds. After the presentation, Thurman pulled Shannon aside with an offer: build and lead the 1st Battalion. Not on paper, not in class, in combat. General Max Thurman saw the potential in Shannon's manual, and he wanted him to lead the new unit into battle. Shannon said no. He felt the 1st Earth Battalion was more powerful as a concept than as a literal fighting force. He believed the 1st Battalion should fight for the planet, not just for the United States. He wanted troops to carry loudspeakers into hostile territory to play indigenous music and words of peace. He wanted soldiers to bring baby lambs into combat zones as living symbols of nonviolence.
Hold on. The guy who murders goats says goats are symbols of nonviolence,
I admit, I see the contradiction. Shannon even described a sparkly eye technique, a form of nonverbal influence to calm enemies through eye contact.
Yeah, sparkly eye technique. That's in a combat strategy. That's how I ended up with 3 ex-wives and guppy support payments up the wazoo.
So Shannon passed, but the Army didn't need him. They had his field manual. And by 1980, Special Forces operators meditated before weapons drills and practiced Aikido in full combat gear. They studied ancient martial arts pressure points between live fire exercises. They implemented Shannon's nutrition strategies, intermittent fasting, optimized macronutrients, supplements for cognitive enhancement. In 1979, military nutritionists dismissed this as hippie nonsense. Now it's standard practice. At Fort Bragg, in a classified facility, Project Jedi tested whether human minds could be weaponized. The GOAT lab was just the beginning. The program's biggest champion was Major General Albert Stubblebine III, West Point graduate, master's degree in chemical engineering, 32 years of military service. Stubblebine was commander of the U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command, INSCOM, responsible for all Army intelligence operations around the world. 16,000 soldiers under his command, every spy, every analyst, every codebreaker. He stood in his office in the Pentagon. He stared at the wall across from his desk. He took a breath, focused his mind, and ran straight into the wall. He hit his head hard, again and again and again. Stubblebine believed he could walk through walls. He figured that atoms are mostly empty space, and if he could just get his own atoms to align with the wall's atoms, he would slip right through. He practiced every day. He also tried to levitate, which probably didn't work either. Sometimes Stubblebine stood on his porch and stared at the sky. He tried to break clouds with his mind. A major general. He screamed mentally at cumulus clouds until they disappeared. This man commanded Army intelligence during the height of the Cold War. He's in the Military Intelligence Hall of Fame. And he was absolutely convinced that Jim Shannon's 1st Earth Battalion manual was a blueprint for the future of warfare. Under Stubblebine's command, the military's psychic programs escalated. He hosted spoon-bending parties. High-ranking officers were required to attend. They gathered in a room with silverware. They stared at the metal until it melted. Some of them swore it worked. He brought in psychic Uri Geller. Stubblebine wanted to know if Geller could telepathically erase computer disks, or even better, possibly trigger nuclear launch codes. And Stubblebine had believers everywhere, colonels, majors, intelligence officers. They'd all read the 1st Earth Battalion manual and they saw the possibility. Millions were invested in classified psychic warfare programs, driven by the fear that the Soviets were doing the same thing. And the Soviets were doing the same thing. Soviet research into psychotronics is well documented. The Cold War wasn't just missiles and tanks, it was minds. And whoever harnessed human consciousness first would have an unbeatable advantage. So Stubblebine gave the order. The psychic programs were going operational. General Stubblebine had turned the 1st Earth Battalion's concepts into operational projects. Now the military needed soldiers who could actually do the work. What started as Jim Shannon's one-man vision became a network of classified psychic programs. Scan8 became Gondola Wish. Gondola Wish became Grill Flame. Grill Flame evolved into Center Lane, then Sunstream, then finally Stargate. Different names, same goal: weaponize human consciousness. The CIA recruited people with natural talent for remote viewing, gave them nothing but geographical coordinates, and asked them to describe what they saw thousands of miles away. Remote viewers described a massive Soviet submarine under construction before satellite imagery confirmed it actually existed. They sketched building layouts that later matched actual facilities. They provided details that went beyond chance. One remote viewer, codenamed Subject 372, was given coordinates, nothing else. He described a large building with a distinctive curved roof. He said it was near water. He drew a sketch that showed unusual architectural features. The target was a Soviet shipyard 4,000 miles away. This drawing matched satellite photos taken 3 days later. Same building, same curved roof, same unusual features. The CIA couldn't explain it, but they kept using it. Subject 372 was Pat Price, a former police commissioner from California who became one of the most gifted remote viewers in the program. He died under mysterious circumstances in 1975, but not before he proved he could see things that no one should be able to see. Ingo Swann, another legendary viewer, claimed he could see Jupiter's rings before NASA discovered them. Joe McMonagle spent years remote viewing Soviet facilities. His accuracy was so consistent, he He received the Legion of Merit for his intelligence work. These were trained professionals with documented results. But in 1995, the CIA reviewed the entire program. They said that remote viewing had not been proven to work by a psychic mechanism. So they shut it down, allegedly. But the people didn't disappear. Major General Stubblebine retired and founded SciTech, a private remote viewing company. And other viewers also went into business offering their services to private clients. But the techniques from Shannon's manual, grounded in physics and psychology, were quietly absorbed into standard military training. And to nobody's surprise, these techniques worked. The CIA officially shut down its psychic spy programs in 1995, but the military didn't throw away Jim Shannon's manual. Walk into any U.S. Special Forces training facility today. You won't find soldiers staring at goats, and you won't see generals running into walls, but you will see other techniques from the First Earth Field Manual. Special operators practice controlled breathing for high-stress exercises. Navy SEALs use mindfulness techniques to maintain focus during operations. And Army Rangers train in heightened sensory perception and intuitive threat detection. Shannon provided the philosophy, the modern Army provided the budget. In the 90s, the Army released 2 documents, Force 21 and the Army After Next. And these documents are almost identical to Shannon's manual. They just removed the hippie language. Neuroscience confirms what Shannon intuitively understood. The prefrontal cortex responds to meditation. The parasympathetic nervous system activates with controlled breathing. Pattern recognition improves with mindfulness training. These are techniques that you can try for yourself. They're easy to learn, but hard to master. But once you master them, you'll see that they work. The non-lethal weapons survived too, and they got weird. In 1989, the Army tested Shannon's psychotronic sound weapons during Operation Just Cause. They surrounded Manuel Noriega's compound in Panama. They didn't shoot. They set up massive speakers and played Van Halen and The Clash at deafening volumes for 3 days straight. They surrendered.
Yeah, they played Van Halen?
Yep.
Yeah, come on, playing Panama in Panama, that's just lazy, right? And if the U.S. military makes a K-pop playlist, they may conquer the world.
In 1994, the Air Force Wright Laboratory proposed a halitosis bomb, a chemical weapon to give enemies severe bad breath.
Ugh, I guess it's still better than the flatulence grenade.
Then came the gay bomb. They wanted to spray aphrodisiacs over enemy troops to make them sexually attracted to each other. It was a real funded proposal.
Oh, did the gay bomb work?
I didn't ask and they didn't tell.
Yeah, nice.
Other non-lethal technologies Shannon envisioned are now standard equipment. Sticky foam that immobilizes targets, calming techniques for crowd control, electronic vehicle stopping devices. Colonel John Alexander, a former member of the 1st Earth Battalion, became known as the father of non-lethal weaponry. And Shannon had a technique called omnidirectional thought, and today the Army calls it multi-domain operations. The idea is that soldiers have to perceive threats across land, air, sea, cyber, and space simultaneously. The warrior hug is also used. Soldiers build emotional bonds through physical contact.
Oh, did they get hit with the gay bomb?
No, but this became the foundation for modern combat psychology. And units that emphasize team cohesion and emotional support, they show lower rates of PTSD. Modern counterinsurgency emphasizes winning hearts and minds. Special forces train in cultural sensitivity, language skills, and community engagement. It's warrior diplomacy. All of these techniques come from Jim Shannon, so his vision wasn't wrong. In fact, it was way ahead of its time. We looked at goat experiments, psychic spies, and the general who walked into walls. It's a strange story. It's a good one. But how much of it is true? Well, soldiers never learned to walk through walls, but it is true that General Stubblebine kept trying. And the goat lab stories, they happened, but they were mostly exaggerated. One of the goat starers, Guy Savelli, claimed he stopped the goat's heart with his mind, but he later admitted he was aiming for goat 16, but accidentally killed goat number 17.
Wait. This guy's supposed to be a trained psychic soldier, and he can't even hit the right goat? What'd he do, use Yahoo Maps?
No,
Human. I once tried to order a pizza and accidentally bought a timeshare. At least I can admit I was drinking on Ambien. What's his excuse?
And remote viewing, despite 16 years of research, at least, and millions in funding, at least, the CIA said it never produced reliable results. They said it was just good guessing. Though personally, I think Pat Price had a gift of something, probably ESP. And Ingo Swann and Joe McMoneagle also got a lot of things right. But the skeptics say that if you spend thousands of hours remote viewing, eventually you'll get some things right. But the failure of psychic programs doesn't mean the 1st Earth Battalion was worthless. In high-stress situations, the human mind is capable of far more than we realize. Shannon's Vietnam platoon proved that. His soldiers weren't psychic, they were just really well-trained. If you can develop a high sense of situational awareness, it looks like predicting the future when it's done right. And soldiers who can settle their minds during combat can compartmentalize fear and make better decisions. The 1st Earth Battalion's biggest mistake wasn't the ideas, it was the branding. If Shannon had called it Neurological Combat Optimization instead of Warrior Monks with ESP, the program might still be running under its original name. But here's what Jim Shannon got right. War doesn't have to be about maximum violence. Soldiers can be trained to operate with precision, awareness, and minimal collateral damage. They can use technology to achieve objectives without massive body counts. Today, that's not a conspiracy theory, that's a fact. Eventually, Jim Shannon retired to Hawaii, where he built an eco-friendly home. And in his final years, he tried to mobilize the military to plant trees and restore coral reefs. He founded Footprints for the Future. He taught communities how to live sustainably. The man who wrote a manual about warrior monks fighting for the planet had become exactly that. Not as a soldier anymore, as an environmentalist. And Shannon passed away in 2017, and he never got to see Special Forces operators use his techniques or non-lethal weapons become standard. Maybe that's the real tragedy. Not that his psychic experiments failed, but that his core message got lost in the noise. Soldiers should be aware, but also compassionate. War should be a last resort, not a first response. Imagine what the human race could achieve if we spent our energy solving actual problems. Climate, disease, hunger. We have the resources. We just keep using them to build better weapons. Shannon understood that 40 years ago and knew that we can do better, that we can be better. Colonel Jim Shannon didn't want us to get better at killing. He wanted us to get better at living. He literally wrote the book on peace. So how many people have to die before we start listening?
Boy. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end it right there, man. Hey, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. We're going to go ahead and close it out with some funny clips. Or no, actually, I got enough time for a monologue. Why not? I didn't get to monologue yesterday. So let's go ahead and monologue today. All right, guys, let's go ahead and start with the DC shooter and the CIA connection. So this whole DC shooter thing is a bit wild. Like I said, bro drove from Washington pretty much cross country to come down and shoot 2 National Guards. And reportedly he staked out there. Now, on the face of it, and he said Allah Akbar, well, when he did it. At the face of it, yeah, it does sound like basic terrorism. It just sounds like terrorism, like right off the rip. But then you kind of dive deep into his CIA connections. That's where things get a bit tricky. I mean, 0 unit, like what? CIA paramilitary group doing night raids, taking out the Taliban when on some occasions innocent civilians. I mean, it kind of makes sense that the man went crazy at a certain point. Like I said, no excuse for his actions, but no, man, when you go through something like that and you're out there in Afghanistan and you actually end up taking, some of your own people's lives, and then America lets you back in. I mean, that's the thing. It still don't even make sense, because even with all that animosity built up, if he had that animosity, I think he'd have popped off like at least like a year later, or not wait 4 years just to pop off and only take out 2 National Guardmen. And like I said, I'm glad he didn't do anything else, but it is a bit strange. We need more information to come out. I mean, I need to see the messages, like who he's in contact with, like home life. Of course, for all you know, bro could have had a PTSD moment and just went ballistic, just went crazy. It just like we can't even understand how he even got to that. So before we just throw, all the Afghans under the bus and all that good stuff, let's wait for everything to come out before we're quick to condemn, because we don't want to look stupid in this and be like, oh, you guys are so quick to make this about race in the community, and you guys are wrong the whole time. We don't want egg on our face. So let's wait till everything comes out, and then we can properly judge it. I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair way of looking at it. And it do sound like some MK Ultra shit. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. It does sound like, I'm gonna go into the conspiracy of it. Tell me what would not pop things off better on to convince people to get into war with the Middle East, because Israel's going ahead and striking Lebanon, to get people to hate Muslims more than to MK Ultra, some Afghani guy to drive across the country to shoot 2 National Guardsmen. That 6 congressmen or senators, the seditious 6, came out and started talking about unlawful orders, and even went as far as to say, I mean, I think what was his name? The white guy, what's his name? Corey or Cook or something like that. But the white guy who was in there, I think there was like a couple of them, not Mark Kelly, but the other one. But yeah, one of them was pretty much just stating outright that, oh, well, we feel like the National Guard being there is unlawful orders. Then what happens a couple of days? 2 National Guards get shot by this crazy dude who drives cross country to go shoot 2 National Guardsmen that used to work for the CIA, that was helping them kill innocent civilians in Taliban in Afghanistan. That's what we're dealing with. That's literally the effing story. Crazy as shit, huh? But when that popped off, let's be real, it's like Trump, he threw down Thor's hammer. He's like, F it, third world ban. Like, we need to go ahead and put all of you guys under the microscope. And I agree with that. I know, as much as y'all think I'm the Muslim defender, if you think I'm okay with allowing all these countries to come under here unvetted, knowing that they have terrorist group in there, knowing that there's guys over there that's not too favorable to America, and I don't care what the fuck we did to them. I don't care. We just can't let them over here, especially if they have animosity towards us. Even a dumber idea. But I do get where Trump's coming from with this third world ban. And you guys can, I mean, hey, it's better than the Muslim ban. I see it's way better framed. It's better framed than the Muslim ban, because they never let that go. But the third world ban, I see Trump has learned some lessons. I mean, shout out Trump. He definitely learned some lessons from last time. So the third world ban, I'm all for. I'm all for it. What I don't like, though, is how, man, even my dog Sid, when we was having our little back and forth, he even tried to say that, oh, well, come on now, can't you kind of blame Trump? No, because you're kind of setting it up for what anything Trump do, for any command he gives. If somebody gets hurt, it's all on him, when these random individuals go out there and commit that crime. I mean, if they do it because of Trump, you can't really blame them. And if that's the case, then you guys are opening up our servicemen to be attacked just because you disagree with Trump. Even if you disagree with Trump and how he's using the National Guardmen, which is lawfully, you still got to back our guys up. You still shouldn't be out there calling like, how y'all doing nice? Well, you think you'd be able to back our fellow Americans, but I mean, look how you doing nice. I mean, look at how the seditious 6 or the congressmen did their own servicemen. Actually, one of them was an ex-service. One of them used to be in the military, and he did this to their own servicemen. I'm kind of blaming them in a way, because why would you come out and say that? Now that you came out and said that 2 National Guardmen then died, y'all look, I mean, real with you, they look a little guilty. They look a little guilty. What can I say? Now, here's there is something else I do want to touch on. The 2 parties fight for the youth. The Dems, I mean, y'all cooked. I don't know what the hell wrong with you. Like, when it comes to talking to young men, y'all do everything that we hate. Everything that the American did, the inspiring young man in America wants, you guys hate. I mean, we want a family. You guys hate family. Bro, we want to be able to get a job and make more money. You guys want to bring in more immigrants to stifle wages and take jobs. I mean, everything that the young American man wishes for once, you guys are against. And that's why one of the party leaders came out there and said, oh, stop talking to me about the young American men. We got them now. It's a shoo-in. No, y'all don't. Well, name one policy that would help us, because all y'all policies help immigrants and the lazy. Like, I'm sorry, but y'all have not said anything to win over young men. And you're right, the Republicans ain't really doing us too much justice right now either. But at least they're coming out with policies. At least they're giving us a plan, even if we don't agree with the plan all that much. Y'all ain't giving us shit. And then y'all throwing your hands up like y'all did something just because of November 5th, because your base doubled down. That's what you're going off of. Like, y'all, like I said, y'all too cocky as a base. The Dems are too cocky as a base. It's like, bro, they won the election on November 5th, and acting like they ain't even gotta do no campaigning no more. They don't gotta release no policies. They ain't gotta do a goddamn thing. Like, that's the problem. Like, you guys thinking that you can run off TDS until the midterms. You should be sadly mistaken if you cannot show the people, American people, no results, but oh, look what Trump is doing. If you think that's gonna work all the way out to the midterms, then I mean, bro, trust me, it's not. Trust me, people are gonna get tired of you guys saying, "Oh, but Trump." We're gonna get looking at you like, "Oh, but what about you? What's your plan? Like, how can you make the job market better? How can you make affordability better instead of just crying about Trump?" And let's be real, the right, they're losing the youth just by not tackling affordability hard enough. And the youth, we mainly voted for Trump for basically not to continue what the establishment Republicans were doing with Bush and his father. It's like, we don't want that. We want to get change out of that, but Donald Trump seemed to have all these cronies around him like Susie Wiles, who's pushing him towards that, who works for the corporate elites and the AI guys, who bring all these corporatists together just to influence Trump. And it's Susie Wiles. I mean, if you don't know who she is, look her up, her connections, and you'll be quite surprised. And it kind of paints a picture for where this administration might be heading. And if Trump don't change course or you don't remove some of these people, it's not going to be looking too good. It's not going to be looking too good because they're not America first. Susie Wiles ain't America first. No, she's not. I know. And that's one of Trump's top aide, Laura Loomer. She's not America first. And these are people Trump listened to. And that's what concerns me the most. I almost wish we had people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens around Trump. We start seeing what we want to see if those two were around her. But no, we got Laura Loomer and Susie Wiles. Like, son of a bitch. But it is what it is. Now, land strikes in Venezuela, I hope they don't come, but it's looking like it. It's definitely looking like it. I mean, let's be honest. Like, you basically telling nobody to fly over that area. He's saying the airway is closed. That's us now. So, I don't know. It's looking like an airstrike is about to come within any day. Like, Maduro, you're good. It is what it is. Oh, I mean, if you guys have any question, comments, you can go ahead and super chat it in while I go off on this rant. But yeah, I'd rather Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens be advising Trump than Laura Loomer and Susie Wiles. I mean, Laura Loomer, the straight up Islamophobe, straight up Israel first, straight up Zionist, not America first, all about Israel, wants to get us into war with the Middle East. Susie Wiles, complete shill for the corporate elites, completely. I mean, complete shill for Chinese corporations, completely. This is how Trump even got the idea of bringing in 600,000 Chinese students. It was her ass. And Trump doesn't need to take responsibility for listening to these dumbass ideas. But they're dumbass ideas. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I don't even know why Trump think this is what America wants. But you can tell he's being insulated from the media because Trump finds out stuff late. Like, it was maybe like what? I think it actually was an insider that came out that said, well, Trump just learned that he's unpopular with the youth for his support of Israel. Then you start hearing Trump talking about, all right, man, you need to stop annexing the West Bank. Y'all need to get to this peace deal. You start hearing Trump throw all that out there. Trump wants to listen to his base, it seems, but there's people around him that's keeping the voice of the base out. Shout out to Laura Loomer and Susie Wiles. Those devious bastards. I would call them the B word, but I don't like calling women the B word unless they're really a bitch or something. But, all right. Like Ingram called him out. Wait, let's see here, though. Let me look at the comments a little bit because I'm almost done with this little rant. Other than that, I think I got through. Oh, AI. Yeah, I don't like where AI going right now. I'll be real with you. Like I said, I remember when me and Monty was having our debate, it just looks like they're putting the cart before the horse. And the worst part is that, like, we're the horse and AI is the cart. And it's working backwards. They're making sure that AI has a foothold on giving these corporate elites wealth before we're given any type of income security. And I think the American people need to put our foot down on this a little bit more. Like, yo, unless you guys want these tech oligarchs' heads to be on sticks outside of the White House, you motherfuckers better figure out a way to make AI work with us or else. Like, that needs to be the attitude of the American people. We need to put our foot down, just look these guys dead in their eyes and be like, I promise you, like Elon, that Indian dude that owned Google, like Mark Zuckerberg, Your heads will be on sticks, I promise you, if you take all our jobs with AI. I promise you. I don't even want that for you. So just figure something out. It's either universal income or we integrate. But it just cannot be the complete taking of our jobs across the board. Or like I said, there will be chaos in the streets, riot in the streets. Then there might be a full-on revolution, then we'll lose AI forever. Or we just abandon AI and we'll just leave it to what ChatGPT is, like a base model. And even this model is somewhat dangerous. But all right, though. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and head out on this one, man. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, man. This is Set with Set Media. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, man. I'll leave you guys off with these clips. Appreciate the support, guys. Peace.
ICE is in Chicago. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know what to tell you. I was thinking about Panera for lunch. Did you not hear what I said? I said ICE is in Chicago. They're doing raid. Yeah, I did. I think I'm going to go with the half turkey sandwich and the tomato soup combo. That sounds really good. How can you be so indifferent right now? Fam, you do realize that they done took over whole apartment buildings and they've been trying to get these people out for a while, and the mayor and the police ain't doing nothing. What do you think they're supposed to do? But they're discriminating against everybody trying to find illegal. They can't just discriminate against you based on your skin tone. Yeah, it's crazy, right? If they can do this to Hispanics, what makes you think they're not gonna do it for the African Americans, for the black? What did you just call me? What? Now it's offensive for me to call you black? No, it's what you said before that. What did you say I am? Oh, you want me to be politically correct African American? And what's the second word in African American? Oh, they can deport you too. To where? No, for real. Tell me where they're gonna deport.
Fyodor Dostoevsky, the master of human contradiction, once said, "Nothing is easier than to denounce the evildoer. Nothing is more difficult than to understand him." He didn't write to glorify pain or justify cruelty. He wrote to remind us that every monster was once a child who wanted to be loved. That behind every sin there is a reason we no longer try to see. He believed the soul is not divided between good and evil, but torn between what it hides and what it dares to confess. We judge easily because understanding requires us to look inside ourselves, to see the same chaos, the same fear, the same fragile longing for meaning. Dostoevsky understood that morality is not purity. It's the courage to confront our own darkness without pretending we're untouched by it. And maybe that's why his words still echo today, because we are all, in some way, trying to forgive the parts of ourselves we once condemned in others.
The man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth never is.